Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Welcome to the den. Alhamdulillah, Brother Mohammaad Hijab has found some time from his busy schedule to join us, inshallah.
Alhamdulillah.
The doctor's here as well, mashallah, with his moments of clarity. So I've titled this particular stream Evidence for God, because I'm constantly having atheists asking me to prove God. What's your evidence? I'm an atheist because there's a lack of belief in God because there's not enough evidence and all of this kind of thing. So I personally believe it's a smokescreen they're hiding behind. I don't think they really understand what they mean when they ask for evidence. So I think one thing we're really interested in to understand, what do we mean when we say evidence, or what do they think they mean when they say evidence? And then obviously when it comes to God, I use the word God, but usually I've used the word creator, as in the cause of everything. Because a lot of the questions they ask kind of misrepresent what we believe. So I think two things that really need to be established is, what do we mean when we say evidence, and what do we mean when we say God? And then after that, we can move into the ideas of why we believe in a creator logically.
Well, before I do that, I want to say how much of a pleasure it is for me to be with the doctor, of course, but the Stone Cold Steve Austin of the Dawah. Yes. I mean, this is when he comes to Speaker's Corner with his cap, I feel like there should be, like, you know, that old school entrance music, astaghfirullah, you know, the smashing glass. Everyone knows what's going to happen next. You know, and it's I can't believe it's been this long since we've actually had a collaboration together. It's been a long time, actually. It has been a long time. The EF Dawah. I just want to say first and foremost, we'll talk about Stone Cold. There's two police officers walking right here. Hopefully, I'm not going to stop me. I'm not driving the car anyway. Yeah, I just want to say, like, you know, the work that you guys are doing collectively as EF Dawah is really phenomenal. It's fantastic work. And for those who don't know, EF Dawah is a group, and this is why it's important to have a group behind you. It's a group of brothers, you know, including Dr. Imran, who obviously we've done something together as well on the Corona stuff, and Hamza, the Stone Cold Hamza, and co, man. You know, they work together fantastically as a team. They've been translating stuff into different languages. You know, people, whenever I go to the Arab world, I've been to Saudi Arabia recently, they always ask me about Hamza. They say, oh, you know, everyone knows Hamza. If he goes to Egypt or Saudi Arabia, he's going to be taking selfies, this man, because people don't realize how, like, the Dawah in Speaker's Corner has been a hub, but it's actually proliferated to the Arab world. And I think, like, the number 2 or 3 demographic is the Arab world. I'm not sure about that, but it seems like it's the case. And also like in Malaysia and stuff like that, you know, in Indonesia, the work that's been done by EF Dawah is fantastic. So I don't know if you guys have got a Patreon, or if you guys have got a GoFundMe, or whatever you guys have got, but I, you know, encourage everybody to fund this Dawah, because the style that you guys have working together as a team, and the proficiency and the efficiency, and, you know, it's about character at the end of the day. There's not many people that can represent Islam firmly, you know, and do so convincingly and instill confidence into the hearts of the people. And Hamza's done that, and you know, I feel like I think we need to see more of you in the park that will calm people down a little bit now, because when big figures like Stone Cold are not there, then you know, then the rest of these clowns can come and play around. But yeah, no, I'm actually always like, whenever I see Hamza, I feel, yes, we've got the cavalry there, we've got the people there, you know. And I always feel like, yes, the backup is there, especially not just Hamza, but the entire team, that when they go together. And people, when they see Dr. Imran, they don't realize he's a professional doctor. He's a medic. He's a very intelligent medic who's now, you know, into the Dawah as well. So and helping and servicing the community. So all of you, mashallah, I just want to start this. It wouldn't be right for me to come on Hamza's den and not start with this.
Oh, Jazakallah khair, bro. Yeah, no, it's amazing. It is amazing how the Dawah has spread internationally. You know, like we went on Umrah last January, And subhanAllah, we're
Yes.
coming out Masjid Nabawi, and we got the students from Medina University come, brother Hamza, oh, you have
Subhanallah. Yeah.
taking photos,
I
taking
told
stuff.
you. I told you. Yeah.
And we're like,
Yeah.
subhanAllah, you're the scholars of tomorrow, man. They're like, no, we love your stuff. So yeah, no, and we've heard in Indonesia that in some villages they have kind of screens watching the video.
Allah, 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 Allah,
It's
Allah. It's
amazing,
beautiful, man.
subhanAllah.
It's absolutely amazing. And it's an opportunity like that not many people have, Speaker's Corner. And I reckon that when people talk about Speaker's Corner in a negative sense, I always like to bring EF Dawah and your efforts, and also the SC Dawah as well, and their efforts and the brothers as an example of actually where it's going really well. Where it's going really, really well. And no one can say that with the tens of, not even tens, probably hundreds of millions now, I don't know, of views, people across the world that have been now exposed to the message of Islam through your videos, that is not good for Muslims and for Islam and for spreading Islam, for keeping people on Islam and all of the rest of it. There's very a weak argument to be made if we're going to use that example. And that's why it's always good to have, like, it's a professional setup, man. It really is.
Yeah, and we're missing the park, to be honest with you. We are missing that park because
what's happening with that anyways? Why are you not coming to the park? What's going on?
For me, and I'm sure for the doctor and for Brother Abbas, it's all about the COVID. Because if you see the events of the park, what's going on there, I'm happy I'm not there.
I thought that this week as well. When I saw what happened.
Yeah, there's no social distancing. There's no, people masked down around their faces, and they're shouting at each other. And I'm thinking, do you guys not think this COVID exists or something? So right now,
the Boston came down. The Dawah, they all spread themselves. Really,
no, but I do miss it. I do miss that rough and tumble. We tried to bring it a little bit to these streams, but it's not the same thing. Because when you're in the park, it's just roll your sleeves up. What's coming? You don't know if it's an Islamophobe, is it a Christian, is it an atheist? You don't know what I mean. And it's quite exhilarating. The adrenaline's going, Alhamdulillah.
100%. And if the adrenaline is going for you, it's likely to be going for the people that are watching it as well. And this is what I think is real. It's the cutting edge, really, because when you're in front of a board, there's a place for that, whiteboard, a chalkboard, whatever you want, PowerPoint screen. There is a place for that. But when you're doing that, the average 15, 16, 17-year-old, the average man, woman, teenager watching YouTube is not going to be tuning in for a long time, and they're not going to be interested.
Yeah, they want to see the rough and tumble. I know, so it's amazing. SubhanAllah.
But yeah, going back to the questions that you asked, I think it's really important. These are two good starting points with an atheist or an agnostic or an irreligious person, because I think the standard of truth is where I always start in terms of personally when I speak to atheists. It's all about the standard of truth. Because, and this is a branch of philosophy called epistemology. So how do you know things? How do you know how do you make sense of the world? Basically, this is making sense of the world is epistemology. Like, how do you get to know the study of knowledge? How do you get to know things, or the science of knowledge? And so, what ways can we come to a conclusion about something? And the first thing is, we got to determine what the atheist standards are. If they're an empiricist, or if they just believe that, well, I won't believe in anything except if I see it or hear it or smell it or something to do with the five senses, which is basically the Quranic. In the Quran, he says, "لَن نُؤْمِنَ لَكَ حَتَّى نَرَى اللَّهَ جَهْرًا." We're not going. They said to Moses, "We're not going to believe in you except if we see Allah clearly." So this is actually an ancient empiricism. And it continues to this day, like the idea of we won't believe it until we see it. It's very easy to show the weakness of that argument, because there's many things that we know which we don't see. Either we know it through testimony, or we know it through rational argumentation, logical rules, mathematical rules, or something which doesn't strictly or even at all come under the purview of empiricism. And in fact, in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, and 50s, there was a school of thought in philosophy called verificationism. And it was spearheaded by this guy called A.J. Ayer and others, in Europe. And those guys were basically saying that if something they were empiricists, so they believed in that it had to go through the five senses. Anything outside of the five senses was basically a meaningless statement.
Okay.
And so the problem with this is that even this idea of if something that is outside of the five senses is a meaningless statement, that idea in and of itself is not empirically justifiable, right? So people, like, you can even check it out online. Go on YouTube and say AJ are probably one of the, if not the foremost philosopher that was pro-positivist and pro-verificationist. He wrote a very famous book that almost every philosophy student must have heard of. And he says, like, this whole school, he's smoking a pipe, he's speaking to someone, I can't remember, Brian Mabby. It's online, you can see it. It's in the 50s. I think it must have been filmed in the 70s or something like that. And he says that, our theory of positivism or this verificationist principle, it fell apart because there were so many things that we couldn't prove using the empirical method. And so positivism and verificationism, that was very popular in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and so on, it practically collapsed upon itself in the philosophical world, or in the world, in the academic world in the West. And what took its place in the early, let's say, 80s, 90s, is falsificationism. And actually, this has implications with the philosophy of science, because Karl Popper, who died, I believe, in 1997, I think it was 97, and he was actually he was a professor in the London School of Economics. He had a transformative effect on the philosophy of science, and most particularly, he kind of revised, if you like, the principle of verificationism, which was predicated on a hard empiricism to falsificationism. So this idea that so science is not premised on verificationism anymore. It's premised on this idea that Popper put forward, which is falsification. Which is why when a scientist puts something out there, and they go to the laboratory or whatever, and they say these are my findings, it can be a scientific fact, but that's a scientific fact waiting to be disproved. No one can be really dogmatic enough with their studies to say, well, this will never be disproved, unless they're talking about something which is observable. But otherwise, if we're talking about something which has inductive implications, it's almost impossible for them to say, well, this will never change. So falsification kind of took hold. But so the point is empiricism, the idea that the five senses are the only things which govern true knowledge, is something that even within the academy and has been thrown away into the dustbins of history. And even those foremost proponents of it kind of threw it away as well. So if we hear that from atheists, I think they should just kind of see the last century, how it's gone, and how the discussion has kind of shifted from this in the academy, and they'll realize that actually this is a very weak position, extremely weak position, the hard empirical position, that the only true knowledge is that knowledge which is verified through the five senses. Because how would you then make sense of that? How could you even prove that on empirically? So I think that really there's many routes to truth. There's mathematical routes, there's logical routes, there's intuitive routes, and so on and so forth. And I feel like the first thing to do with an atheist is to get them to admit to that point, because then we can start presenting arguments to them. Then we can start talking to them about, okay, well, do you accept A, B, and C? And then it can start becoming fruitful. But if they want to become ultra skeptical when it comes to their standards of truth, because they know that discussion is going to be about theology maybe, or the purpose of life, and really they want to move away from, they want to circumnavigate away from those discourses, then you're going to have a hard time, I think, from the very beginning.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think understanding what their standards of evidence is, because, I mean, I was reading the other day that a strong argumentation can be presented as evidence if it can't be refuted. Is that true? Is that something that could be used? Strong argument?
Yeah, and the thing is about arguments is that really there's different ways of presenting an argument, right? So in philosophy, there's inductive methods, deductive methods, abductive methods. These are the kind of three main methods that philosophers use. But let's say we use deduction. So I'll give you an easy deduction, which is used in the books of logic. Like if you say every man is mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal, right?
Right.
So this is an easy, but then anyone can say, well, Socrates is not a man, for example. They can question one of the premises. So there's a difference now between valid argumentation and sound argumentation. So within deduction, you can easily make a valid argument, but the question will always be, is it sound? And for it to be sound, it has to kind of meet the criteria of every premise being true. And by any point, someone can say, well, the premise is not true, therefore the argument is unsound. It could be valid, but it's unsound. For example, an example of a valid argument but it's not sound is if I say if I just say every unicorn is white, Polly is a unicorn, therefore Polly is white. This is a valid argumentation. It's consistent, but it's not sound in the sense that we can't prove that Polly exists in the real world. So now the question is, when we're making the argument, and this is where the atheist will always kind of try and hedge his bets, say, okay, you make a valid argument, but you don't make a sound argument. It's important when you're making those arguments to get the atheist to agree at each stage. And so, for example, I'm not going to present this because it's been done so many times, especially by people like William Lane Craig. If you say everything that begins to exist has a cause, for example, and the atheist says, do you agree that everything that begins to exist has a cause? And the person says yes. And do you agree that the universe began to exist? And the person says yes. Then actually, if you agree to A and B, you have to agree to C. Now, the universe has a cause, right? Now, what the atheists will sometimes do is they'll question premise A and question premise B. So they'll say, well, I don't believe that everything that begins to exist has a cause. Or more likely, they'll say the universe does not begin to exist. So they'll believe in the eternal universe or something like it. Or they'll say that you're begging the question. Or they'll make anything up, right? Or that there's this fallacy here or that fallacy here, or that the universe, the composition fallacy. They'll try and wedge in a fallacy somewhere. But the point is, if you agree with A and B, you have to agree with C. So if we can. If the atheist decides, okay, I want to use deduction, and you say, okay, you're going to use deduction, then what you have to do when you're discussing with them is you're going to have to use deduction step by step and get them to agree to each premise, because you don't want them at the end of it to say, well, I agree with the validity of your syllogism, but I don't agree with the soundness of it, because it's kind of like wasting your time. So if you get them to agree with premise 1 and premise 2, then premise 3 is natural. It has to be the case. If A and B are true, then C has to be true. So that's an example of a deductive type of argument. An example of an inductive argument is if we say, well, there's 100 swans, they're all white, therefore all swans are white. So that's a full-on, fully fledged generalization. Problem with induction is that can you say that all swans are white because 100 of them are white? There could be a black swan. And this is the problem that science suffers from, because when people make studies now, scientific studies, they are confined to the number of participants in that study group. So if they have 100 participants, 1,000, and obviously the bigger the better, for the most part, the bigger the better. But you can't say it's completely generalizable, because there's this chance that someone's going to make a bigger study and falsify, going back to falsification, your theory. So there's always going to be limits to how you use arguments, whether it's abductive. And abductive is really the inference to the best explanation. So we see phenomena in a certain way, and we say, okay, well, what explains this? You have theory 1, 2, and 3. Theory 1 explains it best. For example, I left dog food for my dog at home, and I don't have a dog. I'm just making this as an example. And then when I came back, the bowl was empty. So my inference to the best explanation that the dog ate the dog food. I don't have anyone else at home that would eat it. I don't have any other dogs. That's my inference. And I'd be happy living my life knowing that the dog ate that food, or my cat, or the goldfish, or whatever animal you want to put in this equation. But so once again, for me, it satisfies my kind of skeptical need. But for other people, they say, well, actually, it could be the grandma that she not opened the door, she has a key, and she ate the dog food from the bowl. And the level of skepticism will start to rise when the stakes start to become higher for the atheist. So although you have three, you have, abduction, you have deduction, you have induction. All of them suffer from limitations. And if we're being honest, every single one of them, everything suffers. I mean, you can doubt almost anything. I mean, the most fundamental phrase that was almost uttered in all of philosophy, which is cogito ergo sum, uttered by Descartes. I think, therefore I am. He went through a whole skeptical, he has a book called The Meditations, and he went through a whole skeptical episode, and I think it's 6 chapters, and he says, I doubt my senses, I doubt this, and I doubt that. And then at the end he says, there's one thing I don't doubt, I think, therefore I am. And then this kind of laid the foundation for everything else. And so if this lays the foundation for everything else, I think, therefore I am, then you think, okay, no one's going to come after and be able to poke holes at this. But actually Nietzsche comes out, when you say I, you're presupposing, that you exist when you say I think. And others said, well, actually, you're presupposing language as well when you say I think, therefore I am, because you're using language in order to communicate that. Syntactically, you're using language. So even the most and this is a branch of logical or philosophical foundationism, or rational, foundationalism, where really you think there's nothing. You've hit rock bottom, but actually even then you can start poking holes. But the truth is, no one lives like that. We live probabilistically. We live on basis of, okay, I'm here now. I'm in a car right now. Could I be in a spaceship? I mean, if we wanted to exhaust all possibilities, it's possible that I'm asleep now and I'm on a spaceship in my dream. That's possible. But I'm willing to bet that I'm not like that. That's not the case. Why? Because I've experienced this before, because of a range of probabilistic factors that I experience, and I'm willing to risk whatever it is I'm going to risk to believe that I'm actually in my car, not asleep, and so on and so forth. So these are the matters. I mean, if you want to be skeptical, we can always be very skeptical, right? You can even be skeptical with your skepticism, and it becomes infinitely regressive. But if you'll see the sincerity of an atheist or an agnostic or whatever it is, if they are willing to employ the same level of skepticism they do on a day-to-day life with the conversation about the purpose of life and the ultimate origins and so on and so on. If they don't do that, then really I would say, unless you're doing it for video purposes, like if you're making a video and showing the absurdity of this person's argument, I would say this person's actually a waste of time. I'd still present the arguments, but I actually do think if they say, well, what about this, and they give you some ridiculous examples, say, okay, maybe more interesting, and then I just kind of leave the scene, because
honestly, listen, we've had atheists on here saying they don't use a regular doctor if they've not checked out that he's a doctor, or just to challenge a narrative, or they won't use a particular gadget unless they know how it works. Because the idea, because I always say to them, look, you believe many things in your day-to-day life that you don't verify. Exactly. But they actually claim that they do verify these things, and that's where it goes absurd.
I mean, it's embarrassing when they say that, because the whole of science now, like when we study science in school and beyond, we study it through textbooks. Now, no one's going to go and recreate, 1,000 experiments. If we know 1,000 scientific facts, which I'm sure a lot of us, especially the Dr. Imran, maybe he knows 10,000 or 100,000. For us laymen, we have maybe 100, something like this. But for all scientific facts that I've learned, and I'm sure the doctor as well, right? He hasn't gone into the laboratory, putting on the lab coat and getting the same numbers of participants and so on, and kind of say, oh, you prescribe, whatever it is you prescribe to your patients, but you haven't actually seen its effect in the laboratory. You actually depend upon the testimony of those people that peer-reviewed whatever it is drug.
100%, yeah, 100%.
Right, it has to be like that. Otherwise, it's absurd. And so if they try and eliminate this testimony, then it's ridiculous. Then we can start denying the Holocaust and stuff like that. We can start denying everything, really. We can start denying historical facts. We can start denying World War One actually happened. But they don't live their lives like that. And so if they have any kind of discussion, they're not going to do so on the pretense that, or these things didn't happen. So at the end of the day, I feel a lot of these atheists are just deceived. It's self-delusion. Is to really know the sincere one from the insincere one is when you start to probe their expectations on this point. I think that's where the starting point should be. If you have a friend who's, to be honest, I was working maybe about 8 years ago. Now I was about 19 years old, right, man? 10 years ago, yeah. So about 10 years ago, I was working in the city, and I had a manager. I'm not going to mention his name. He's a manager, and I was selling land at a time. I was a land broker. I was selling land, and the guy, he was a vehement atheist, and I would try and give him dawah, and so on. And this was before, obviously, YouTube generation, all that. I was giving him dawah, and giving the rest of the team in the office. I was giving them all dawah. And then one day, something happened to him, and he started like calling for God and stuff. And I said to him, "Well, I thought you were an atheist." And he genuinely, he said, "Look, when I said to him, when you're in need, do you do this regularly? Like when you're in need, you call for God?" He said, "Yeah." And I just thought, so, but you were just debating me on the, lunchtime, saying how ridiculous it was for God to exist. But it's like your psychological disposition changes when your life changes, and that's what the Quran says. A lot of these individuals, when they go and they have like a life-altering situation, they're on the sea or something like that, and something bad happens to them, they cry to God. When they come back to the shore, they go back to, polytheism, or in this case, atheism. And so the problem, I think this is I would call this the fundamental problem with discussions of atheists, that they have different standards for different discourses. This is what, like, honestly, my experience has told me, speaking to dozens, if not hundreds of atheists throughout the years. They have different standards for different discourses, but all discourses are actually the same kind of thing. And I'm not saying, by the way, the evidentiary bar should be the same in all discourses. But what I'm saying is, why do you raise the evidentiary bar to an impossible standard when you talk about God? Like, in this country, we have like courts, right? So we have civil courts and then you have criminal courts. And for the civil courts, they say on the basis of probability. They actually use that language. They say on the basis of probability, this is what happened, and that's enough to get, because that's why in this kind, it's quite clever, right? Criminal convictions, they say beyond reasonable doubt. They say beyond reasonable doubt. Obviously, there's a large degree of subjectivity there, but all they're saying is that we just need more evidence. We need the cumulative case to be more. But what the atheists effectively saying is that we are not accepting, or not all of them, but in these cases, we're not accepting on base of probability, and we're not even accepted beyond reasonable doubt. We're not accepting any of this. We're going to continue being skeptical at every stage. And I feel like that is the fundamental point. If that is the case, then we'll have to wait and see, when we die, what's going to happen. That's all I can. If I were literally not being filmed or something, and I feel like, because when I'm being filmed, like I'm sure you do as well, we see people, we talk through them, because after a while you think this guy's antagonistic, he's hostile. We don't care about, like, sorry to say, we do care about you, but we care more about the people that are watching now, because at this stage we just want to see the absurdity. We want them to see the absurdity of what you're saying. We want to really demolish your arguments. But if I was on day to day and I'm at work and there's a colleague who just keeps being, it's a waste of time to engage with them, really, I would say.
Yeah.
If they keep being ultra skeptical and whatever, just say, okay, well, to you, your religion, and to me, whatever religion that may be, or to you, your way, and me, my way, and let's find out until when we die. And the best time.
One thing to that. Can I just add one thing to that, and then let Imran speak. You see, when I'm speaking to atheists, to be honest with you, I'm not really trying to convince them to believe in a creator.
Yeah.
All I'm trying to demonstrate to them is that my belief in a creator is rational, reasonable, and logical. I don't care whether they accept it or not, to be honest with you. It's just that I want to make sure my position that I'm holding is a solid, reasonable position. You know what I mean? If they're going to be skeptical and they're going to don't even acknowledge they exist and all this kind of stuff, that's got nothing to do with what I believe. Do you get me? So, and I think this is what will lead us on to why. So the idea of God, when we see God, I don't like using the word God. I'll be honest with you. When I speak to an atheist, they use the word more than I do. I try not to mention it at all. Yeah. I put God in the title of this though, to bait the atheists into the room. Yeah. Because they need to, because they're always asking for this evidence. So, like I say, this will lead us on to when we say God or Creator or Allah, what are we referring to? Because they have this kind of Christology style, old man in the clouds. That's why they go on about sky wizard and all this kind of business. I think it's interesting to demonstrate what we actually believe when we say a creator or God. What we're referring to.
As Muslims, what we believe is obviously how our idea of Allah, the creator, the ultimate creator, basically describes himself. But I like to differentiate between, when we're talking to atheists, I don't introduce them to the mercy of God. I don't introduce them to the love of God. I don't introduce them to a lot of the attributes, the forgiveness or the forgiving nature of God, because these things, for the most part, I'll agree that if you are going to make an argument from first principles, it's going to be very tenuous. It's going to be difficult to prove those particular attributes, or it's going to be way more difficult than proving, for example, oneness and omnipotence and will and necessity and so on. And so, for the purposes of discussing it with an atheist, what we're talking about is the ultimate cause. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about basically the thing which, and it's okay to call God a thing because he calls himself that in the Quran. قُلْ أَيُّ شَيْءٍ أَكْبَرُ الشَّهَادَةِ قُلِ اللَّهُ. What thing is the best in testimony? Say Allah. This is so the entity, okay, the entity that basically breaks the infinite regress of dependent things and breaks the infinite regress of causes. We're talking about something which, if it didn't exist, an absurdity would exist. Either an absurdity of causes or infinite regress of causes. That is an absurdity by the standards of almost all philosophers throughout the ages, or an absurdity of an infinite regress of dependent things. So we're talking about an entity which allows us to make sense of the world without contradiction, without the contradiction of an infinite regress of causes or an infinite regress of dependent things. We're talking about the eternal thing which everything depends upon, and it depends upon nothing. And how we come to that conclusion requires argumentation. I would make that postulation just abstractly. I'd require space to obviously articulate why it is the case that you can't have an infinite regress of causes or infinite regress of dependent things. But basically, when we're talking about God on a basic level, we're basically talking about, from the Islamic perspective, what Surah Al-Ikhlas refers to, which is Qul huwallahu ahad, say he's God, one and only. So it's one God without a second, right? Or a third or a fourth. Allahu Samad, the entity which everything depends upon and it depends upon everything. They translate as the sovereign, but this Samadiyya is basically this idea that everything depends upon it, where it depends upon nothing. That is what's, for me, yasmudu ilayhi al-ashya. Tasmudu ilayhi al-ashya, that everything depends upon it and it depends upon nothing. That's what Samad is. Lam yalid wa lam yulad is he begets not, nor is he begotten. But as a lot of the commentators say, that indicates pre-eternality and post-eternality as well. So we're talking about the one eternal thing which everything depends upon, and it depends upon nothing. That's what we're talking about on the base level. And I think that the moment, all I'm trying to do with an atheist is get them to believe in that. If they believe in that, then they've left their atheism. And then stage two would be Quranic arguments, would be prophetic arguments. And with that comes all the rest of the attributes and so on. Because I don't think so many of the attributes can be proven from first principles. It is actually textual.
Imran, do you want to?
So I think Jazakallah khair, that's really good laying out. So in going right back to the epistemology of people, talking to atheists and establishing with them sort of routes to knowledge. One of the things that you find is that even though they may accept argumentation as a valid mechanism of attaining knowledge, they seem to give it less weight than other types of evidence. So they almost don't think it's as valuable as a method of attaining knowledge. And when it comes to this, the skepticism that we see when it comes to discussing God, they often, you get this catchphrase which is sort of well known, that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Yeah.
So I think the thing that comes to mind is for those people who would say that, or who would feel that maybe logical argumentation or philosophical argumentation isn't a valid way or as valid a way as other ways, and usually they're referring to materialistic ways or instrumentalism or something like this. Those are not the argumentation isn't as valid as other ways of attaining knowledge. How would you approach to sort of trying to show that yes they are, and how then this question of is the claim for the existence of this necessary being an extraordinary claim? And I've often argued that it isn't, but I was wondering what your perspective might be.
Well, I think that this point of extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence is itself a claim which requires evidence, right? So because they've done two things here which are bypasses. I would call them bypasses. Is that they have they've made a claim without evidence, which contradicts their first point, which extraordinary. Because I'll say, what's your evidence that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence? And for the most part, they can't produce empirical evidence for that claim. In fact, it's impossible for them to produce, going back to empiricism, empirical evidence for the claim that. And this, I think, was from Christopher Hitchens. Remarkable claims come from. Yeah, I mean, that's the first issue. The second issue is labeling it as an extraordinary claim. Because what's the evidence that this? Because in the world of epistemology, right, all claims are equal. I mean, if we're not talking about the arguments from probability, because I understand that obviously in that world things are different. But I'm talking about, because when you use the word extraordinary, what do you actually mean? Why is it extraordinary? Like, on what basis is something extraordinary to something not being extraordinary? There's no scientific method, if you like, or mathematical method, or even logical method of distinguishing extraordinary claims from non-extraordinary. Therefore, the language that's being used is not scientific language, it's not logical language, and I don't even think it's neutral language. It's basically it's a type of language, a hyperbolized, exaggerated type of language, intended only to depict the far-fetchedness of particular religious discourses, which doesn't have it. It was really a weightless kind of claim. So when we talk about types of claim, so if we're talking about mathematical claims or logical claims, I know what you're talking about, you know what I'm talking about. But the moment you start saying extraordinary claims, you're employing a great level of subjectivity into that discourse. Because for me, what's an extraordinary claim is different to what's an extraordinary claim for you. So I would start by saying this type of language gets us nowhere, because you're using subjective value judgment to label something as extraordinary, when in fact there's nothing scientific about making one set of claims extraordinary versus another set of claims, which you might find, like for some, like Nietzsche, for example. Go back to Nietzsche. He wrote a book called Beyond Good and Evil. Okay, and for him, he was a high critic of science and the scientific method. But when he had like a mental breakdown, and this is why I say a lot of these guys are just, when it comes to standards, they have double standards. They don't live their life based on their principles. When it came to his mental breakdown, and before he died, he went to a doctor. But what happened to his philosophizing of the point that, you know, science is so corrigible to the point of being almost extraordinary to believe in? That high level skepticism really didn't materialize in his day-to-day. Therefore, I would start by saying this language, this is how easily to talk in cross purposes when you use subjective value judgments rather than measurable or specific type of language. So if I say, for example, mathematical claims require mathematical evidence. I think that's a very clear what I'm saying. If I want to prove how 2 + 2 = 4, or if I want to prove quadratic expressions, I'm going to do so using mathematics. I'm not going to do so using, physics. Although physics depends on. I'm not going to do so using, I don't know, biology or something. It's not this. It's not the same category. It would be a category mistake, a fallacy.
Yeah.
But where you can't, basically, this is how we summarize this kind of this objection. Where you can't determine a category mistake fallacy, okay, if I don't speak in the same category terms, then what you're saying is basically subjective, and is something which, so in other words, if I say mathematical claims require mathematical evidence, if you use something else to try and determine mathematical evidences, I'll say you're doing a category mistake fallacy. If you're saying extraordinary, but extraordinary is, this is not a category of extraordinary things. And if it were to be a universal transcendental category, it would have to be subjectively assessed. In logical terms, it's not a set that underneath it has constituent parts, because a set is defined as something with 0 or more than one member, right? So it's not a set or a category universal that underneath it there's so many things. It doesn't fall within that purview. For that reason, this language has to be identified as totally subjective, and basically allows us to speak cross purposes and gets us nowhere in discussion. That's why I would basically start by saying, and yeah, I'll agree with you in saying that it's, for us, it wouldn't be like, if we want to talk subjectively, for me, it's not an extraordinary claim. But you say, yes, it is an extraordinary claim, and then we can both speak subjectively, but there's no measurable way of coming to a conclusion here.
Yeah. And it's funny that when an atheist actually says those words, he thinks it's a mic drop moment.
Yeah.
He's watched it on a YouTube clip somewhere. I think one guy just said it, didn't he, in some kind of conversation, I think, if I'm not wrong.
I think it's Christopher Hitchens was like a sophist, a proper sophist, but he beat most people in his debates because of his ability to outwit them and outcharm them. Rhetorical skills, rhetorical skills as well. But really, if you transcribe what he said and what his opponent said, I think that you'll realize his opponents probably won him and beat him in most debates. But if you watch it, you'll think he's beating everyone.
Okay, well, yeah, that's the softest way, isn't it? Okay, so we've touched on the argument for contingency. So, how would we demonstrate to atheists that our belief in an uncaused cause of all that exists is a rational belief to hold?
Yeah, so this is what I would say.
I usually use the kalam. I'll be honest with you. You know, everything begins to exist requires a cause.
Yeah, that's good. I think that works. The only thing is that a lot of people, like nowadays, have started to question premise 2, and it becomes a long discussion. If they don't question premise 2, then no problem, which is everything begins to exist as a cause. The universe began to exist. If they don't say the universe is eternal or this and that, which, I mean, for all intents and purposes, they can say that. It won't stunt this discussion, and you can just say, well, the universe, therefore the universe has a cause, and then you can proceed to talk about infinite regresses and so on. But the reason why I use contingency, personally, I prefer it, is it's a bit longer to make the argument in the first instance, but the counters to it are much less. Whereas the Kalam cosmological argument can be made in 3 minutes, but the counters to it are much more. And I prefer, I mean, you can decide to have a long introductory stage and then a shorter subsequent stage, or vice versa. For me, I just prefer putting everything out there so that when they come to try and refute it, there's literally almost nothing that they can say, because what they usually do with the kalam is that they'll question causation. Okay, they'll question, or they'll question the universe began to, because these are the two major things that they'll do with it. Whereas with the contingency argument, I don't need causation for the contingency argument to be made. So when I make the contingency argument, I'm just saying that so all I'm saying is that they cannot be, I'm going to try and summarize this in the shortest possible time, there cannot be an infinite regress of dependent things. That is a logical impossibility. So for example, the phone that I'm using now to film this, it depends upon something else, and that the charge depends upon something else, and that depends upon something else. And when we talk about dependence, we'll talk about relies upon something else in order for it to exist. So the category here is existence. So if we're talking about category, the category is existence. And we're saying that, okay, my phone exists. Everyone agrees. If you're an empiricist, you'd agree. If you're not an empiricist, you'd still agree. If you're a dualist or an idealist, whatever it is you are, unless you want to be an extreme skeptic and say, I don't exist, the phone doesn't exist, in which case, if you're such an extreme skeptic, would say, then is that claim that you're making, is that a true claim? And then it will be a problem for that individual. But that's a different discussion. The point is there cannot be an infinite regress of things depending upon other things ad infinitum. Because then the question is, what does it all depend upon to exist? If this phone depends upon something else, and this something else depends upon something else, and that something else depends upon something else, in order to exist, and in order to exist should be highlighted here, then it has to ultimately have something which everything depends upon, and it depends upon nothing. Otherwise, you would have an infinite regress of dependent things. So think of it like dominoes falling upon each other. If you have dominoes knocking upon each other, then that image there should show you that, okay, one dependent domino knocks another dependent domino, knocks another dependent domino, knocks another, and if they're all falling, that shows you that they're all dependent, and therefore they cannot all stand still, stand high, without there being some kind of foundation that they will lean upon. Likewise, if you go to the sea, right, you don't have to see that the sea floor, you don't have to see the sea floor to realize that the sea is basically being lifted by something. Because you know the nature of water, it falls, right? So we know that water is, especially in the gravitational world that we live in, if water falls and you go to the sea and the sea doesn't have a sea floor, then what is it basically being balanced upon? So you'd conclude there's a sea floor, even though you haven't seen it. So we're saying that the world and existence works in an analogous way. And that's why Allah's, actually, from an Islamic perspective, is called the Qayyum. And the Qayyum comes from Qama Yaqumu, that's why Qad Qamat as-Salah, which literally means stand for prayer, because he's making everything stand. Literally, that's because everything depends on him in order to exist, and he depends upon nothing. That is one of the words, and Samad is very similar to the word Qayyum in that sense. So from those angles, we're saying logically, how do you explain? This would be the question I always ask them. How can you explain a world with only things that depend upon other things that depend upon other things ad infinitum? In order to maintain a position that is the case, you'd have to explain how that is the case. How could it be that things depend upon, in order to exist, other things that depend upon other things ad infinitum? If they say, no, we don't believe that, we do believe that there is something that everything depends upon, and it depends upon nothing, then we've reached the point of Surah Al-Ikhlas, which is basically, that's what we're, the khalas. I believe now, atheism, it's impossible to believe in atheism and believe in that at the same time. You've at least reached a point of deism. Now atheism has gone out the window. You're at least a deist at this point.
Yeah, I'd agree.
So I think it's a very powerful argument. So one of the things that helps people to maybe understand a little bit more is this thing, we're using the term contingent and incontingent. So how would an individual, if they're trying to assess this for themselves, know the difference between something that is contingent and something that is not contingent? How would they be able to differentiate the two things? Because in our experience, we don't know of a incontingent thing in our experience, apart from the creator, because this is the argument that's being made. So how does a person differentiate between something that's incontingent and something that isn't? What are the ways of doing that?
All right, philosophically, Avicenna, who's Ibn Sina, right? He says this. He says, and obviously we don't agree with all of his views, and I don't want to go into this, but I just look at philosophical arguments. We try and filter those things which are theologically fine and those which are not. But he says basically something which is contingent is something which can be taken out of creation and no absurdity would occur. Something which can be taken out of the world and no absurdity would occur. That's the definition. But also something which depends upon something else in order to exist. Those two things. So something which depends upon something else. So for example, the human being. The human being. And by the way, Allah says that in the Quran. Were they created from nothing, or are they themselves the creator themselves? In other words, without my parents, I couldn't be here. They were an effective cause for me. So I was contingent upon my parents, and they're contingent upon their parents. That's something which is observable, right? So observably, we can see that, okay, there's contingency there. But also, if I were to be taken out of this world, just as there was a time that I wasn't in this world, no absurdity would occur.
Yeah.
When we're talking about absurdities, this is to be in contradistinction to impossibilities. So a contingent thing is demarcated from a impossible thing, because an impossible thing cannot be in the world. A squared circle cannot actually be in the world. So the category of impossible things has no members, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
If you want to describe it in set terms, it has no members. Whereas the category of contingent things has a finite amount of members, and that set or that category encompasses everything which, in order for it to exist, requires something else, either preceding it in, it doesn't have to be time, or for it to be required for it. So it doesn't have to be proceeding in time format, but it just has to, without it wouldn't be, basically. Without X, Y wouldn't be.
Right.
And that basically, that formula can be expressed for almost everything observable, basically. Everything observable, everything tangible, everything within the world fits the formula. Without X, Y wouldn't be.
Okay.
And so, just to summarize, so basically, if something could not have existed without affecting anything, that thing is contingent. And the other thing that you mentioned is that if it's clearly requiring something else for it to be as it is.
The first thing was, so to be taken out of creation, no absurdity would exist.
Yeah.
So creation would not collapse upon itself. There would be no impossibilities that would exist, contradictions or logical impossibilities. Basically that. So, for example, let me give you a maybe not trivial, but maybe an example that will help understand the law of non-contradiction. Whether you want to believe it empirically or in a Platonic way or whatever. If that law itself didn't exist, then contradictions would exist. So the law has to exist. So if you remove it, then there'll be contradictions. And that's why in the category of facts, okay, the law of non-contradiction is axiomatic and it's also necessary.
Yeah.
Just like 2 + 2 = 4 is a necessary fact. But that's the category here is facts.
Yeah.
And what we're talking about with the creator is the category of existence. So in the category of existence, if you take the necessary existence out, then everything else doesn't make sense. Everything else would collapse, basically. Whereas in the category of facts, there's so many examples of facts that if you take them out, contradictions would occur. But what's more foundational, facts or existence? We would say existence is more foundational, because without existence, there could be no facts, because facts have to exist. So in other words, existence is presupposed in facts, and facts not presupposed in existence. And therefore, the master key category is existence, and we say therefore the necessary existence is required. Otherwise, nothing would make sense. There would be a contradiction. You wouldn't be able to explain anything. You wouldn't be able to explain the existence of any contingent thing without there ultimately being a necessary existence.
Excellent. So one of the common questions associated, Hamza, there's one of the common questions that's often asked, and I've seen it a few times in the chat, actually scrolling up, is that okay? We can see that everything observable is contingent within the universe, but does that automatically, or is there a way of justifying the claim that therefore the universe itself is contingent? Can you have a set of contingent things where the set itself isn't contingent?
You can have. That's why this is the fallacy of composition.
Okay.
So there's two fallacies. They're informal fallacies. One of them is called the fallacy of composition. The other one's called the fallacy of division, and they're both the opposite of each other. So the fallacy of composition is if one says, "Well, hold on. If you say parts of the elephant are small, therefore the elephant is small."
Yeah.
This is a fallacy. Right, because you're saying the part can be generalized to the whole. It goes actually back to induction in a sense, right? That there is a close connection between the two. But we're not saying that because the part. This is not the argument. That's something which usually people say as a counter to the Kalam cosmological argument, because we say everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist. Therefore, the universe had a cause. They'll ask you, well, with the first premise, and this is one of the counters, actually the counters of Bertrand Russell. He was who popularized the composition fallacy. He said, the first thing, everything that begins to exist has a cause. How do you determine that? They'll say, well, you determine that because everything that we can see around us, began to exist. The tree began to exist. I began to exist, right? And so inductively, we say that therefore the universe began to exist because it's under this category of things we call thing, and therefore the universe has a cause. So the problem here is then someone will come back, and this is the most famous and probably the most powerful, to be open about this argument against. They'll say, well, you're saying just because the parts of a thing possess property A, that the thing itself possesses property A. In the famous discussion between Copleston and Bertrand Russell, which actually you can find online, he said it's like saying that just because the individual members of human race have a mother, that must mean that the human race has a mother. He was saying that's a composition fallacy. But once again, it's like saying that just because the elephant is made up of small parts, therefore the elephant is small. This is a composition fallacy. Two responses. Number one, not everything fits the fallacious form. In other words, you can conceive of situations where the part of the thing is in line with the totality of it. So that's the first thing. So for example, we said that the example of the elephant having small parts but being big is fallacious reasoning. But you can have a wall that's made up of red bricks, for example, or blue bricks, and it's blue in its entirety. So it's not necessarily fallacious always. It is a leap you have to make when you're saying everything that begins with has a cause, because we're seeing everything has everything within the thing has a cause. And for that, what I would say is this: a syllogism that's prepared nicely for the universe objection, okay, which is actually I can't attribute it to myself. This is attributed to. And once again, when I quote these guys, I'm not endorsing their theologies, all right? They're all classed as heretics Islamically, but but they have gems, and I just try and extrapolate those gems. I think this was by Farabi, right, which is one of the philosophers before Avicenna, Ibn Sina. So he says this. He says anything that is made up. This is called basically it's an argument from parts, right? Anything that is made out of parts is generated. Okay, so that's premise A. Anything that is made out of parts is generated. The universe is made out of parts. Therefore, the universe is generated. Okay.
Yeah.
So if everything is made out of parts, this is how I would combat this composition first. Anything that is made out of parts is generated. The universe is made out of parts. Therefore, the universe. How do we know that everything that is made out of parts is generated? Because in order for something to exist, if it has parts, it depends upon those parts to be. In other words, if you reassemble them or disassemble them, it will be something else in its entirety. In other words, in order for it to be as it is, it has to have all those parts arranged the way it's arranged, in whatever formulation it is. But it's possible to conceive of a universe that would still be a universe if it didn't have certain members within it. And if you believe in the expanding universe model, which is, let's say for the sake of argument, still the dominant, my understanding, and I'm not a cosmologist, still the dominant cosmology around, though Penrose and co are kind of moving away from that and going to like other models. But even if you, that's another objection, by the way, but then the expanding model is more evidence towards that, because you'll say, well, it's expanding, meaning it's getting bigger. And if it's getting bigger, then once again, what it was yesterday is different to what it is today. And if that is the case, then once again, that shows you that the thing is changing. And for it to change, it contradicts its necessity, it contradicts its eternality, it contradicts so many things, and it's and so on. But the three-stage argument for why the universe can't be the necessary existence is: A, anything that is made out of parts is contingent. It's generated.
Yeah.
The universe is made out of parts, therefore the universe is generated.
Alhamdulillah.
I have one other objection to the Kalam argument, talking about time, saying that time only began when the universe came into existence. So how can you have cause when there's no time. This is one argument I've heard. What's the easiest response to that?
Hamza's also usually gives a thought of experiment where he found from David Hume, where he talks about like conceptually this pillow, and then it's kind of like got an indented.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Have you heard that one? Yeah.
Where someone like sits down on a sofa or something, they create the dent.
Yeah, yeah, press the dent in there. So you can imagine that. But for me, I mean, once again, my contingency argument I like to advocate is not something which depends on time at all.
No, I know, but I'm talking about the cause, the kalam, because when you say cause, you're implying there must be some time to do that. For me, it's just there must be some time we're not aware of. I mean, time as we know it may be coming to existence.
So in philosophy, there's two theories. It's A and B theory of time, right? If someone was a proponent, if someone is making the claim that there was no time before, if they say t equals 0, okay, and this is the example that they'll give, they'll say there was no time within the universe that existed and so on, and therefore what the cause happened had to happen outside of time, or how could it happen outside of time? These kinds of objections. The objection that, or the claim that they're making requires evidence that there was no time. Time equals 0. Because first of all, what we have to understand is what, and this might get a bit complicated now, what is time? Because first of all, in philosophy, and especially in Islamic theology as well, interestingly, there's different conceptions of it. So a nominalist would say, like Ibn Taymiyyah, quite interestingly, he didn't even believe time existed as a category. He said time is just speed. He didn't mention speed over distance, or he didn't mention the physics term, but he just says is events happening, event A and event B, and that which is between the two events. So a nominalist, I could be even more skeptical than the person who's saying that time didn't exist before the universe was created, and say that time still doesn't exist, because universals, categories like time and genuses, basically like, okay, sorry to go back, a genus is basically like a master category. So for example, if I say fatherhood, right, or motherhood doesn't exist. You could argue, right, as a category is only identified by its members. So if I say the idea of horseness, how do we identify what horseness is? We do so through its individual members. So you have horses, like horse 1, horse 2, horse 3. We have horses, right, in the world, right? The quality of horseness is determined by the members of a category. If we got rid of all the horses, would horseness still be there? So the question of do universals exist in the first place is a question that philosophers have been grappling with. For us, we don't necessarily care, to be honest about it, because what is time in its essence? In a physics format, they say speed over distance. Is that correct? Yeah. Speed over distance equals time. T equals what? S over D, right? If from what I remember, I might be incorrect here. But so long as you, and this is the argument from Al-Ghazali actually uses this argument. He says that so long as you believe in time, you have to believe in someone who's moving. Because if you believe in time, you have to believe in someone who's moving, because time indicates movement. Without movement, basically, there is no time. And even physics, it's like that in physics. Because if time equals speed over distance, there has to be some kind of movement going on, right? Otherwise, how can you have speed over, like, think of this, right? If I have a car and I'm not covering distance with speed, then I'm not moving. Likewise, if there's no events that are happening, there's no time. Okay, so it's begging the question to say, well, time equals 0 before the universe began, because you're trying to say that there was no event that took place before the universe. Did you get what I'm trying to say?
Exactly.
Yeah. So you're trying to say that before the universe, there was. You're making the. If you say there was no time before the universe, what you're saying was that there were no events before the Big Bang. That's what you're saying. And for me, that's begging the question, because remember, we say that what is time? Time is speed over distance, or well, you can even just say, for the sake of argument, movement. Time equals movement, right? For the sake of argument. And for movement to happen, there needs to be events that take place. Event A and event B. And if you say before the universe there was time equals 0, then effectively you're making the claim that there were no events before the universe. And that claim itself requires evidence.
Yeah.
That actually demolishes multiverse. I mean, it demolishes so many things that these physicists are talking about. If you say that there was no such events that took place before the universe. So when they say it equals 0 at the universe, what you're effectively making the claim about is that there were no events that took place pre-Big Bang. And for them to make that claim, they would have to provide the evidence. But then if you reformulate it for them, because remember, time, what is time? Time is just movement. That's all it is.
Yeah,
Fantastic answer. Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It's kind of what I say, to be honest with you. I just basically say, well, look, something happened, so there must have been some kind of time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think
whether you understand it or not,
Stone Cold. This was a problem, man. When I'm jibber jabber waffling and you say it like in one sentence like that.
All right. So I would basically say then everything we've said so far is just basically demonstrating that we believe from the argument from contingency that there must be a necessary being, and that for us is evidence of a creator. Would you not? That's basically what we're saying, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. So what it depends on what you're talking like now at this point of creator. Now they're gonna ask, what do you mean by creator?
When I say creator, I just say necessary being. I don't mind.
Yeah, okay. I mean something once again, I think cause is more neutral than creation, but once again, the moment you start saying there's an ultimate cause, then really and truly it becomes almost a synonym with the word creation, because whatever caused the thing is now, if it's the first thing, it's created it, right? It's brought into existence. It wasn't there before, especially if you believe in ex nihilo. Like it happened from nothing.
Yeah, because when I use the Kalam argument, me personally, and I just get to an uncaused cause, then I believe the qualities of this uncaused cause, it must be powerful because it's caused something more powerful than anything we know. It must be intelligent through what it's caused. It must be conscious for choosing to cause. I don't believe all knowing and at that stage, but then anything else we learn about, if you want to go into the the attributes of Allah, then that will come through whatever that cause reveals about itself, and that's when we come to religion. But we want to just what I'm happy with for this stream to do today is just to establish that belief that necessary being is reasonable to believe exists, and this is evidence enough to accept that belief. I think the atheists are in the chat ready to go. There is one atheist I'm not going to invite on, T-Jump, a few reasons. He falls into that category, what you said about the hyper-skepticism, not knowing if you exist, are you a jar in a room or whatever. It's just too hyper-skeptic, for one. For two, I've read comments. I've allowed him to take, because he came on Sabor's stream, mashallah, and I allowed him to take the video clips. And when I read the comments on his channel, he actually says these words. No, I don't really care what they say, just as long as I get the views. So for me, that person's got no integrity. It's so disingenuous, and I'm not going to allow that person to build a platform based on.
So what are you going to tell him?
Well, that's it. Because he says a lot of crazy stuff. He says a lot of crazy stuff, but it's so far out there that I don't think it's suitable for what we're doing anyway. And like I said, if someone's not interested in truth, which is what we're doing here, then go find someone who's like that, but with a speak to Pavlov or something. But so T-Jump,
and that's the bottom line.
It is what it is, right. So the link out there. Atheists, you want to jump on? What we'll do, we'll see how the atheists go. And then, inshallah, if you don't mind, we'll invite Muslims to come and ask maybe some Dawah dilemma questions and some things they've got stuck on when they're speaking to atheists. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm happy. We're happy, man.
Okay, we've got a couple lined up already, so I'm going to invite the first one on now. Welcome to the den.
Hi there.
How are you doing? Welcome. Let me just take my little banner off so we can see who you are.
Is that T-Jump?
No, that's Digital Gnosis.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Hi.
So
I'm actually under the power of Satan, and I've been sent here to lead Muslims to hell. Just before we talk or anything, I want you guys to be aware of that. Just so you know, I don't want to be accused of being dishonest or anything.
That's fine.
Yeah, go on, Karen. Good point.
No, that's it.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Yeah, I just didn't want you to think I was being dishonest or anything, but I'm completely under the power of Satan.
Right, do you have a question?
Well, yeah,
Anything else, Alan?
yeah. Well, for example, I got like I can tell you why the argument that was given was wrong, because everything that happens according to Allah's will. There aren't any contingent things to be the first.
What was the argument given?
The argument given would be which of Aquinas' ways is it? Is it the third way of Aquinas, or
It's third way, yeah.
yeah? So there are possible, like you've got to accept Aristotelianism in the first place, right? There are possible things, because he's not using the terms in like the modal sense that like a modern person would put them together. He's using like something that's dependent on itself for its own existence, or dependent on something else for its own existence. So that's that I'm guessing you're going with that one rather than like some kind of modal, like there's things that exist in some possible worlds and all possible worlds, and all possible worlds is a necessary thing. And then you're saying, well, something that depends on something else for its own existence, you can't have an infinite regress of those things, so there must be some necessary things, and then you can't have an infinite regress of necessary things, so there must be sorry, you.
Yeah, I think you didn't articulate the argument in the way that I did.
No, probably not.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So long as you're aware of that.
Yeah. I'm just kind of like paraphrasing, but yeah, I don't think that's exactly what you said. To be honest, though, I kind of zoned out for a fair amount of it as well, and I'm also really stupid.
Just so I understand, you paraphrase what you thought you said.
Well, I'm also really stupid as well, because 5 people in the chat have told me how stupid I am, and I just want to say I am really stupid. So that's also why I can't recall what was just.
All right, latest dude. Oh, seriously, come on, man. Sorry, ask questions. You a Muslim?
Agnostic, theist, special label.
Can I just say something really brief?
Can I ask you some questions? Obviously I don't want to waste time. Like some of these, like in the chat, some of the atheists are embarrassing, to be honest. But yeah, so I wanted to make a comment and actually challenge one of the things you said.
Okay.
So right, so one of the comments that I wanted to make was that, I was reading a book. It's called Britain BC, so Britain before. And what they do is like they'll go around Stonehenge and they'll see circles arranged. Stones arranged in a circle, and they'll make an assumption and they'll say someone put this way. When you look like a DNA molecule, which is infinitely more complex, how can you say it's random? It's so silly. But that's just one thing I wanted to say. Now, the thing about the contingency argument is that, have you heard of Arthur Penrose's CCC model, where it's in like a cyclical kind of universe kind of thing? So I kind of think that makes a little more sense, because if you think about it, God is also contingent, but on himself. So why can't you have an eternal universe that is contingent on itself in a CCC type model going round? And this would make more sense, I think, because God wouldn't have to create ex nihilo. No, sorry, this universe won't have to create ex nihilo, whereas God does. And you can say it's an argument from ignorance, but isn't everything? Then you could just say that about everything, and they could just say that contingent things can depend on each other.
Okay, yeah, I think there's some interesting interrogations there. I'd like to just kind of put your attention. There's an echo in there. Can you mute?
Sorry, yeah, I'll mute myself.
Sorry. Yeah, so in terms of eternality of the universe, it should be noted that most people who made this argument in the medieval period and classically in the Greek period actually believed they were eternalists. So, for example, Aristotle, he didn't make this argument. He didn't flesh it out, but he was an eternalist, and he did believe in the eternity of the universe. Nevertheless, he did believe in prime mover. In his book, Physics, he elaborates this argument. Avicenna, Al-Farabi, Al-Kindi, and those medieval Muslim scholars, obviously the label that they refer to as Muslim scholars, their theology is shaky from that angle. They were eternalists as well. Okay, so they were making the same argument. So eternality of the universe does not affect the argument, and I'll tell you why. Because you mentioned Roger Penrose's CCC model. I just kind of looked at I think I finished the paper. He recently published a paper talking about this, and he changed his opinion. Penrose. He didn't have this. From what I remember, he believed in Big Bang cosmology, and then he kind of changed his view quite recently. I think in the last 5 or 10 years. I can't remember when it was. But putting that to the side, whether he believes in eternal universe or not, the question is as follows: is the universe dependent or independent? If the universe, so let me ask that question to you: is the universe, in your understanding, is it dependent, is it contingent, or is it independent and necessary? Which one would you choose from the two?
Can you hear me? Is there an echo?
No, it's good now. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. No, definitely the universe is definitely dependent, like in every way, in terms of like beginning, time, space, location, everything about it is dependent. And like you said, one of the fact that it's expanding, and so it has to be dependent on something else. But my point is, what if there's a time outside? So what if it's cyclical? Although cyclical is still contingent. Like a lot of atheists will say, "Oh well, I solved it by making it into a circle." A circle is still infinity. It's still contingent. It's still all. It's in like a circle. But my point is that what if it's outside? So like it's crunching and it's expanding, but it's all in a cycle. Like the ancient Hindu belief, like it's all coming round. The only issue I have is that
Are you saying that it's eternal?
yeah, sorry, yeah, it's eternal,
Yeah.
but it's eternal. It's an eternal mechanism.
Right, I understand. I understand. So you, I think you've kind of solved your. So can you mute it again? Because I can hear the echo again.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think you've solved your own conundrum. All right. If you say that the universe is eternal but dependent, I don't think that's a contradiction in terms. I don't think that's a contradiction in terms. I think that's consistent. But then the question would still be posed: what is it dependent on? Because if you're saying it's dependent, it's eternal and dependent. It's like saying the following, right? And this is exactly the example that Avicenna uses. He says that, look, if you say that the sun rays are dependent, okay, and eternal, let's pretend to believe. Let's pretend, for the sake of argument, to believe in an eternal sun. Okay, the sun is eternal. I know it's just a thought experiment, but if you were to say that the sun rays are eternal, then it must be and dependent. So it's dependent upon the sun, right? So in your understanding, the universe is eternal but dependent. But if the universe is eternal, it still has to be dependent. You see the point? So if it's dependent, you still have this issue of what is it dependent upon. So what is my question? My subsequent question to you would be, this is not a problem. It doesn't affect the argument. My question would be, so in your understanding, what is the universe dependent upon? Is it dependent upon something which is dependent, or is it dependent upon something which is independent?
Yeah. So see, I was thinking it's dependent on itself, just like I said, God is dependent on Himself. So why couldn't there be like an eternal universe which is dependent on itself?
All right, let me answer that. So, sorry, just mute again. Sorry, is it the echo?
don't have muted him.
So, yeah, well, cool. So, so when you define something which is independent, so independent is something which depends upon itself. So if it's dependent upon itself, it's not dependent. It's actually independent. You see the point? So in your understanding, then, is what you're saying, just so I can be very clear, that the universe is independent, or do you want to change your answer to say that the universe is dependent on something which is independent?
Right. So maybe it's based on a misunderstanding of mine, but I get like the universe is contingent. It is definitely contingent. Like empirically, logically, everything it is contingent.
Yeah.
But like, do you get my point when I say God is dependent on Himself? Like God is dependent on His own mind, His own will.
I get what you're saying, but if you say that, if you say if we say something is dependent upon themselves, it's equivalent to saying that something is independent. It's equivalent to saying something is self-sufficient.
Okay, so in like a cyclical model, so could the universe be independent in that sense? It could be like eternal cyclical model. Where would be the issue? Where would the issue be then?
I think once again. So if you say that the universe is eternal, it's different to saying that the universe is independent. Because going back to our example of sun rays and the sun, if we pretend that the universe is in this is contingent but eternal, exactly what you've said. Yeah, it's dependent, but it's also eternal. Then in this analogy, it would be like the sun rays. Okay, so in this case, it requires the sun in order to be generated, in order to be in the first place. So even if it was eternal, even if you believed that the universe is eternal into the past, because it couldn't be eternal into the future, it would have to be pre-eternal, because the future hasn't materialized. If it was pre-eternal, okay, then if that is the case, then it would still be dependent upon something, either dependent or independent. So you see, eternality does not equal necessity. Eternality is a sufficient but not necessary aspect of necessity, but it's not necessity in itself. In other words, in order for something to be necessary, it has to be eternal. But it's not the case that for something to be eternal, it has to be necessary. So in this case, what I'm saying is, even if you wanted to say that the universe was eternal into the past, which is all you can say, you can't say into the future if you believe time still exists, then I would say to you that what is it dependent, what is it contingent upon? In order, what's generating it? What's keeping it going? What's keeping it going in terms of existence? Is it something outside of itself? And if it is, then once again, is that thing dependent or independent? Do you see what I'm saying here?
No, I get you. So, so obviously you're separating eternality and necessity, right? Okay.
Yes.
So, let's say there's a mechanism outside the universe that is eternal, that creates universes. But I know it sounds silly because, like, obviously, if it's like, to me, obviously, I believe, because if it doesn't have agency, then how does it create? Which is silly to think a random process can do that. But I'm just like playing devil's advocate here. So what if it's a mechanism which creates universes, which has a range of issues, but let's say it doesn't, for the argument, it creates, that's eternal, that's not dependent on anything, but just our universe is contingent.
So is that so-called mechanism, is it necessary? Is it independent?
It's necessary.
Yeah, okay, I would agree with you. But the word mechanism here, you have to differentiate between mechanism and agency. Okay, mechanism is talking about how a thing is done, whereas agency refers to volition. It refers to the thing that is doing it. Let me give you an example. When you use the term mechanism, if I was an underground, if I was working in the London Underground, or an engineer of the London Underground, and someone asked me, how does the London Underground work? I'll tell you, look, the London Underground works in the following way, and I'll, outline the engine mechanism, for example. The mechanism is how something works. Yeah, this is what really mechanism is defined as. How something, whereas agency is, volition. It's something or someone, something or someone acting upon will. Okay, see, these two things are different. It's a category mistake. When you say a mechanism does something, a mechanism cannot do something by definition, because a mechanism is how something is, not what something does, or how something does. So a mechanism is what something is. It's a definition of, or it's explaining howness. It's not explaining who-ness or whatness or volition or all of those things. So that mechanism, if you want to detail it as such, must have, if you want to say that, an agency. And if that agency, because mechanism and agency are always differentiated, if that agency is there, then we're practically saying the same thing. We're practically saying there's a necessary agency, which is an independent thing that does. And what that independent thing that does is, in this case, allow other things to be dependent upon it, whilst it itself is not dependent. It itself is not dependent upon anything. And at that stage, we would say you've moved away entirely from atheism, and now you have gone into the deistic or theistic camp, and practically identified with what we would say the basic definition of God is in the Quran.
Okay, bro. Thank you for joining us. I'm just going to let you go for time.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's quite interesting. This went back to the what is contingent and incontingent, the sort of clarification we tried to make earlier. Alhamdulillah, that was really good.
But
Hey,
this
how are
guy's
you guys?
coming on with somebody else. He says, "I don't see
Yeah,
this."
I can get him in here in a second. He's just a bit of a boomer. He's older, but he's really good with philosophy. I can get him in whenever there's room in the studio.
All right, you make your point
where-
then. In the
Is
meantime.
that okay if I bring him in?
The thing is, I don't think there's any room in the studio right now. So.
Oh, there's not a way to.
Oh, is that Jack Anstrike?
Yes, Jack Angstreich. That's him.
All right, 1 second.
Ah, okay, perfect, great. Yeah. So how are you guys doing?
Fantastic.
No problem.
I talked to you once before, Mohammed. I'm not sure if you remember that. It was about whether agnosticism entails a contradiction. That was on SC Dawa.
I can't remember. I'm really sorry. What's your
That's
name?
okay. I mean, you probably talked to like a ton of people. So my name is Isaac. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So what I was curious about is if there is, in fact, and Jack, do you have your mic working over there? It says you're muted, so you might need to unmute yourself. I was wondering if there is, in fact, some reason to think that a contradiction is entailed by agnosticism. Agnosticism being just the position that agnosticism being that one lacks a belief that P is true and lacks a belief that it's false, where P is the proposition God exists.
Can I ask a question? Can you answer, Mohammed? Can I just ask a question? So, if you know your position, Isaac,
Yeah.
that then wouldn't have any bearing on my belief, would it? Because you don't know.
I don't see the relevance, I guess.
Yeah, what I mean is, so for example, as I said earlier, the purpose of what we're doing here is to establish that the belief in a creator or an uncaused cause or a necessary being is not an illogical position to take, and is a reasonable position to take. Yeah. So if you're in an agnostic position where you don't know this way and don't know that way, you personally are not in a position to tell somebody who believes in a necessary being that they're wrong, are you?
Well, wait, but I'm not making a claim that someone's wrong. My question is...
That's what I'm saying to you. That's all, yeah. So you're not in a position to do that. That's fine.
Yeah, so well, wait, whether I'm in a position to do it is a separate question, but it's not what I'm doing. So what I'm curious about is last time when I talked to Mohammed, he took the view that agnosticism is a contradiction. But
I can't remember taking that exact view, to be honest. I can remember that on the SC, obviously I can't remember speaking to you personally, but I can remember that the topic that was on the floor to be discussed in SC Dawah was whether atheism was rational. That was the topic.
Mm-hmm.
And what I was saying was that rationality is defined in a specific way where, justifications are required, explanations are required. And what I remember saying was that atheism doesn't offer any explanatory or refutational. It doesn't have any explanatory or refutational power. Therefore, to put atheism and rational together is an unjustifiable stance. I think that's where I stand on the matter. I don't know about it being contradiction or.
No, he said about agnosticism being a contradiction.
Right.
I can't remember taking that view.
It is. Well, I did just watch over the video, and you can look it up. I have it titled as.
Forgive me, my brother.
Yeah, sure.
Me. Have you come on the stream to respond to something that Mohammed Hijab said on a different stream, on a different topic?
Well, on the topic of atheism.
No, but have you come to no? Have you come to respond to what we've said today?
Well, what's the distinction, I guess? Because what I'm curious about, like, you can tell me if this is pertinent, right? What I'm curious about is the last time that I spoke to Mohammed, he took the view, and it's recorded. There's a video. It's duking it out with 4 Muslims. You can just search that on YouTube and you'll find it. It was a respectful conversation. He took the view that agnosticism entails a contradiction. Now, if he's no longer taking that view, if he's basically...
No, I can't remember the discussion. I can't remember the discussion, and that's why it's important to, as Hamza keeps probing, it's important to stick on topic because...
Okay, would it be fair to just ask the question then? Do you still...
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what you're agnostic about. And
I'm agnostic about the proposition that God exists.
I don't think that's inconsistent to be agnostic about the proposition that God exists. But what I do think is that, I don't think it's inconsistent to be agnostic about anything.
Just to be clear, so you do concede that last time when you tried to off.
I can't remember the conversation last time.
I
can't remember.
I can screen share it if you want. I mean, let's just say hypothetically.
I don't know. Are you?
Let's.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, let's just say hypothetically, and people can confirm it by just looking up the conversation, duking it out with four Muslims. Let's say hypothetically that what you were doing in that conversation was taking the position that agnosticism entails a contradiction. If that is what you're doing,
entails
you now state very clearly.
No.
Can I finish my question?
Entails a contradiction is different from is contradictory, right? So which one is it that you're saying?
We can go with entails. That's broader. That if it itself is a contradiction, or if a contradiction.
No. Well, what I do think is that if you are an atheist, okay, if you don't have a necessary being pinning foundationally, right, what you believe in, then you will not be able to explain your rational faculties. You will not be able to.
Change of topic, though. I'm asking a specific question. Right. So what I'm asking is,
So do you mind if I just respond?
If I could get the question out.
Just respond.
Go ahead.
Can I just say this again?
Well, can I answer him? Because if you want to respond, that's fine. But
Isaac, just a second. I'm just muting you a second. Please don't unmute yourself. Right. I'm going to repeat myself because I think you misunderstood what I said earlier. This stream is demonstrating why we believe we have evidence to support the existence of a necessary being. All right. Atheists are invited to come on to challenge our reasons for that. You're an agnostic. You don't have a dog in the fight, mate.
Is it okay to unmute, or do you want to still say more?
You don't have a dog in the fight, mate.
Okay. Well, I mean, look, I'm happy to have a conversation also about the topic of whether there's a good argument to think God exists. But
no. That's the only conversation we want to have.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'll try asking one more time. If you won't answer, that's fine. But the only thing for that conversation,
Isaac, sorry, you just, I don't know why you're just ignoring me. I'm not doing these things for the good of my health. Listen, atheists, you're not here to come and have your own little agendas and build your little channels and promote your little channels and try to regurgitate old conversations, right? We've done a talk deliberately labeled evidence for God. And we've explained what we mean by evidence, and we've explained what we mean by God. And we've demonstrated how it's reasonable, logical, and rational to believe we have evidence for the existence of a necessary being. Your job is to come on to say it's irrational, it's illogical. If you come on as an agnostic, you don't know nothing. You're not making a claim, you're not asserting anything. There's no need for you to come on. This is for atheists to challenge what's been said. That's what I'm going to say. Go on, Imran. Sorry. I don't know if I'm being too hard, but...
No, it was interesting.
That's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so.
Oh, but come on.
He referred to respectful conversation, but he's labelled it as something that was adversarial. It's quite interesting that was how he was going, and to hold Mohammed to a discussion that he can't remember from a while ago, as if that was some sort of, I don't know. It's strange. Just address the topics that have been raised. I think that's the best thing to do. Jack,
Jack is an atheist.
That'd be great.
Jack. All right. Heisenberg, welcome.
Hi guys, you all right?
Yeah. You're an atheist?
No, I'm not an atheist, Hamza.
Okay.
Mohammed, that was a really good explanation of contingency. Can I just see if I've got it correctly, right? So you're saying everything in the universe is dependent on something, right? And if you trace that back, there has to be something necessary that's God. Is that right? Is that your...
No, that's wrong. Sorry to cut you off. And
no, please clarify it.
Right. So my argument was not that on the basis of things in the universe being contingent, therefore there must be on the basis of things being in the universe being contingent, therefore the universe contingent, and therefore there must be God. That's not the argument. Would you like me to repeat what the argument is?
I'm sorry, my friend. Yeah, please do. I think I misunderstood it.
All right. So just to kind of abbreviate it in the most concise possible way right now.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that it's impossible for there to be, right? I'm making the claim that it's impossible for there to be an infinite regress of dependent things,
Agreed. Yeah.
where dependent is defined as something which relies upon something else to exist. And
Agreed.
in order for such infinite regress of dependent things to be broken, there must be an independent thing.
Agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
So my question, I suppose, then is that independent thing? So we're calling that independent thing Allah, right?
No, at this point in time, we're just calling it as it is, the independent thing.
Okay. So is that independent thing? Is the universe dependent on that independent thing? Yes, right?
I would say that if you, the universe itself is not the independent thing. Okay.
No, it's not the independent thing. It's dependent on the independent thing.
Yeah.
So would you? So is there? I suppose what I'm trying to say is that independent thing? You can't then say it's separate to the dependent thing. Where I would like to know where the separation comes from.
In what sense do you intend the word separation?
So Hamza, I don't know if you remember, I had this chat with you last time with Shabur, and you guys told me to come on when Mohammed was on because he'd be the perfect person to explain this. And I remember I said that there are these two schools of thought that I understand. One is what Sabur said is the kind of mainstream Sunni theology of the independent thing being Allah and a separate creation. And then I said that there's a second school of thought that I relate to. It seems more intuitive to me, that of kind of the concept of oneness and the school of thought of, say, Ibn Arabi or some of the other mystics or Sufis, right? And that school of thought is that the independent thing is the entirety of reality. That is the only thing there is. And from that comes all the other dependent things. And remember, I was saying to you guys about this, I was struggling with this separation of the independent thing and the thing that independent thing then creates.
So I guess I would say to you that in theology, really, especially in Islamic theology, when we're speaking about God, there's usually two things that we talk about. So we talk about the essence of God and we talk about the attributes of God. Okay. In Arabic, that was sifat. The attributes, as the that is the essence, and the attributes sifat. Yeah. The point is this: is that where we're talking about interconnectedness, if you like, we can talk about the attributes. So, for example, we don't separate God's seeing capability from any part of His creation. We don't, as Muslims, but we believe God is all seeing, all hearing, and that is for every place and every crevice of the universe. And as for example, God's knowing, He knows everything and everywhere. So we don't separate the attributes of God. This is the classical position, right? We don't separate the attributes of God from the entirety of the creation. So those particular attributes, in particular, I've just given you some examples, right? So, however, that or the essence of God, we say is necessarily separated from the creation. Otherwise, there would be a contradiction. And I think you can argue on logical grounds that if God was everywhere with His essence, then that would necessitate that God is within those areas which are dependent. And so that the problem is that the crossover there is that if God
but Mohammed, I'm not saying He is in those places. He's in those places. I'm saying He is it. He's not in it. He is it. There's a subtle difference there.
So basically, you're saying He's a bicycle.
Say that again, Hamza.
So you're using the kind of idea that a bicycle or a camera, that's God.
The thing is, when you say a bicycle or a camera, to us that seems like a very specific individual object. But if you delve deep into it, where is the separation between the electron in the camera and in the electron in the space next to the camera?
I understand. But then I'd go back to sorry, Hamza, go on.
No, I'm just saying. So you believe God is a camera or a fridge or something? Yeah.
No, but Hamza, but why would God be the camera? Because what I'm saying is the camera is, to us, it seems like an individual one object that's in the universe. But what I'm saying is that if you trace all the camera is dependent on that, that's dependent on that, that's dependent on that. You go back all the way down to the independent thing, which is the fabric, the very pure, infinite potential fabric, which is the essence of what God is. What's hard to understand about that?
I think the problem here is if we say that God's essence is us. Okay, it's not everywhere, but it is us. In fact, it is the camera. It is those things. Then arguments that I've already made about the part and the whole would now apply. So, for example, if we say that anything,
what was the name, Mohammed? What was the name you gave that? Just for my own interest, you labeled that the fallacy of starts with C. Composition. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, sorry to interrupt.
No, this is not necessarily in reference to the fallacy of composition. This is more in reference to the point I was making, which is a syllogism that Al-Farabi made. He in fact was a person. He wasn't a monist in that sense, because what you're describing is something called monism, right? That God
say that again. Modism.
Monism.
Monism. Okay.
Yeah.
I've not heard of that.
Okay, so the problem is that if you're saying the essence of God, we are the essence of God, and the chimp and the elephant and the tree and all that.
But Mo, you have to be careful, because I didn't say we. When you say we, you have to determine what we is, because like you said in the beginning, like Descartes did, you can't even say we. Like nothing. So when you say we, you have to be careful. Are you saying what the ego?
Let's be more careful. Let's be more. It's to say, for example, that the essence of God is symbol. What would you say? How would you say? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
It's a real mind. It's a real paradoxical, mystical thing. Because I don't think fundamentally. I don't think I am my ego. I think my ego is a construct. It's illusionary.
I understand. Okay, but before we get to that, my question is: does the essence of God inhere, right, in anything?
Say that again. Sorry. Does the essence of God do what? Sorry.
Inhere.
Inhere. What do you mean by that? In the creation.
Yeah.
But doesn't it say? Doesn't the Quran say that it's closer to you than your jugular vein? I don't see how you can say that's just his knowledge and it's separate from him.
I'm not saying that. No. What I'm not bringing textual arguments, because that's an entirely different animal, if you like. It's a completely different kettle. Just sticking with the logical argument is because, first of all, do you agree that if we accept on the premise that God is basically attributes and essence and attribute, yeah? So attributes are descriptions of what God is, or what God is. So, for example, we've already determined he's independent, he's necessary, and if you want to add the attributes that traditionally we as Muslims believe in, those things like merciful and so on. So these are textual things, right?
Yeah.
But if you don't want to add them, you can still have logical principles from first principles, attributes, deduced attributes like, will and power and so on. Yeah.
Yeah.
But now the question is, do you separate the essence from the attributes, or do you think that they're all one thing?
I need to think about that. Intuitively, I would want to say that they're all one thing. Why would you? Why would a human intellect start separating out these different attributes of what is the only thing that's true, the fundamental truth?
So, what is the attributes a description of?
The fundamental truth.
All right. So for example, there's a fundamental truth which is being described, right?
Yeah.
And so the attributes are a reflection of what is being described.
Yeah.
So there are two categories: there's essence and there's attributes. From that angle,
I would say that the attributes are how our limited minds understand what is the truth. Yeah.
Okay.
But I wouldn't say the attribute is the truth. It's how we understand it and relate to it.
Right. So it's a description of right?
Off the truth. Yeah.
Okay, fine. I don't disagree with that. So there are descriptions, right? Now what I'm saying to you is this: is that if we say that, if we take the monist view, that God is everything, right? God is everything. Or God is everything.
I would say he is everything. That is to us what everything is, but he transcends that as well. Because like my understanding of when he says God is above his throne, my understanding of that is he is everything that's below his throne and above it. He transcends as well. He's not just. I'm not giving you pantheism here. I'm not saying God is just everything and that's it. He's everything and beyond everything. He transcends everything as well.
But the problem here is this: if he is the universe, if God is the universe, right? Then the syllogism that I put forward before would apply. So the syllogism is that anything that is made out of parts is generated, right? And those things which we're describing as God is. So if we say God is the universe, God is me, God is all of those things, right? God is everything that exists. Then those things would fall under the category of things that God is. So then you'd face a contradiction, a logical contradiction. The logical contradiction would be that therefore God is generated, because if he is those things, if he is the universe, if he is a monkey, if he is the cow, if he is all those things, then if he is those things are they're contingent. So that would lead you to a contradiction that God would have to be contingent and necessary at the same time.
All right, guys, I've taken up a lot of your time. Thank you very much, guys.
Oh.
Cheers. Thanks, Mo. Thank you, guys.
Can I just leave you one thing, Heisenberg, before you leave?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, okay. So basically, what we've established today is the fact that a necessary being exists, and we've provided reasons for it. You agree with that?
100%. Yeah, of course. Yeah. To say that there is no necessary being, you might as well say you don't exist. It's stupid.
That's fantastic. Right. The difference is coming now is in perceptions of this necessary being. Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. Right. So where do you get your information about this necessary being from?
Where do I get my information from this? Oh, that's a good question. Where I mean, I would say the only place you can get it is from your intelligence, from your common sense, from your. So that's the only place you can get it.
From your subjective opinion, you've derived this perception, yeah?
Yeah.
And although this is going to open another can of worms, we're not going to open it. Our perception of the creator is from what is revealed about himself. And
but but it's your intelligence that interprets that.
No, but what I'm saying to you is this: we believe the necessary being has revealed his nature, and it's not what you're saying it is.
Yes, but that's your intelligence using your interpretation of what he's revealed.
No, it's me using the revelation and my intelligence. You're right, against your subjective opinion.
Yes, but your interpretation of the revelation is your subjective.
The can of worms are not going to open. I'm glad you agreed.
I didn't want to open
in the necessary being. Yeah?
Sorry?
I'm glad you agreed in the fact of
100%. Yes, 100%.
Brilliant. Heisenberg.
Thank you, gentlemen. Have a good night. See you. Bye.
Thank you. See you later, man.
All right. Do you want to say something, Imran? I know.
No, not really. I'd like to get an atheist on who's actually going to ask something about or talk about the discussion.
I'm trying. Okay, let's see what this Lamino is all about. Before Lamino, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. First question: are you an atheist?
No, but I have like some problems with the contingency argument that I found it incompatible with Allah.
What do you believe?
I'm a Muslim.
Okay, so for the moment, we'll say goodbye. Okay, we're looking for atheists.
That was harsh, man.
No, but we're looking for atheists. We're not looking for Muslims right now. You'll get a chance. Spiritual atheist. He sounds like an atheist. Spiritual atheist, welcome. Spiritual atheist.
Oh, your voice is breaking. Can you guys hear me?
Sorry about that.
Okay, there's someone called John. His device is not connected. Okay. This is the thing you see. We did a stream specific though. I know it seems harsh, but these streams can drag.
No, but I like the way you do control it, and that's good. That's what people love about you, and you know you got to keep it in.
look, I let him go a little bit because he was arguing about the idea that the dependency and the independent and that kind of thing. So I just wanted to know where he's making the join.
Who, Lamino?
No, not Lamino. He's a Muslim, and he wants to challenge what you said.
Yeah.
What's the point right now? I want an atheist, but I don't think there is any. So I think I might just let Muslims on now. Go on, Lamino. Philly boots. Tell Mohammaad Hijab why he's wrong.
Okay. He's not wrong. I do believe in the message. By the way, Mohammaad Hijab, I'm a big fan of you, and I'm Egyptian as well. And I love your videos and all of you guys, very eloquent speakers. But the things I have the problem is that you said Allah, doesn't have parts, right?
Yeah.
There was a hadith that says that Allah made isn't the mercy of Allah His nature as well? Because it says the hadith that Allah made His mercy into 100 parts or something.
Yeah.
And then another hadith that says He created Adam in His image, that Allah has an image, and He has hands and legs and everything. I know we reject any anthropomorphic interpretation, but the Prophet said He has an image. You know what I mean?
Okay, let me explain. So, first of all, let's take. I'm assuming that you're an Athari, right? You're a Salafi, yeah? I'm assuming this. And so that's fine. Let's take Ibn Taymiyyah's, what he said about this himself. Ibn Taymiyyah, he wrote a book called Sharh Aqidat al-Isfahaniyya, right? Aqidat al-Isfahaniyya was actually Ash'ari book, but he done a sharh of it, an explanation of it. And in that book, basically, he talks about this argument. He talks about the contingency argument, and he actually agrees with it. He says that now this is the point where you have to be careful. The point of when you're saying that anything that is made out of parts is generated in death. It's called tarkeeb. It's called the argument from composition, or the argument from parts, or whatever you want to call it, right? And Ibn Taymiyyah said that you have to be very clear as to what you mean by parts, because there's a difference between a part and an attribute. And he said that you have to make that extremely clear, okay? So long as we can demarcate the differences between a part and an attribute, the problem should be completely gone. And by the way, As-Sanusi, who's an Ash'ari, also had an issue with this, because you had a group of people called the Mu'tazilis who basically negated all of the attributes of God. Practically all of them. And
sorry to interrupt, man, but I'll be honest with you, completely off topic, man. You said you had some beef with his contingency argument, and then you completely went somewhere else.
So just to summarize on this point, just quickly.
Go on.
So there's a difference between a part and an attribute, and just on that hadith, which خلق الله خلق آدم على صورته, yeah, Allah created Adam on His image. The vast majority of ulama say that this means that. So can you mute it? Let me know. Oh yeah, sorry. The vast majority of ulama say that on Adam's image. So على صورته أي على صورة آدم, on Adam's own image. This includes people of the Salaf like Ibn Khuzaymah, who died, I think, 270 something. I can't remember, but he believed in that. There were some people that said that this word surah, it means something we don't know, and they apply the same logic as they do with all the other attributes. Bila tamthil, there's no you don't do tamthil, tashbih, etc. But it's an attribute that we don't know how to make sense of. But basically, there's no one that would say that Allah is in the image of Adam as an anthropomorphic way. Yani that Allah is, that's a Christian belief actually. That Allah was created, the belief that human beings were created in the image of God. This is a Christian belief, and no Muslim would believe that the actual image of a human being represents the image of Allah, because of what Allah says in chapter 42, verse 11. لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٌ وَهُوَ السَّمِيعُ الْبَصِيرُ. There is nothing like Him, and He's the all-seeing, all-hearing.
Yeah. Just to add something to your image, Flex. I heard something the other day about this, that when Allah says He created in His image, He's not talking about our shape or anything like that. He's talking about that we have His attributes.
Yeah, this is what Ibn Qayyim, I think Nawawi said that. There's actually two hadiths, right? There's one that says خلق الله آدم على صورته, number one, and the other one, which is da'if actually, so weak hadith. This is actually a weak hadith. But there's another one which is in Musnad Imam Ahmad, which خلق الله Adam على سورة الرحمن, that Allah created Adam on the image of Ar-Rahman. And Imam Ahmad, he affirms this, I believe, as a legitimate hadith, which you can't say in that second one, ala Surah Ar-Rahman, or it goes back to Adam on his own image. You can say ala Surah Ar-Rahman, it has to be Ar-Rahman. But then again, Imam Ahmad and all of those Salaf never understood that as the actual image. There's nobody that understands it like that in the whole of Islam. In fact, only those people that believe in it are anthropomorphists, actually believe in that the image of the human being is the image of Allah. That is an incompatible belief with Islam.
Lamino, forgive me, but I've got to give the atheist a chance, yeah? All right? So thanks for joining us, man.
Thank you so much, Lamino.
You're welcome. Have one. Spiritual atheist. You can unmute yourself now.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Yes.
Yes.
We can.
Thanks for joining. Thanks for me. The reason I reject that there is the creator God is the 4 points. First is the cause argument. The problem with the cause argument I see is that the cause, if you take any example from the universe, is in itself is not potent enough or independent enough. What do I mean by that? Let's say if I say I'm conscious cause of making coffee. Now me without coffee beans, water, a pot, I in itself in that context is useless. So I don't think the cause argument you can extend back. So that's one. Number 2 point is if you can comprehend, rationalize, or understand that there is an entity, let's not call anything, which can be eternal and which has so many attributes. If that entity can be God, there is no problem thinking that that entity can be universe. And the third point, the way I look at it is that let's say this entity. Now this entity has consciousness, and let's go back, let's say 10,000 billion trillion years back. Let's say there is just time in that case. And I take a snapshot of this entity. Why is that entity, we being conscious, not have made the decision to create the universe? Then I minus 1 hour, then you go on forever. Still it is not created. So if it is conscious, that means there is a kind of a thinking or a ripple of thinking. So he's making that conscious decision not to create. But at a particular point in time, though his eternity backwards, so he's eternal from backwards, he's thinking no, and suddenly at a point in time he thinks that he can create something that is, it does not fit the kind of attributes given to this entity which has all these amazing qualities, being conscious, self-sufficient. Then he's been self-sufficient for trillions of years, or like eternity, trillions of years, like a flash of eye, just like that. So these 3 points, that's why I do not think there is a creator God. And the fourth is the kind of attributes given by all the religions which say there is a God. With all those attributes like mercy and justice, those are straight away contradictions. So that even makes even more impossible to have an all-powerful entity who is knowing yet not interfering. You can say that then the theology will come in, the philosophy will come in according to each region. That's not the point. It means that a powerful entity is looking at something. He says he's powerful. He says he's all-knowing, and yet he's not interfering when there is an actual suffering in the universe. So this is a straightforward contradiction. So thanks.
Okay. Have you been watching the stream?
I'll join a little bit late on that one.
Too right, you did, mate. You joined 10 minutes ago, I think. We've covered most of it, but anyway, I know the doctor's going to give you words of wisdom. He loves it when people give 0.12, 0.3, 0.4. I know it. I've seen it. Go on.
No, I just I'm quite surprised actually, because you've just laid out all of the classical sort of things that people say, and it's not really anything to do with specifically the argument that was given, and I was just listening to you thinking why you think these points are valid in any way, and I'm still waiting for the atheists to come on and talk about why the contingency argument doesn't make sense or anything. There's no one really has done, and even Muslims have come on and and said that they want to talk about the contingency argument and haven't spoken about it. But you really gave, at the end, you gave the problem of evil. I think before that you asserted that mercy and justice are contradictory attitudes to have, assuming that actually they have to be applied 100 to their fullest capacity at every single moment, which is no one makes this claim. And in your first 2 points, I really didn't understand how you were explaining them. So I don't really see the arguments that you're making. If you want to give your first point, and let me see if actually this is something that we can maybe discuss. But I think it's not on the topic that we're specifically discussing. So what was your first point? Sorry. What was your first point? Sorry.
Okay, yeah, oh yeah, I will explain. So I went too fast. Yeah, no, with the cause argument, generally what I have seen from all the people who believe in God, they said there is a cause. Then they gave an event for an example, and they say this is the cause of that event. Now, if you look for that any example, like I given the example of making coffee, if you look at that objectively and minutely in detail, you will see that the cause in itself at that particular, that's only the very first example fails. And why it fails is cause in itself is not independent. And because, as I mentioned, without coffee, water, the cause in itself is not useful. So what do I mean by that? If you're gonna take an argument that because you have to get, okay, this causes this, then you go back and then you'll say that, oh, there is an uncaused cause. But because the cause in itself is impotent, it doesn't have any power in itself to cause anything for the reasons I have provided, the argument fails there.
Okay, just
so
let me
that
just
was my first point.
discuss that for a moment.
Do
So
you have any counter on that?
well, I don't think you've made an argument. I'll explain why. So you're saying that causes are impotent, and obviously, if causes are impotent, then they can't actually have an effect. So yeah, that's fine. So you seem to be making the argument that causes
No,
are
in
somehow
context. No. Sorry to interrupt. I'm saying that
No, don't interrupt.
It's okay. Let him clarify. If he thinks I'm misunderstanding him, let him
All right,
clarify.
then. Go on then.
No. When I say I do not speak just like that. I'm saying whatever I'm saying is in context of. So when I say the cause is important, I am saying that is in the context. It needs coffee beans, water, a pot, and an energy source. So in that context, the cause itself is important. If something is true in microcosm or if you go to the minute details, then it is true for the whole also. So you can give me an example and we can apply the same principle. So that is my only point. In context, the cause itself, forget about the entity outside God or anything like that. This particular example, when you say that, because you build an argument, not you, means like I've seen in general that, oh, this has been caused by this. But if the cause itself has been shown to be not in itself complete and powerless, in the context that it needs other things to make an effect for the end result, which is coffee, then the whole argument fails. So that is my point.
I think you're misunderstanding the
It's in
argument.
context, not in itself.
Spiritual atheist.
Cause will be there.
Let me just clarify so I understand you. You seem to be saying because there are multiple things required to make coffee, then each of those things somehow are the causes in their own right are not sufficient. Now, the problem that you're having is that we're not talking about an isolated event. We're talking about all of the events that you can put them together. So if you start off with any point, the fact that I exist, there must be a reason that I exist, a cause for my existence, and then you can look at that in any way. So even if you want to look at down to the fundamental particles that bring me about, and then eventually you'll get to the stage where you're talking about the universe in its entirety, and then you have to provide an example, a reason for the universe to be in existence. So what is the cause of that universe to exist? So the options that you're left with is either the universe was always there, okay, And then you'll have the problem of the infinite regress of causes going back in time, back infinitely in time, which is an absurdity. We've mentioned this before. Or the other option is actually no, that there isn't an infinite regress. Actually, there has to be a fundamental cause that causes everything else. Now, some you might be having the issue of time and eternality as being an issue. So the contingency argument which is presented today doesn't require those. It talks about the existence itself as being the thing that you're explaining. So something exists because of another thing, so it's dependent upon that thing. And you can take this back as a chain, but there cannot be an infinite regress of these dependent things going backwards. There needs to be something foundational that it has to build on. So, for example, if I have to have the ground for me to build anything in a house upon, I can't build a house in mid-air. So the foundation that you build everything else upon, i.e., everything that exists builds upon this foundation, is something that itself that is not dependent on anything else. And for causality, is a similar argument. We can't have a infinite regress of causes. There has to be in the beginning an infinite an uncaused cause, i.e., a cause that in itself is not cause. Otherwise, you end up with absurdities. The argument you've made, to be honest with you, it doesn't really make a lot of sense because you seem to be arguing that the causes are impotent. So I don't understand your argument. It doesn't seem very valid to me. I don't know.
If you want to respond to that, Mr. Spiritual Atheist.
Am I understanding that right, Mohammed? Do you think that's what he's saying? Or?
No, I don't. Just to add to that, I don't see the validity of it at all. I think what he's trying to say, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, is that causes don't exist almost in and of themselves. So to postulate there's an infinite regress of such causes is meaningless because causes in themselves don't exist. I don't know if that's what he's saying, or if they're ineffective. But if they're ineffective, because a cause is defined in the dictionary as something which brings rise to phenomena. Right? That's how it's defined. If it's ineffective, then it's not a cause. Basically, if a cause cannot bring an effect or cannot bring rise to something else, then it basically doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So he's saying that to postulate an infinite regress of anything which doesn't exist is meaningless because the cause itself doesn't exist. But he hasn't demonstrated with his example, I think it was a poor example, why the cause doesn't exist. He's actually demonstrated a good reason for the cause to exist. If he said that, for example, in order for me to make a cup of coffee, I have to do 1, 2, and 3. Right? I have to put the.
You've turned upside down.
Oh, sorry, 1 second. Someone was calling me. If you're saying that I have to do 1, 2, 3, which is I have to put the hot water and I have to put the coffee and I have to put the milk, and that if doing 2 of those 3 things is sufficient but not necessary, this is going into a logical aspect of sufficient but not necessary conditions, right? But there he hasn't really provided a reason why the cause doesn't exist in that sense. So he's given an example of why the cause would require many moving parts to come together in order to be, but he hasn't given an example why the cause doesn't exist.
Give him a chance. Come on, Spiritual Atheist. What's your response to that?
I never once mentioned that the cause itself doesn't exist. What I'm trying to say is that if you look at the cause, you said cause that makes you said I think he gave the definition that which causes effect. Yes, I'm right. You're correct. That is perfectly fine. But what I'm saying, that particular cause, I'm not saying when I say that it is in itself is not independent, that does not mean it doesn't exist. I am saying it exists, yes, but in itself, as example, you said coffee example doesn't make sense, but you can provide me any other example. So I will stick with the coffee example. What I'm not saying, I never use the word it does not exist.
Spiritual Atheist. Stick to the universe. Stick to the universe example.
Oh, so okay, no, no, that's the whole reason, because what I think Imran did is that because I want to go into the nitty-gritty of one example to understand, because if that falls apart, the rest of it falls apart. And the reason I'm saying that is He said that there's a house, there is a foundation. Okay, who created me? Who created me? And he would say that there's an infinite regress. That's the only problem. If you're looking that it is in like in a linear line, and when the time is going -1 second, -2 seconds, not like that. But that has not been demonstrated. The time itself can be cyclical in nature. So if you think of the world as a big giant washing machine. It's going round and round and round. At this point, you don't have to go like linear back. You're trying to shot an arrow backwards. Then the time comes into picture. Then we have to understand how time. What do you mean by time? You take time like, as they say that, like in general relativity with space time for considering big objects. I don't care about that. I want to know at the particle level.
But why is the question is why is my question is, how does your example of the coffee demonstrate? Because what you said, the word that you used was that shows that the cause is impotent. But if the cause is impotent, when you say impotent, you mean it's inconsequential, it's ineffective. If it's ineffective, then so basically it's not doing its job. If it's not doing its job, my inference from that is that the cause is basically not a cause. So how could it be impotent and effective at the same time?
No. I'm not saying it is ineffective. Also, I'm like, I will repeat that when I say that it in itself is incomplete.
What's incomplete? What's incomplete?
I think he's lost sound. Have you lost sound, spiritual atheist?
Allahu Akbar.
Well, there was an effect there without a cause, I think.
There we go. I think as soon as I said something, he run. No, I'm only joking. I don't know.
That didn't make any sense to me because whether it's irrelevant if the universe is cyclical or not, because you're still having a chain of events in that cyclical universal system that you've set up. It doesn't change the discussion. So I don't understand why he was saying that, because he seemed to be arguing that there are no causes, which didn't really make sense.
Yeah, he said it wasn't. I don't think he's thought through this properly, but maybe we haven't understood him properly. That's also
that might be the case. Yeah.
We tried. This is Jack. I don't know whether he's going to comment. Hello, Jack. Because I've messaged him in the private chat and he's not said anything.
I think give him an opportunity, because this is the philosopher gentleman that.
This is the one who was with that other kid. Jack.
Just typed in the chat, Jack. You're on.
Yeah, Jack. He said he was a little bit of what was the word he used?
Boomer.
That was it. Baby boomer. Okay. Shall I let Muslims on now then? They can come and grill Mohammaad Hijab.
So one of the common things that's just going through the post that I think a couple of atheists are posting this but not coming on is that no evidence has been presented. And so what they're referring to, this thing that I mentioned right at the beginning, is that some people don't regard argumentation or using logic or philosophy to establish points as evidence in itself. Why is that a problematic position for people to be in, or is it a problematic position for people to be in, that you can't use these things to establish any sort of evidence? And so what I'm assuming is that they're referring to empirical evidence or some sort of physical thing. Jack, you're on.
Jack, unmute yourself, mate.
Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome, Jack.
Thank you.
What do you want to say?
Well, I thought you guys wanted to talk about atheism or something.
Say again, sorry?
I thought you guys wanted to talk about atheism or something.
No. We're inviting atheists to come on to challenge our position. Don't say what's your position, please.
I'm an atheist.
No, I understand that. So, have you been watching the stream?
A little bit of it.
All right. Did you hear our position with regards to evidence for a necessary being?
Yeah, I didn't understand that.
So basically, the argument from contingency, the idea that you cannot have an infinite number of dependent things. There has to be an independent source. Do you agree with that or disagree
Yeah,
with that?
so I take it that arguments from contingency presuppose a principle of sufficient reason.
Yep.
Is that right? So you guys presuppose a principle of sufficient reason?
In what sense? Can you clarify that?
Principle of sufficient reason is the idea that
I know the principle. I
every
meant like in
fact.
what sense is it applicable in this context?
I thought that's how you run an argument from contingency.
In what? Can
One
you
of the
explain
premises
why
of the
is
argument.
how is it presupposing that? In what?
Well, the
I might
idea
agree
is,
with you, but I just need you to elaborate a little bit more on what aspect of the argument requires the presupposition.
well, the idea is that contingent facts, if they're not explained by a further contingent fact, require a necessary fact for their explanation, because there can't be brute contingent facts given the principle of sufficient reason.
Okay, but what's contingent facts got to do with the arguments of contingent? Because here the category that I'm talking about is not fact. It's not a factual category. It's a category of existence. So if you want to call it
Well,
this, the transcendental.
I thought the idea of a contingency argument was to reason from contingent facts, which, because of the principle of sufficient reason, require an explanation to a necessary fact.
Yeah.
So you guys
But
hold
in
to
terms of like,
principle
okay,
of
so what's the principle of sufficient reason, right? What is required in order for there to be a sufficient explanation? Is that what you're trying to get at?
I'm just making sure that you guys hold to a principle of sufficient reason. If you didn't
I hold
hold
to it.
one,
I have no problem in holding to not only the principle of sufficient and necessary reasoning, but to all of the logical principles.
so if you hold to the principle of sufficient reason, you understand that that commits you to necessitarianism, right?
Pardon?
You understand that holding to the principle of sufficient reason commits you to necessitarianism, right?
In what sense?
Do you know what necessitarianism is?
No. Go ahead, please. Tell me.
It's the view that there's only one possible world.
Why would that be a necessary corollary?
Well, the idea is that if there's a necessary fact, let's say God, which explains some contingent fact, like the universe, right?
Yeah.
The idea is that some feature of God's nature, right, must explain the contingent fact, in this case, the universe,
But
right? Presumably something
I
like
think that once again, there's a bit of cross-purpose talking here, because the category that I'm talking about is not fact, is existence. Do you see the point I'm making? If you wanted to,
the existence of the universe, right?
Pardon?
The existence of the universe, right?
No, so if we wanted to talk about this in terms of categories, right? Because what I don't want to happen is that there's a category mistake along the way. So I'm talking about in the category of existence. So that if you want to call it a transcendental universal category, Okay, the transcendental, universal category that I'm outlining here is the category of existence. And so what I'm talking about when I'm talking about necessary existence is I'm talking about for every existence that exists, not fact here. I'm not talking about the category of facts. For every existence that exists, it can either be compartmentalized into one of three categories. Either impossible, it's like a set with no members, it's there's no such thing as a squared circle in reality, or contingent or necessary. So what I'm basically saying is that there can't be an infinite regress of dependent or contingent things, because that would lead to an absurdity. Therefore, there is a requirement for a necessary existence. This is the language that I'm using.
Yeah, right. So my point was that a contingent,
yeah,
right, that's explained by. Well, my point is that a contingent fact that's explained by a necessary being, such as God, right, must be explained by some feature of God, right?
I
Such
think
as
once
God's
again, you're not using the
desire
same
to
language
create
I'm
the
using.
universe.
I'm very careful with. I haven't used the word God, and I haven't used the word being. I personally haven't used those words, and I haven't used the word fact. So my articulation, I just said, and I would like you to pay attention and be fastidious to the wording here. I'm saying that in the category of existence, okay, there are three types of existence: impossible existences, which is like a set with no members. It's like a squared circle, doesn't exist. Then you have contingent things, which rely on other things in order to exist. And then you have necessary things, which don't rely on anything in order to exist. What I'm saying is that there cannot be an infinite regress of contingent existences. That leads to an absurdity. And the only way to stop that absurdity from transpiring
Okay, what's the
is to
absurdity
introduce the
there?
concept of a necessary existence.
Wait a minute. What's the absurdity there?
Pardon?
What's the absurdity there?
The absurdity is if we say that something which is dependent is defined as something which relies upon something else in order to exist, and then you say that there's only contingent things that exist, contingent existences are in existence, that means you have things which depend upon other things, which depend upon other things, which require things to depend upon ad infinitum, and that is impossible, because what is all of this supported by? What are your options?
I'm not really seeing the contradiction there.
Okay, so to explain to me how contingent existences or contingent things which is by definition something which relies upon something else, can depend upon something else which relies upon something else, which depends upon something else which relies upon something else ad infinitum.
I'm just not seeing the contradiction.
You might not be able to see it, but you have to explain it if you think it's possible.
Well, if you're saying there's a contradiction there, you should be able to state the two propositions.
I said it's an absurdity. Once again, it's important to
by
listen very carefully
absurdity,
to the wording.
did you mean by absurdity, did you mean that it's contradictory?
No, so it's good that you asked me that question. What I meant is it's inconceivable.
What difference does that make?
No, a contradiction has very specific denotation.
No, what difference does it make that it's inconceivable?
It's a different wording, or you can check the two different words. But can you explain?
I'm just not understanding what the problem
is. A contradiction is defined in a different way.
I'm not understanding what I'm not.
Do you know what is a contradiction? Something which, under all circumstances and all interpretations cannot be coherent. Okay, I'm saying that it's inconceivable, which is slightly different. You cannot think of it as being consistent. It's inconsistent. It's basically not possible to be argued. It's impossibly argued. But I'm asking you, if you take the position that it is possible to have a world of only contingent things depending upon contingent things ad infinitum, can you provide us a mechanism for understanding how that can be, what that would look like?
Well, no, I mean, if you're saying it's impossible, I'm just trying to understand the argument for that.
So you don't understand the argument?
No, I didn't see any argument there. It just saw a claim.
Do you believe it can?
If you didn't see any argument there, let me try and help you out.
Let me just ask you just 1 second. Just try and bring it to my level. Do you believe that dependent things can go back ad infinitum?
I don't really see the problem with it.
Do you believe they do? It does.
I don't take a position on it.
You don't take a position?
No. I don't know whether it's
it can happen. So
Sorry?
So you believe it can happen, though? You can have an ad infinitum number of things.
I don't see any reason to think it can't happen. What's the argument that it can happen?
The problem, okay, let me explain.
I'll give you my example. Sorry, I know you're going to give him words of wisdom. Let me just give my crazy speaker's corner Lex.
Yeah.
All right. I'll give you my sniper example. Yeah. So you've got a sniper who's about to take a shot. Yeah. Just agree. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. But he can't take that shot until he gets permission from his superior officer.
Sorry, say that again.
He can't take the shot unless he gets permission.
Okay.
Yeah? But the officer can't give him permission until he gets permission. And his officer can't give him permission until he gets permission. Ad infinitum. Will the sniper ever take the shot?
Why wouldn't he?
Because he would never.
Come on, man.
Jack, it's been lovely having you on. We really appreciate the.
I was kind of excited.
We really appreciate the discussion.
I dumbed it down to layman, speaker's corner, basic example. Someone can't take the shot, only get permission. It's ad infinitum, asking for permissions. Permissions never come back up the line. Shot will never get taken. That's it. Done.
Gosh,
I think what it is that when you don't have anything to say, you have to play dumb. That's what it is. Sorry to say, Ian.
Any other atheists in the chat, because the den is full. Right. Sorry, spiritual atheist. You're leaving the building. Forgive me. Right.
But he seemed like an intelligent guy, but he just seemed like he was disingenuous, to be honest.
Well, to be honest with you, he started off with a principle that I don't think we do agree with, because I didn't know what principle of sufficient reason was, and we kind of believe in it, but not fully. Because
it's a logical principle. It's one of the like 9 or 10 logical principles that you'll start with in propositional logic.
Yeah, but what I'm saying
principle of sufficient and necessary conditions.
No, but it says everything must have a reason, and once you allow that, then you're saying that the cause of everything must have a reason also. If you're applying that,
I don't think the entailment is that. It's not that everything must have a reason. It's just there's some conditions have sufficient reasons and some have necessary reasons.
Because I was just reading it just said.
But I don't see how that affects anything. Like, if so, for example, you need some things need necessary conditions. For me to be in my car, okay, it's necessary that I exist.
Agreed.
But it's not sufficient because I have to be situated in this car.
So you can exist and not be in the car.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's necessary conditions, like things that you can't do without, and then sufficient. So that's what now the standard has been met. I don't see what that's got to do with
basically
Well,
what
if
we're
you,
talking about at all.
I was just reading it on Wiki, to be honest, where it said the
Yeah.
principle of sufficient reason states that everything must have a reason or a cause. And I would say everything that begins to exist has a reason or a cause. But I wouldn't. Do you get
Yeah,
that?
I mean, I don't know why Wikipedia is not the best.
Yeah, probably.
I don't know why they defined it like that, but it's not everything must have. I mean, most people that make, for example, ontological arguments or contingency arguments use the idea of, okay, in order for this to be caused, there needs to be a sufficient button. They use this kind of language. In fact, Leibniz uses that language, sufficient and necessary condition, all the time, and I don't see how it connects to what he was trying to communicate. I don't see.
Okay.
Sufficient is like, okay, that all the conditions have been met for the thing to be. Necessary is that this needs to be met. So, for example, if I want to get into, someone wants to get into university, it's necessary that they're a student, but it's not sufficient. They need to get some certain grades.
That makes sense.
Like that's how I understand it.
All right, we've got another atheist here. Hopefully he's been paying attention. I can't believe the atheist is coming onto the stream and not knowing what's going on, not seeing anything.
Oh yeah, I've been paying attention to the way you guys.
No, you're on fire. Keep your powder dry 1 second, Sam guy. I'm talking about what's been on so far. Most of the atheists who've come on have not been following what we've been said. I hope you've been here and followed everything we've said and are here to respond. So go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what I just watched was you guys completely fail to deal with Jack's critique, right? He pointed out a simple problem, which is that and the way that, by the way, that you kicked him from the stream when you couldn't address him, utterly cowardly, utterly shameful. You should all just feel disgraced with yourself over that. But he asked you a very simple question, right? He just said, what's the contradiction that's entailed by an infinite causal regress? What's the answer to that?
Sorry, just 1 second, my friend. We didn't kick him from the stream because we couldn't respond to what he said.
Oh, then bring him back.
1 second, mate. He couldn't respond to what. Well, he did. All right. Anyway, Ahmed, welcome. Honestly, I can't be doing this.
Did he go?
Ahmed.
Can I just say something really, because this is it's really strange, because the idea that an infinite regress is not absurd is absurd. And because it's almost like a self-explanatory thing, that exactly as the sniper example you've given, that you've got some infinite regress that's going on into the past, you have to somehow cross that to get to where we are at this current position.
But do you know, there's something else that I want to add to that as well, which is that, because the initial articulation of my argument has no bearing on, I don't care about causation, because I'm making an argument from dependency.
Yeah.
So I haven't even mentioned causation, but let's go with it for the sake of argument. Let's believe, for the sake of argument, that there's an infinite regress. Okay, I haven't got a problem with that. No problem. Let's go with the absurd notion. I've got one question. I mean, what is this infinite regress dependent on?
Yeah.
We still have the same problem here. What is it dependent on? You either say it's dependent upon itself, in which case you're affirming that it is the necessary existence, or you're saying it depends upon something else, which is independent. If you say it's dependent upon itself, the problem is you still have the issue of it being made up of many members, like a set with many members. And if it's like a set with many members, then it can be taken away from or added to. And if that's the case, then it goes back to the syllogism that I said in the beginning, which is anything that is made out of parts or members, you could even say, is generated, and that this in this case, the series of infinite regress is made out of members, therefore it's generated. So it's the same answer that we've given for the universe, the eternal universe model, we would give for the infinite regress objection. So I don't, even if you wanted to believe in an infinite regress, I mean, I haven't got a problem with you believing in an infinite regress of causes, but it is actually absurd. I don't know if, I mean, even eternalists in the medieval period who believed in a pre-eternal fabric of space or universe or whatever, they recognized that an infinite regress of causes is absurd. But even if you want to believe in it, you still have the issues here. The issues relating to, what is it dependent on? Is it dependent upon itself? Okay, it's the necessary existence then.
If it's not dependent upon itself, then what is it dependent upon? It must be dependent upon an independent. And if we argue argumentum ad absurdum here, which is, let's take for the sake of argument that it is dependent upon itself, then it's made up of many members, of many constituent parts. And if it's made up of many constituent parts, then it must be generated. And because you can add to it and subtract from it, and if it can be generated, then it is contingent. So that's an argument. It's called argumentum ad absurdum. Let's just take for the sake of argument that it is the case, and you'll see the contradictions in it. And that is the contradiction. The contradiction is adding and subtract. Basically, it's a contradiction to add or subtract from an infinite anything. Okay, because infinity is something which is not susceptible to subtraction or addition.
Yeah.
So if we say that something, the absurdity is in saying that you have something which you cannot add to or subtract from, but you have the ability to do both.
Yeah.
If you can't see that infinity is something which is not susceptible to addition or subtraction, but you can theoretically still add and subtract from it, and that is an absurdity, then it's actually your problem with logic. You have an issue with understanding, comprehending logic, how it works. It's not our problem. It's not our problem to deal with your problem. You have to go back to basics. You have to go and see how contradictions work, why things are impossible. How it's a contradiction in terms to say something is limitless, but then add to it. You not see this?
Absolutely.
I don't see how they don't see this. It's a contradiction in terms to say something, because necessity is defined as something which cannot be any other way, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So if this infinite regress of things can be rearranged in other ways, because it has many members, and those members can be put in different order, then once again it contradicts notions of necessity. So on those grounds, it's contradiction. You can say that if you wanted to believe an infinite regress of causation, it's contradiction. If you wanted to believe an infinite regress of dependent things or contingent things, because a contingent thing is something which requires something else in order to exist. It's reliant upon something else to exist. But you're saying that it's reliant upon something else in order to exist. But if you have an infinite members regress of it, then it has to be reliant upon itself as well, if it's the necessary existence. So that aspect of it would be contradictory. So there's lots of contradictions, but once again, when you fall off the mount, or if you walk into the minefield, this is what happens when with all due respect, atheists have nothing to say about this. And this argument is not my argument. I am not making this argument up. This argument has been around for 2,000 years. Okay, it's been talked about for 2,000. And new atheists today that think that they have the magic key to try and unlock it, they're not just trying to spit at the face of, say, the Muslim civilization. They're doing so to the Greeks. They're doing so to the Christians, the Judeo-Christian civilization, Maimonides, Thomas Aquinas, Plato, Aristotle, the entire Muslim tradition. It's really, you are the one who's making a mockery out of yourself, with all due respect. It's not like the most intelligent people from all civilizations, or most civilizations, that have spoken on the matter for 2,000 to 3,000 years have gotten it wrong, and some ponytail atheist in his mum's basement who doesn't know the thing, he's got it right, and all of these guys are wrong. I don't think we're all dumb. We all don't get. Aristotle didn't understand logic. Plato didn't get it. Maimonides got it. He was a fool. Thomas Aquinas, he's on drugs, and so on and so on. And Al-Ghazali, this and all of those, they were all wrong, and all of them didn't know how to do logic. But you know who knows how to do logic? Richard Dawkins knows how to do it, who dedicates 4 pages in The God Delusion, or 5, to this argument, I believe.
Wow. Right, some guy's back. He's gonna have another shot.
Right. So yeah, I noticed that you guys have a bit of a tendency. I mean, you're a bunch of blue belt debaters, right? So what you want is to prey on the lower belts, prey on the white belts, right? And then when a black belt like Jack comes in, you flee and mute him. So my question is, would you be interested in not hiding from the people whose critiques you can't handle, and bringing back Jack back in here and dealing with his critique.
How long you been doing jiu-jitsu for?
How about not dodging the question? Will you deal with the critique, or will you flee him?
Bring it on, brother. I'm not in really in
absolutely.
charge of
I'll send him a message. Just 1 second.
Well, we're bringing Jack on again.
Bring him on. If that's your black belt, you're in trouble. I have to say.
All right.
Oh, absolutely. He'll be here in a sec. Just a minute.
Is he going to respond to the sniper question?
Is he your friend or something?
He gave a very clear answer here. 1 second. I'm going to bring him back. I'll answer yours.
Sorry, what was it? Sorry, what was his answer? Sorry, forgive me. What was his answer?
What's the problem with infinite regress?
No. When I said to him, "Will the sniper ever take the shot?" and he said, "Why not?" What was the answer? That was sufficient. Come on, man.
Okay, sorry. I was just sending him a message. He's coming back now, so you should see him there. And yeah, I'm going to answer you. I just want to get him back in here. Can you see him joining the call? Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Do I agree with what? I can tell you his answer to the sniper question. Let me ask you the question,
because you seem to agree with Jack. So let's see if you agree with me.
Yeah.
You got a sniper who's got to take a shot. Yeah. Can't take that shot till he gets permission. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But that guy can't give permission until he gets permission. And he can't give permission until he gets permission. And it goes back ad infinitum. Will the sniper ever take the shot?
Okay. Do you understand what the answer is to that question? Here, I'll answer you directly. So the answer is, what contradiction would be entailed by saying that he takes the shot? Why can't it happen?
Why are you so afraid of defending what answer you want to give? Just give your answer.
Well, I don't have a view on whether he's going to take the shot or not, but what you're saying is that please track this, right? You didn't follow this when Jack said this either. I don't need to take a view on whether he will take the shot or not. You are the one with the burden of proof, because did you just say it's impossible? Right, so what's the contradiction?
Is it possible for a sniper to take a shot if he needs permission?
Yeah, I don't see why not, right? Possible just means there's no contradiction entailed. If you don't see the contradiction, then you shouldn't be claiming it's impossible. Now, do you want to drag Jack in here?
What you on about?
Well, there's just a standard understanding of possibility and necessity, right? Now, here, 1 second. Is he in the chat here? Is he ready to go? Pardon me?
Can he take the shot? If he can't take the shot.
I'm not sure if you didn't understand me, right? I'll repeat myself once again. When you say can he take? Sorry. Do you want the answer? I'll answer you again. I'm just going to be repeating what I said. When you ask, can he take the shot? Sorry. When you ask, can he take? Do you want an answer or not, Hamza? You're just going to hide?
I want to make sure you understand the question.
Yeah, I understand the question is, can he take the shot? Is that the question?
Taking the shot.
Please listen, okay? Now the question is, can he take a shot if there's an infinite regress of permission needed to take the shot? It's perfectly clear what you're asking. And I'm saying, I don't see why not. You're claiming it's impossible, which means there's a contradiction. What contradiction is entailed by saying he takes the shot?
How can you get the permission if it's going back ad infinitum?
That's asking me a question. You're the one making a claim, which is that it's impossible. So what's the contradiction?
Some guy. Sorry, I already said this before you came on. What the contradiction is? Yeah.
Sure. What's the contradiction?
Because what we said was that. How do you define infinity? First of all.
Infinity, an arbitrarily large number, I think, is what a mathematician would say.
No, come on, man, that's wrong. See,
you're one of the white belts, then. I literally was just in a calculus course. That's what my calculus prof says.
No. That's not entering the dojo. That is actually, forget the white belt.
Right. So my calculus prof is wrong about what infinity is. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, if you don't understand
so this is like a triggered response to every question that's being asked. So we're not trying to argue with you, some guy, just for the sake of argumentation. That's not the point. We're trying to make practical things. So
no. This is the problem, I think, with some guy. Some guy doesn't know what infinity is, and that's why he doesn't see the contradiction.
I said infinity is an arbitrarily large number.
That's wrong. That's not
okay. Right. I'll make sure to tell my math professor who has a PhD.
If that's what he's told you, then you need to do that, please, and tell you which university it is, because we shouldn't go there.
All right.
No, honestly, that's wrong. That's not the correct answer. No, hold on. Before you say now and try and divert, you're the one running away now. You're the one.
Trying to divert from what? You're the one who's sitting here claiming that an infinite causal Wait, what is your definition? What do you want to say infinity means?
Yeah, so infinity is something which is not susceptible to addition or subtraction.
Sure, let's go with that. Infinite. That sounds like a property of infinity, right? I take the
it's a property of
definition.
infinity, but I'm defining
Right. I take a property to be distinct from a definition.
It's limitless. It's boundless. It's limitless.
Right.
It's
Right.
boundless.
I take a property to be distinct from a definition. But
fine. How is it defined in the
nonetheless,
dictionary? It's boundless or limitless. Yeah.
well, I mean, I gave the definition that my calculus professor would give. If you're not happy with that, I don't know what to say. But if you want to say that there's a number that can't be
if your calculus
added or
professor has something which is
he's a publishing PhD in mathematics. Yep.
No, fine. But what's his name and what's his peer-reviewed journal? And you got to reference it right. Is it acceptable throughout the field of mathematics?
Yeah, I'm not going to.
The thing is, if infinity is a concept which, hold on, infinity is a concept which is not only philosophical but it's also mathematical, right?
Sorry, 1 second. I'm trying to get Jack in here. Do you see him in the chat?
Do I see?
Yeah. Do you see Jack here? Can you see him in the backstage area?
No, he's not here.
Okay, so you just have to clear room to get him on, unless you do in fact just want to flee him, right?
Some guy, I mean, you need to sort of calm down a little bit.
No, I don't have respect for sophists. I'm sorry, but he pushed you into a corner, right? You were claiming that an infinite causal regress is impossible. He asked you to wait. You don't want to let me make the point? You don't want?
No, I don't want to make it. I'm trying to make a point, and you're not letting me make the point.
They're very desperate to run from this, eh?
See, this is the thing. We've been here for almost 3 hours. I don't see anyone running away. I mean, that's the point here that's being made. The question is a very simple one, and you've said that infinity is an arbitrarily large number, which is, I mean, my mind boggles that you would even say that, and and then you're throwing your professor personally, you're throwing him under the bus to try and justify your position on the statement, because your professor would not agree with that position at all. Now, infinity is exactly as brother Mohammaad Hijab said, that it's a number that is uncountable. It just goes on. You will never ever be able to count to an infinity. So what that means is actually, if you try to traverse that in any sense of the word, the same concept will apply. Whether you're verbally trying to cross this, or whether you're trying to cross it causally, or whether you're trying to cross it contingently, you're not going to be able to cross this expanse, which is the infinite to infinite.
I think this is where we're talking cross purposes, because once again, it's a definitional issue. It's a number that's greater than all natural numbers, right? Absolutely. And all natural numbers are all countable numbers, really. Yeah. So if you're thinking about the natural numbers all the way, you can't. It's uncountable. That is a property, but that's how it is. So the problem with you saying, okay, well, you answering the question of Hamza with another question, that's not answering the question. Either something is possible or not possible. He actually asked you a very fair question. He said to you, let's assume there's an infinite regress of permissions needed. Yeah. Now, the person taking the shot, he has to ask someone else for their permission, and they have to ask for someone else for their permission. Is it conceivable, if there's an infinite regress backwards, that person will take the shot? You're saying yes, it's conceivable. Now you might say no, but if you're saying it's possible, it's either possible or not. I'm not telling you will it happen, or I'm not telling you is it necessary. I'm asking you he's asking you, sorry, is it possible? So either it's possible or not. Either it's possible, or it's impossible, or it's necessary. These are your only three options. So now the question is, to press this point, now you know what infinity is, something which you can't count. Yeah, it's larger than any greater than any natural number. It's limitless. It's boundless. Yeah. Now that you know that, the question remains: if somebody needs to take a shot, and then they need to ask their permission before they take someone else's permission, and then that person needs to ask someone else's permission, and it goes back infinitely backward. Yeah, infinitely. The question is, will they ever take the shot? And if so, can they ever take it? Is it conceivable? Is it possible? Yeah. And if not, is it impossible? And if not, is it necessary? You got three options. Which one of the three is it?
Well, I thought you were making the claim that it was. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you were making the claim that it was impossible. So I was just asking for the argument for that claim.
You thought we said it was impossible?
Yeah, that's what I thought you guys said.
No, I asked you,
that's
was
what
it
you said. Yeah.
I don't believe it's possible.
Yeah. So what's the argument?
Well, because
The
if you have
argument
to,
is that he just outlined his argument. He just said that,
you
look,
never get permission. How
is
are you
it
ever going to
possible
get
or is it
permission?
impossible?
That's just a
Or is it
claim. I'm asking
necessary?
for the argument. Yeah,
That's what I'm
that's
telling
just
you.
a claim that it's not possible. I'm
No,
asking that what the argument is.
Okay, Jack, listen. It's a request for permission going back ad infinitum. Yes?
Yeah.
Without that permission, you can't take the shot, right? If you've got a going
Okay.
backwards, requesting for permission continuously, will you ever get permission? And if so,
Why
who's going to
wouldn't
give
you?
that permission?
Yeah. So again, I thought you guys were making the claim that it's not possible, right?
I
So
am.
presumably you have an argument for the claim. Otherwise,
Yeah,
what
yeah.
justifies
He
the
did
claim?
make
I
an
don't
argument for
get
the
it.
claim.
Read it.
He said, look, if you define
No, he just
infinity,
asked me a question. But like, maybe we could put the argument and premise and conclusion form
why do you need to do that?
so that I can understand what it
No, you
is
don't
you
need.
think is the
Well, if you know,
argument
if
you're
you're meant
making.
to be well, with all due respect, Jack, you know that a deductive argument doesn't require a three-part syllogism. It doesn't require that. You know,
You
you can have
guys
a
have a
premise.
deductive argument?
Pardon?
You guys have a deductive argument that establishes it's impossible?
He's making a claim. He's making one claim.
I'm asking for the argument for the claim.
Yeah,
You
there's
guys
an
say you
argument.
have
Give me
one?
the evidence that an argument has to be three-stage.
I'm just asking if you guys have a
No.
deductive
You're asking for
argument or
something which
not.
is not a requirement. You're asking, and this is the problem. Like, you seem to you're asking for things that are not a requirement. Give me get a basic logic handbook. There's actually a book that you go when you go to philosophy in this country, for example. It's called the Logic Handbook. Yeah, it's by Volker. What's his name? Valbuck. This is the guy. Yeah, and you'll see. You just open it up and see what is an argument. There's actually a whole chapter on argument there. And then you'll see, oh, does it have to have three parts? No, you can have an argument with just one premise. You don't require, I'm making just one premise. You see, your requirement here is not something which is anyone's, it's not a requirement for an argument to be made. We're saying that infinity is something which is not susceptible to subtraction or addition. That's it, full stop. Now, if that's the case, an infinite regress is impossible. Do you get this or not?
Well, I was just trying to understand whether you guys had an argument for the claim or not.
It seems like you just now it's just like a broken record.
Jack, are you
respect.
It's a simple question. It's just a yes.
No, you have a question, but you've been given an answer, but you seem to just. I mean, is this your method of debating? Because it's not very effective. I have to be honest with you.
Well, you guys made a claim, and I was wondering if you had an argument for the claim.
Yeah, we make a claim,
and I still don't know whether you guys.
And you seem not to be able to understand it, right? Your friend, who is your cheerleader, he came on. He didn't know what the definition of infinity was. We had to educate him on what the properties and the definition of infinity was. Anything greater than a natural number, something which is boundless, something which is limitless, something which is not susceptible to subtraction or addition. And if we're saying that there's an infinite regress, yeah, if it's whether it's a pre-infinity or a post-infinity or whatever you want to call it, whatever type of infinity it is, you'll say he's asking a question, giving an analogy of someone taking a shot. If someone needs permission from someone else, is it possible? Is it impossible, or is it necessary that that person will shoot with an infinite regress of people that he has to ask permission for? That's the question.
I'm not sure how that's an answer to my question.
What's your question? We've given you our argument. You don't understand it. That's fine.
My question is, do you guys have an argument or not?
Yeah, we seem to have provided it for you, but you just don't understand.
You know what? This is
fine.
Can I just ask a question, please, Hamza?
Before I eject him.
Jack, do you believe that you can count to infinity? If you started off with a number 1 and you started counting, do you think you'd be able to count to infinity?
What does that mean, count to infinity?
Right, that's basically
yeah.
it. That's
So this is
that's
it.
what
So
it's
this
going
is
to
the
be. What
problem
does
we're
it
having.
mean? Do you have an argument? Does it? I mean, if you're going to employ this kind of strategy with your wife and your kids or your husband or whatever it is,
Yeah.
you're not going to have a successful life. With all due respect. Did you take the trash out, John or Jack, whoever your name is? Do you have an argument? Do you have an argument? I'm still waiting to hear your argument. Yeah, I mean, it's a recycle. By the way, do you know where he's getting this from, Hamza? Let me tell you. He got this from Christopher Hitchens. It's a famous line. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still waiting to hear your argument. You're meant to be the black belt of the atheists, and you're snatching famous lines from sophists like Christopher Hitchens. You don't have much to say, do you? Right? With all due respect, you don't have much to say, do you? I'll ask you one question which you couldn't answer. Yeah, I'm asking you a question. In his analogy, that Hamza's analogy that he just gave right now, okay, that if the person, the sniper in this example, needed permission, would he get the permission if there's an infinite regress of people that he has to take permission from? Would he be able to shoot the target? And if so, is this necessarily the case? Is it possibly the case? Or is that impossible? You have three options. There is no fourth option. That's an exhaustive list of all the options that you can have. There's no, and if not, then you can correct me and say, well, hey, there's a fourth option, and you tell me what the fourth option is. But there's either possible or impossible or necessary. You've got three options. My question is it possible, impossible, or necessary? That's Hamza's question, for that man to take a shot with an infinite regress of people that he has to take permission from. Just answer this question.
I already answered it. I don't see any reason to think that it's impossible. I said I don't see any reason to think that it's impossible.
So does that mean it's possible?
Well, just a minute. So if somebody thinks that it's impossible, presumably they have an argument to justify that claim, right? And
so it's not impossible. It's not impossible in your opinion. Yeah?
I wasn't done. I was just trying to get you guys to explain whether you had an argument or not. I don't know. I feel like
it's not impossible. Would you respect, Jack? Is it necessary? Is it necessary?
Sorry, I wasn't done.
Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like I asked that question about. I feel like I asked that question about 20 times. So don't know the answer. Do you?
I don't know what question you're asking. You're asking, have you got an argument? I'm still waiting to hear your argument. But with all due respect, that question is not really a meaningful question.
I wasn't actually done talking. Presumably,
Jack,
if you're making the claim,
I think you are done. Honestly, I can't listen to anymore. Sorry.
No, just let him finish. Let's, Jack. If it's not impossible, you said it's not. You're claiming that it's not impossible. That's your claim. You've made a claim now. The claim is you said it's not impossible. So you have two options: either it's possible or necessary. So which of the two is it?
I didn't say that. What I said was
it's not impossible.
I didn't see any.
You say you don't see any reason for it to be impossible, right?
Yeah. So now you guys.
So then it must be possible or necessary.
Sorry, I don't understand why. I don't understand why you keep over talking me. So, if you guys say that there is a reason to think that it's impossible, I'm just asking for the inference by which you draw that conclusion. Right?
How did I respond?
You don't see a reason. Wait, hold on, Jack. You don't.
Sorry, you keep.
Okay, let me speak. You've said what you've said. Let me come back.
I wasn't finished. No.
Go on, Mohammaad.
Hello?
Yeah, go on.
I wasn't actually finished talking. So what I said was, presumably, that belief that it's impossible is justified by an inference, right? And I'm just asking what the inference is.
You don't need to presume anything or assume anything.
Sorry. I wasn't actually done. Presumably, that belief is justified by some inference.
Why is that presumable?
I'm just asking what. Sorry, I wasn't actually done. Presumably, that belief is justified by an inference. So I was just asking what that inference is that justifies.
All right, so is it my time to speak now?
Yeah.
All right. So when you say you don't see any reason for it to be impossible, is that what you said? Yeah.
I was asking about the inference.
Now I understand, but before that, you said you don't see any reason for it to be impossible. That's what you said with your words, right?
Yeah, but I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get clear now.
You're not. You're
belief
clearly not.
that it's
You can't
impossible,
communicate. You don't know how to
justified
communicate.
by an
I'm
inference?
asking you a
Sorry,
question.
I don't understand why you're
Hello,
over-talking
hello.
me. I don't understand why you're
Sorry,
over.
Jack, he wasn't done.
Sorry,
Sorry,
I
Jack, he wasn't
Here's
done.
the thing, Jack. You're over talking him.
Yeah.
You're over talking him, and then you keep complaining when you get over talked when you're actually starting the over talking.
No, he asked me a question. I started to answer, and then he over-talked me.
Go ahead.
Right.
So you
So
said,
now,
is it correct?
what
Am I quoting you correctly when you said that that you don't see any reason for it to be impossible? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Now
Okay.
I'm asking what I'm asking is,
before
do
you
think
ask,
it
can
is?
you just
Sorry,
hold on for a second?
sorry.
Why are you saying sorry all the time? Let me just probe you on it.
Jack, we're
You keep
responding to what
Jack, come on,
over-talking
don't do this because you're clearly trying to stunt the conversation.
you
You're trying to
answered
stunt the conversation.
answered the question, and now Mohammed is responding to your answer. That's it.
You need to stop playing games. All right. We're having a conversation. Please. We're having a conversation. You said clearly that you just agreed. You've just agreed. So we have to build upon agreements. Otherwise, this conversation is going to go nowhere. You said.
Are you guys going to continue to over-talk me?
Let me just say what I'm going to say, and then you can say what you're going to say. All right. You said you don't see any reason for it to be impossible. Yeah. So
that's right.
Now the question is, do you see it as possible or necessary? Yes or no, please.
I don't take a position on it.
So then if you don't take a position on it, this is a waste of conversation. So you shouldn't even be probing me. You shouldn't really what if you're saying you don't see any reason for it to be impossible, do you not see any reason for it? Sorry. You don't see any reason for it to be impossible. Do you not see any reason for it to be possible? Would you say the same thing about possibility as you have with impossibility?
I don't have an argument that it's possible.
I'm not saying you have an argument. That's not my question. Please listen to my question. Please, Jack.
But what
else
do you mean by a reason?
No, please. The same articulation that you formulated with impossibility, would you have the same would you posit the same articulation with possibility and necessity? So in other words, where you said that you don't see any reason for it to be impossible, would you also have the same articulation, fill in the blanks, for possible and necessity? In other words, you would say, I don't see any reason for it to be possible, or I don't see any reason for it to be necessary.
By reason, you mean an argument, right?
No, I didn't say that. You need to listen to what I'm saying, okay? I've just said the same articulation that you used for the word impossible. You said, I don't see any reason for it to be impossible. Now, I'm saying, would you use the same articulation that you used with the word impossible, with the word possible, and with necessary? In other words, I don't see any reason for it not to be possible, and I don't see any reason for it to be necessary. Would you say the same thing with all three possibilities? With necessity, possibility,
not sure
and
what you mean by reason. I'm not sure what you mean by reason if you don't mean an argument.
No, if you're not sure what I mean, let me repeat it because maybe you understand. You said, and you agreed just a second ago, you just said that I don't see any reason for it to be impossible. That's what you said about the infinite regress example that Hamza gave. Yes, you agreed. Now, would you use exactly the same phraseology and exactly the same articulation when it comes to the words, instead of impossible, possible and necessary? Would you use that as well? So in other words, could you say, could you say that I don't see any reason for it to be necessary and I don't see any reason for it to be possible? Would you say the same thing with all three categories, impossibility, possibility, and necessity?
Yeah, if by reason is meant argument. I don't claim
so you said yes,
to have an argument.
So you said yes, yeah?
I don't claim to have an argument for any of the positions. Or you guys do.
In the same way, so hold on. So you see this? Okay, perfect. So this is your position. Your position is you don't see any reason for it to be impossible, i.e. the infinite regress, but you don't see any reason for it to be possible either. And you don't see any reason for it to be necessary. No, you listen to what I'm saying.
I don't have an argument.
So you want okay, so this is what you've just said. And tell me if this is coherent in your understanding or it's incoherent. You say, so this is your position, Jack. Your position is you don't see any reason why an infinite regress is impossible,
but you also don't see any reason why an infinite regress is possible, but you also see why you don't see any reason why an infinite regress is necessary. So all three articulations for all three exhaustive possibilities. That's what you're saying.
What I'm saying is this, right? If I don't have an argument that it's impossible, I don't see a reason to think that it's impossible.
Yeah, so basically you're ignorant. With all due respect, all you are in this conversation, all you have demonstrated is that you have ignorance. Now, that is an interesting debate tactic. Let me just be ignorant. So if you are ignorant, there is no need to be in this conversation. You're basically ignorant. You don't see any reason for it to be impossible, but you don't see any reason for it to be possible, but you also don't see any reason for it to be necessary. So you're ignorant. You're fully ignorant. So as an ignorant person, ignorant to the arguments, or ignorant to the possibilities or impossibilities or necessities, right? Ignorant to all three categories here of existence. It's either impossible or possible or necessary. You're ignorant to all three of them. There really is no point of this conversation. It's basically you're saying I'm ignorant.
I thought it was your claim that it was. Sorry, I wasn't.
You don't have an argument, but you're ignorant to all arguments.
Right.
You have no reason for anything.
Yeah, that was just a waste of
time. You have no
man.
reason to believe or disbelieve in anything. Is that correct?
He's gone. He's gone. He's gone.
Oh, good. Because you see, this is an interesting debate tactic, right? This debate tactic, a lot of these ultra skeptics, we've talked about this already before, right? They'll come in and they'll think, and the guy boosted him up as a black belt, okay? But the black belt here was basically slipping on his, chasing his own tail, quite frankly, chasing his own tail. That's what he's doing. And there's no substance in what the guy is saying. Everyone can see. Everyone can see. If you're saying I have no reason, and all the things that he's doing is these agnostics think they can get away with it. I'm going to just use negatives. I have no reason to believe X. I have no reason to believe Y. I have no reason to. You have no reason. It doesn't mean there is no reason. It's an argument really from ignorance. It's a fully ignorant argument.
I thought, Dr. Imran, you
cares about him?
Fair question. And then what do you
perfectly reasonable question, because an infinity is that an uncountable number.
The thing is, his cheerleader, he was bigging him up as the black belt and this and that, and he's the guy, and you guys are just taking out the white belts and so on. Look, we're not here trying to take out anyone. We're trying to speak. We're trying to have conversations, and most of our conversations.
You highlighted his debate tactic.
We're good.
Because I thought I'd give a real dumbed down example of the sniper. I just didn't think what the problem.
And you know that dumbed down, they couldn't handle it. They couldn't handle it. And it's just a simple, and I like that about Hamza. Yeah, it was a nice example. I think most of the viewers see here that really all the atheists can do is play word games. That's what they've been doing, man. Yeah. So at the end of the day, I think that we have a good stream here, alhamdulillah. We've been able to demonstrate. We've been able to demonstrate.
A few questions, if that's okay. Yeah. Muslims, just so you know, guys, I think it's all brothers. Just ask your question, yeah? Please, 2-3 minutes. That'd be cool, because it's getting quite late now. All right? Go on, Ahmed. You've been waiting patiently. Thank you for waiting.
First of all, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you. Actually, thank you, because I feel sorry for all the brain cells you guys lost. And frankly, I have a question. Could you repeat that very argument to me? I would like to answer that very argument, please. Try me, please.
What, my dumbed down demonstration about infinite regress?
Yes, please. I'd like to answer it so I can show people, how it's answered. Please.
Okay, so you have a sniper, needs to take a shot, can't take the shot till he gets permission. The one who gets permission from needs to get permission before he can give permission, and this goes back ad infinitum. Will permission be ever given?
Impossible. The reasoning is pretty simple. The sniper would be dead. And here's why. Because the sniper would have to wait t equals infinity in order to get a response. And t equals infinity, well, we already know by definition, and I quote verbatim, infinity is a number greater than any assignable quantity or countable number of the symbol infinity. And honestly, I myself am surprised that it's so hard. I really said this in the private chat, and I don't want to offend any atheists out there, but being undecided does not mean that you're right or wrong. That's the problem. It's like we don't have. Do you really want us to force a multiple choice paper right in front of you so you can pick the answer? Please answer the question next time.
But he did give it. This is the thing, brother Mohammed Hijab. He put a multiple choice in front of him. It's A, B, or C. Which one is it? And he did.
Well, I mean, mentally, but not
might be B, possibly C.
That's right. Like, because you know what it is? It's like, say, starting a sentence with "I have no reason to," right? Believe. I mean, you can say that about anything. 2 + 2 is it 4, 5, or 6? It's 2 + 2 = 4. I have no reason to believe that. I mean, it's irrefutable, right? In a sense, it's irrefutable. You have no reason to believe it. It doesn't mean there is no reason to believe it. 2 + 2 = 4. I have no reason to. Well, 2 + 2 = 4. I have no reason to believe it. How would you prove it? Actually, you can't prove it. In a sense, 2 + 2 = 4 it's almost tautological. But that is, I mean, what we're going to do with people like that level of ignorance. I have no reason to believe. I have no reason to believe. Okay, khalas. That's you. That's you. We have a good reason, which is we're trying to use logical apparatus here to come to conclusions. Atheism is dying, man.
And I thought that you have a reason because you keep going back and you'll never get the permission. Isn't that reason? Enough reason?
The would have to wait. The person would have to wait until the last person gets permission, and that last person, like we said, it's ad infinitum. T = infinity. Like there is no really last person. And the thing is that before I leave, though, so I can give my brothers a chance. First of all, I want to say to Mohammed Hijab, I'm a huge fan from Kuwait, and I've been watching, since I think 2018, 2019 from SE Dawa, and I really wish I could meet you, but because of the time currently and stuff, and because I don't have money and don't have permission to come and see and visit you, I hope in the future, inshallah, God willingly, that I come meet you and then shake hands and talk and have a nice, peaceful discussion. Also, a suggestion for Brother Hamza is why don't you use Discord? It just makes your life way more easier. Just use Discord. Honestly, it's better. I think you have a server, you'd have an active community who can speak in this server and keep the discussions going. And you can easily control who enters in, who leaves and stuff, and from like voice chats and stuff. And voice chats are easier, and you have proper camera, adjustments and moderation, and you can also give people certain roles so they can allow them to enter and leave and stuff like that. It's way more easy, and it's free, and you don't have to pay a single gil. And it's straight. This is what I told the same thing to the moderator for SC Dawa. I told them this, and they didn't even accept my freaking. They didn't even apply or even attempt to apply the server. And I myself, I have a server which is at a sadly 100 members when other servers have like 1,000. I don't know if I should plug it in, but I'm gonna put it in here, and then Hamza, you decide if you should put it in the comments section. I am the owner of that server, and I moderated with actual Muslim YouTube content creators who will also moderate the server too. So it's safe. The debate is safe, and discussions are totally calm and chill. And whenever we have a debate or discussion, if voice, we just enter a voice chat, and we can limit the voice chat. We can limit the amount of people who can enter and leave. And you can give people certain roles. For example, if you can also set up like a voice chat, which does not allow Muslims to enter and allows everyone else except Muslims to enter easily by just making it so that the voice chat is private to a select few. And yeah, Discord is like way more intuitive, and actually I don't want to say safest, but it's actually, oh my God, mashallah. How many people is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 people are joining live right now. Thank you, Brother Hamza. But yeah,
you're welcome.
Anyway, I'll give the time for I hope Brother Hijab, Brother Hamza, and Brother Imran join my server too. Like, it's just make an account and then join in, and then we can have a peaceful discussion, and we can open more discussions and debates. And I think my moderators are like I don't know. I think they're going insane and ballistic because they've been nagging me to promote this server for so long, and I tell them I can't because other servers don't allow server promotions. But yeah, thank you. I'll give my brothers some other time. Thank you guys later. And yes, this is me, Muslim Dragon, Tusul Dragon 304, signing out, and have a good one. Peace.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Oh, nice brother, mashallah. Kuwaitis love the dawah, don't they, mashallah?
Alhamdulillah.
Right, who's next? Umar.
But the hijab, is your heater on in the car? It's quite cold today, isn't it?
I don't think it is, you know.
Subhanallah.
Umar? Umar? Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Can I be heard? Okay, great. Jazakumullah khair for great work. I hope, I pray Allah gives us knowledge and teaches us how to convey it well. My question quickly. So first of all, just a small comment. I think the main problem with atheists is they're using sophistry all the time because we disagree on self-apparent truths. So for example, we see that the law of non-contradiction is a self-apparent truth. We agree on that. For me, when someone gives a premise that whatever begins to exist has a cause, I see that as self-apparent. Okay, that's clear. But then they would ask why, give me a reason, and then you try to give them a reason, and then they say why, and then they say why, and it never ends really. I think that is the main problem. Is, well, if we don't agree on the basic, on the axiom, then how can we even argue?
I could tell you a workaround for that. I always ask them the question, do you accept everything that begins to exist requires a cause? If they say no, then you ask them, could you name something? And more often than not, they say the universe. More often than not.
But if they agree about that, the same premises, they ask why, or why is it?
They've already agreed. They don't have to understand it now, do they? If they say no.
But the case, if they say no and you ask why or not, then you are arguing about about an axiom. But when you start to argue about axiom, you're engaging in sophistry. That's my point.
No. If they say
when you go in arguing about every point and then going arguing, and they say yes or no, yes or no. Yeah,
when you're having a discussion or a debate with somebody, you have to go from the premises and you have to underline as you go. So if you start the conversation with an atheist and you ask them, do you believe everything that begins to exist requires a cause? And they say yes, that's underlined. Let's move on. We don't need to talk about that no more. Let's move on. Right. Did the universe begin to exist is the next question. Now, if they say no, I don't believe everything begins to exist requires a cause, then you ask them, well, name something that begins to exist without a cause.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think that's my problem. I think that it's not about name something. It's about that it's something intuitive. It's from our fitra. It's a self-apparent truth. And when we start to argue about things like that, but that's my problem. Is that there's always something that you have to start from, and when you start to argue about those points, then there comes the problem.
Yeah, but what you got to do, Abdullah, you've got to argue those points to underline them. If you can't get past that premise, if they can't understand that, then forget the rest.
But I'm sorry, but to argue about those points, you have to base that on truths or arguments that are beneath them. Or are those arguments axiom that you're using, and then
Abdullah, you don't.
But you argue a premise from from other premises that depend on that premise, right?
You ask them. If they say to you they believe something can exist without a cause, or something can begin to exist without a cause, ask them, name something that they believe began to exist without a cause, because they've just claimed now something can begin. So what?
But I'm sorry to say again, but for example, let's take the law of non-contradiction. If we say, okay, do you believe in the law of non-contradiction? They might say yes, no, like I don't believe in the law of non-contradiction. And when you ask, name something that's contradictory, they say, well, I might not know something that's the two arguments that are not contradictory, but now you're arguing about something that's self-apparent, right? I mean, when you start about arguing about that, then when do you stop, right? I mean, you kind of play the same thing about this argument of something beginning to exist as a cause. With the law of non-contradiction, is the same thing, because when give me something that two arguments that contradict, but it's still true. And then you say, okay, I might not know. You are the one that's claiming it's a contradiction. And that's my problem. Is I feel I
can see a problem. I can see a problem. Just relax. Right?
I'm sorry, yeah.
And when and I'll say to you again, if you want to go to the causation argument, just ask them, do you believe everything begins to exist requires a cause? If you do, alhamdulillah, we can progress. If you don't, why not?
Okay.
What do you know that began to exist without a cause? And they'll say the universe is the only thing they can go to. And then you say, well, how do you know that began to exist without a cause? And they don't have any support for that. And I don't know why you go to the law of non-contradiction. Just stick on that point, basic principles. Don't complicate it.
Okay.
That would be my advice. But now the big boys can give you an answer.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be interested in your comments.
What would you say, Mohammed, to that?
Can you guys still see me? Yeah, I like both of what you. I mean, both of you have good points. Both of you have good points, man. Like, let burden of proof. If they're saying no, if they that a lot of the things that whenever they say that, burden of proof. If they say no, then they're effectively making a claim, right? So you got to give them. Okay, so give me an example of that. And what you were saying, the brother was saying, is in a sense true as well. Because if a lot of them will deny logical principles, but then if you do that, then you can't make any you can't make any claims at all, can you? Because if you don't have the law of non-contradiction, if you don't have any of that stuff, then basically a contradiction can be true and false at the same time. It destroys discussions. But I think at that point, like he said in the beginning, it's sophistry, right? So they're just trying to. It's not truth seeking, and people can see this. I mean, when people come on shows like this and they're trying to just weasel themselves out of having to explain themselves and use very carefully crafted articulations in order to present a case for something that there isn't a case for. I have no reason to, like that guy said, I have no reason to believe X, Y, or Z. Or very specific argument. So you can turn around and say, I'm not making an argument. I'm not making an argument. Well, you know, that person has effectively given up, in my opinion. Effectively given up. You can do that with absolutely anything. You can do that with basic arithmetic. 2 + 2 = 4. How can you prove that? How can you? Well, I have no reason to believe that. You can use the same level of argumentation. Call it. You can use the same articulation with almost any proposition that's made in the world, and people can see that. People say, "Okay, you're just wasting our time." Quite frankly.
Yeah, I think that was my point. So I just, if I'm allowed, just one quick question to Brother Mohammed. Yeah. So about the difference between the first cause argument and the first mover argument, because I remember Sheikh Abdul Ujairi made a point about that. For example, Sheikh Ibn Taymiyyah, he said the first cause argument requires us to talk about something in the past, like when they argue about, okay, we don't agree the universe began, for example, but the first mover argument talks about, well, I see my hand moving right now, so that's something that I can verify, and from that I can prove that there is a first mover. So could you just give a small comment about the difference between these two and the strength and weakness? And that's my comment. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to.
I believe from my reading, I know I've had an interview with Sheikh Abdullah. It's on my channel. But basically, from my understanding, once again, if you read, there's 2 or 3 main books that Ibn Taymiyyah, if you want to refer to him, one of them I've already kind of alluded to is the Sharh Aqid al-Isfahaniyya, where in the beginning part he seemingly, and he prefers arguments from causation. He says it's better to do arguments from causation than arguments from contingency. And the reason why is Ibn Taymiyyah, he says that it's basically هذا أطول وأصعب or something like this. I can't remember exactly what he says, but he says about when you're trying to argue from contingency, it's a longer argument. He says, but arguing from causation, أن كل محدث لابد له كل محدث لابد له محدث, that everything which has been created or come into existence requires a creator, or anything that has been caused and any effect requires a cause. He says this is much easier to assess from the empirical realities around us. It's much easier and it's better for the layman. He says most people don't require this level of, in Radd al-Muntaqin, he says most people don't require this level of umq, like this level of philosophizing. And in what do you call it? Yeah, and he has a book called Mas'alat Huduth al-Alam as well. And he, in the beginning of that book, he just says that you know, the best argument is what the Quran says. أَمْ خُلِقُوا مِنْ غَيْرِ شَيْءٍ وَهُمُ الْخَالِقُونَ. It's not really even an argument. It's like, it's a rhetorical question. And he says most people, they don't need anything more than that. But then he goes into different arguments and he assesses different ones. And it's not like he doesn't like the other one. And in Ar-Radd al-Muntaqiyin, he actually says some people, some philosophers and people that want to think more deeply, they actually require more. He actually used the word kalami arguments, kalam type arguments. And he says for them it's more nasib, it's more basically appropriate. So it depends on what you like. I mean, like Hamza, he prefers the cosmological argument. I understand why. It's because, quite frankly, it's easier to explain. I prefer the contingency argument because I know that when I use, because I don't want to open the can of worms when it comes to causation, and I know there's a lot of discussion about infinity and causation. And I prefer to have a longer argument, but then the counters are less, than to have a shorter argument, but the counters are more. But it's basically that's what everyone today. I mean, I use the cosmological argument as well, and sometimes you can actually use it like playing chess. You know, you can use both at the same time. So if the person doesn't like causation, you can switch to dependency, and you can kind of play it like that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but what I meant was the
time.
first mover argument, which is that right now my hand is moving, and that from that that I see my hand is moving now. That means that there is a first mover, and that, well, everything that begins to exist that has a cause. That these are two different arguments, and he's saying that the first mover argument, that my hand is moving, from that going to that there is a first mover, that is a better argument than that the universe needs a cause, because we can argue about the universe having a cause or not, but we cannot argue about my hand moving right now. And that's what the differentiation was that Sheikh Rajir was saying. So I'm not sure if
I think so. I think so, but I think they're connected.
Oh, okay,
I think the first. I mean, you know, Al-Ghazali, he makes an argument for movement, and so does Aristotle. And they're saying so long as there's movement, there's a mover. Basically, that's the idea. So long as there is movement, there has to be a mover. And so if you postulate that there's movement, then there's always a mover, and it goes back to a first mover. This is the argument of Aristotle. It's the argument of Al-Ghazali likes this argument, and Ibn Taymiyyah he kind of mentions it here and there, but it's more so the arguments of Aristotle and Al-Ghazali likes it.
Okay, Jazakallah khair. Jazakallah khair.
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam.
MashaAllah, love you brothers, love your work. I'm calling from New York. Just got a quick question. So with atheists, do you think the main reason or their main issue is really that they really don't want God to exist? Because in a lot of my discussions, like when I give them the hypothetical scenario that just say you are convinced that God does exist, a lot of times they actually say, yeah, but you know, we'll believe God exists, but we won't really worship him. So I think should we really address their emotional position first, even before getting into that discussion? It seems like they don't really want God to exist. You know what I mean?
But if they believe God exists, then they're no longer atheists, are they?
Yeah, but they don't want to worship God. It's like, so when I ask them, like, okay, would you believe? Let's say they have a criteria for evidence. Okay, this is my criteria. This is what will convince me. But then how would that translate to your life? Like, how would your life actually change? And they would respond by saying that, yeah, you know, my life won't really change. I won't pray 5 times. I won't do anything like that. So I think, do you think the real issue is this emotional, I don't know if you call it like mesotheism or hatred towards God or disobedience to God or something like that?
Let me give you my layman answer, and then I'll let the academics have a dig. All right. So basically, when someone concedes the point that, yeah, maybe a creator of everything exists, then my next question would be, would that creator know us better than we know ourselves, know what would benefit us, know what would harm us? And then the logical conclusion is, of course, because he created us. And then wouldn't it be logical and reasonable then to try and connect to this creator, to plug into the supreme guidance? and it'd be really stupid people to say no. And then if they say, well, yeah, that would be logical to, if there is a supreme guide that for us to connect to that, then the next question would be, how would you do that? And they'll say, well, I don't know. We say, well, the way you do that is you look in history for men who claim to be messengers of this creator, this cause, this uncaused cause, this first mover, this necessary being. They claim to be a messenger of this cause. You should be so excited. Well, is this true? Is this a way for us to connect to this supreme objective morality, this supreme guidance? And then you would look at the messengers who claimed in history who came for you. So, for example, if you were living in London, for example, and a messenger came to Manchester, then his message is not for you. So you would look for a messenger that came for you. And the reality is only one man in history ever claimed to come for the whole of mankind, which was Mohammed, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So that's the messenger you should be plugging into. And the way you would do that is to test his claim. And if his claim is true, get excited, you're plugging into your creator. Logically, I don't see how they can challenge that. I do that, and I leave them in bits.
Right. Yeah, I'm
No
just saying.
Like cornering a cat.
From my experience, like digging down into the reasons for their disbelief is a lot of times emotional. They really don't want to, like they just don't like the idea of listening to something like that's all powerful or something like. Yeah. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but the point is this, you see, but you've got to establish with them that this cause is the source of supreme guidance and get them to agree with you. Because if they disagree with you, you say, wait a minute, you believe in this creator, yet you don't believe he knows us better than we know ourselves, know what benefits, know what harms, knows what's waiting for us when we die and all of these things, and you don't want to know? Come on,
right,
man.
That's exactly the contradiction. Like I face that all the time. I'm like, okay, then that's the end of the conversation for me.
But it's illogical, though. It's an unreasonable position to take, that if you could connect to the one who created you and you don't want to, why not?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. Yeah.
So that's my layman dawah in the street response that I usually give, and like I say, it ties them in knots. How would you respond, Doctor?
Well, I think you've made the point. I think it's what I think usually happens is often the atheism comes before the justification. So there's usually something that makes the person step away from a belief in a creator, whether that's they don't want to live that particular lifestyle, or there's something else that's attracting them that would be contradictory to whatever the consequence of believing the creator would be. So there's something else that really, and then what happens, we have a post-positional justification. So then people pick up the arguments afterwards that they try and rationalize their position that they've arrived in. And usually we get bogged down with the arguments, but there's something else happened, like my cat died when I was 4 or something, something else that's, not so inconsequential, but that that's made them take the step in that direction. And it's really trying to connect maybe on a more human level with people about their background and what's led them to this position. Because Dawkins, we know someone like Dawkins. I mean, he was abused as a child by somebody within the church. We and this sort of, so his position that he was taking was against religion was way before he became a professor of evolutionary biology. That's been tagged on at the end as something that he uses to justify his position, but actually that's the cart before the horse. So I think really we need people to be sincere, and that sometimes it might mean getting past the arguments and getting in contact with that person on a bit more of a human level and trying to find out where the motivation is. I'm going to make it easy. It's not easy talking to people who themselves may not be sure why they're in this position.
All right, Abu Yusuf, Jazakallah khairan.
Jazakallah khair.
Salam alaikum.
Alaykum salam wa rahmatullah.
Not sure. Salam alaikum.
Assalamu
alaikum.
I am a Muslim from Middle East.
I
have like 2 questions, or maybe no. It's not a question. Is want you to explain me a sentence. Actually, my English is not very good, but I'm gonna tell you the sentence. There is a famous saying which is, "Do what you want as long as you do not harm anyone." There are many homosexuals who says we do not harm anyone, so there is no problem. Is this thing a right thing?
Sorry? Do what you like as long as you don't harm anybody.
Yeah, they say this sentence.
Who's they?
Like homosexual, they say we don't harm anybody, so there's no problem to be a homosexual. Do you agree with that?
If it was a homosexual, I'll ask him what's the butt plug, but
Okay, what is the meaning
here's
of?
the thing, you see. You're moving into the realms of what's moral, what's right, what's wrong, all of these things, what's good, what's bad, and it's all subjective. And that goes back to my original point. You need an objective standard of morality. So why something is forbidden is irrelevant. The reality, we might be able to rationalize it, but if it's forbidden, it's forbidden. So,
okay, what is the meaning of freedom? Does it mean that you can say anything, whatever it's up to religion, belief, anything?
There's no such thing as freedom, mate. There is no such thing as freedom.
There's not freedom like French government. They say that this is actually a freedom. We didn't say something wrong. We just say the Muslims, they are like that, and.
But there's no such thing as freedom. There's no such thing as freedom of speech. There's permission of speech. So you can't say anything. You can say what you're allowed to say, and it has limits depending on what you're saying.
Okay, what is the limit?
Depends who's set the boundaries. So, for example, if you're in Pakistan, I'm pretty sure you can't say derogatory things about the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. If you're in England, you can. So the ones in Pakistan, the leadership of Pakistan, set the limits in that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. That was sweet. Assalamu alaikum, Imran.
Hi, hello. Thanks for having me on. I'm just saying I'm actually an atheist. I've joined on the chat for a bit, and I've listened to your arguments, and surprisingly enough, actually agree with a lot of them. But my issue is, with a lot of your arguments, you can say that there's a cause, that you can go back to a first cause, but you don't actually say anything about that cause. That cause could be anything. As you can say, like, what was the first cause? What's supposed to be your first cause of the universe? And as Matt Dillahunty would say, well, how did you rule out universe creating pixies?
Okay, so you believe in a first cause?
Well, I mean, I don't actually, but what I'm saying is, I've heard your arguments about infinite regress and the contingency, and it's possible that the universe in some form could have existed forever. It's possible we've not shown energy to be created or destroyed in any way, so it's possible, quite possible, that energy could have existed, forever. I mean, clearly you guys don't have a problem with a God existing forever. So why not something like energy existing forever?
Can energy be created or destroyed outside of a closed system?
It's not been shown to be created or destroyed according to the second law of thermodynamics.
Isn't that within a closed system?
I mean, because even within a closed system or any system, it's not been shown to be created or destroyed. We just don't have any examples of
thermodynamics was that energy can't be created or destroyed within a closed system.
No, it doesn't say anything about the system. It just says energy cannot be created or destroyed.
Doesn't it?
But it has to be within a closed system because it has to be within the context of the universe, right? You can't. I mean, you can't generalize You can't generalize a rule within the universe to outside of it. That's actually impossible.
Well, I mean, why not? Because I mean, all we've got is the universe, okay? And in fact, all we have is just the universe, because we don't know what's outside. We're at the limit of our physics. We can't test for anything outside of the universe.
Yeah, but physics
So
is
all we
only
can do is
applicable
just
to
what's
this universe.
inside the universe.
Okay,
The laws of physics are only applicable to this universe.
Okay. You said
Yeah,
the
as
second
far
one.
as we know, because we're not able to test anything outside of the universe. Everything we say is
Yeah, that's exactly
within
that's the reason. That's the reason.
Yeah, so everything we know is inside the universe. From everything we've seen from inside the universe, energy cannot be created or destroyed.
Yeah, but if
And
you
we
think
can go
about it,
back
right?
to the Big Bang, but with the Big Bang, you know, we don't know whether the Big Bang was the beginning of everything, because it could have been something before that, could have been cyclical. It could have energy could have existed for forever. It could have been multiverses, proto-universes. So you can go back.
Yeah, all right.
You know,
So even with all of those interrogations, it's the same. It's the same argument, right? So if we wanted to grant you the idea that there's some energy that could not be created or destroyed, and somehow this energy is outside of the universe, okay, outside of the closed system, even if we granted all of that, the energy in question, okay, is it limited or unlimited?
Well, we don't know yet.
All right. If it's unlimited,
don't.
then you're practically describing God, right? Because you're saying that you have an unlimited power, you have some kind of sovereignty, some kind of. If it's limited, then it's contingent. Obviously, God is not an energy. We don't say that God is an energy. But what we're saying is, if it's outside of the closed system of the universe, and it has an ultimate capacity, right? Then in that case, we are describing God, but we're just using different terms. You can use the term energy, you can use the word whatever you want, but what you're talking about is really an omnipotent force. I mean, it would seem to be the case.
No.
But so if it's unlimited, if it's limited, then the same questions would apply. So what is it dependent on? In order to be, what is it dependent on? Is it dependent on something which is dependent, or is it dependent upon something which is independent? And then if it's dependent upon something which is dependent, then you have an infinite regress of dependent things. And if you have an infinite regress of dependent things, for reasons mentioned before, you'd have an impossibility unless you can, because of we said, you know, if something which is dependent, it relies upon something else to exist. So if you can't have an infinite number of those things, you can't have an infinite number of things which depend upon or rely upon other things to exist.
Yeah, you're just going back to the contingency argument. So basically, the whole thing is what you're trying to say is you're trying to create an infinite regress, and then say, well, something has to terminate the infinite regress, therefore my God. Whereas what I'm saying is,
I haven't said my God. No, I've just
Listen, Isan, don't be disrespectful, mate. Don't misrepresent our position. That's not what we're saying.
Okay, but
have you heard us say "my God"? Have you heard us say these words, God?
No. Well, okay. Well,
I think when you opened up the discussion,
I've heard the argument lots of times, mainly from.
All right, this is the problem you see. Isan, I'd appreciate it if you don't bring other conversations you've had to this table and show us what you've been eating. We're not care. We eat what's at our table, yeah? So if respond to what we're saying, yeah? Don't infer things that we've not said and then argue against them, because obviously you know that's a straw man, isn't it? Anyway, go on. What are you saying, Imran? Sorry, just 1 second.
I was just saying, when you opened up the discussion, Hassan, one of the things you said was that we haven't done the conceptual analysis of what this initial thing is, which is right. So to posit that then in this question isn't so unreasonable, because we haven't done that analysis. But the fundamental principle we're trying to establish is that there has to be something. You can even use the word foundational, or we use the word in contingent, uncaused, because whichever analysis you provide or whichever route you want to go down, you do end up with this infinite series of either causes or contingencies or whatever that might be. So at some stage, because it's impossible to cross an infinity in any conceptual way you'd like to cross it, there has to be a start point. And that's all really what was trying to be established. Now, you can analyze what this start point might be, and you're absolutely right. We haven't got to that stage in our discussion. But do you agree with that principle that there has to be something that would have been either the uncaused cause or the independent or the uncontingent thing that would have been the foundation for existence or causality? Would you accept that or not?
Okay, yeah. I mean, I said I understand the infinity principle and the idea that of something being a first cause or the uncaused cause, your creator. But that's all that says, it doesn't say anything about that. All we say is, yes, we have an uncaused cause, we have a first cause, full stop. We don't know anything about it. And also,
so that's great. I think
multiple different religions have postulated their God as the uncaused cause.
Sure,
so
I accept that. I accept that. So I think we agree on a lot then. So what we agreed is that there has to be this foundational thing. Now, a lot of atheists also talk about sort of, there's millions of concepts of God, but having many theories about a foundational thing doesn't negate the existence of the foundational thing. It just means that people have different concepts of that. The question is actually, how are we going to analyze this thing? And that's something that maybe we need to do and maybe we need to go into. But what you've essentially agreed is there has to be something foundational. Now, the foundational thing, if we have to do a conceptual analysis of what this might be, and that might be the way to go forward, I think, because we seem to be in agreement, really, the way I'm seeing it. Our question now is, okay, what are the qualities or the attributes or what properties must this initial foundational thing have for it to be? Yet. Yeah, well, there are ways of.
It doesn't necessarily have to still exist. It could have created everything and then ceased to exist after that. We don't know. We don't have any evidence for anything.
Yeah, but this brings me back to something I said. The idea that where are you getting your information from about this cause, and where are we getting our information from, and that's the difference. But we're not going into that in this particular stream. What we're establishing today in this stream is the fact that the idea to believe in the existence of a first cause of everything that exists isn't an unreasonable, irrational, illogical position to take. That's all we're establishing.
And there's one more thing I just want to.
Our arguments are
unreasonable or irrational. Well, I'm just saying that, even if I follow your arguments, all it does get to is a first cause. It doesn't say anything about that first cause.
Agreed. We're not doing that here.
Yeah, I just want to I say something. Just a response to one comment that you made, because it was actually an example that Al-Ghazali made in one of his books called Al-Iqtisas al-I'tiqad. Basically, you just said that the thing could create and see that, and that's why it's important to distinguish between causation and dependency, because Al-Ghazali he made distinction between the two by saying, if I create a house and then die and the house continues to live, continues to be thereafter, that's one state of affairs. But another state of affairs is when we talk about dependence, we're talking about something that you cannot exist without the thing existing as well. So there has to be, if you like, coexistence.
How do you know that's the case?
So if I say that the house is dependent on, or let's say, for example, in this case, it won't be a house. Let's make an easier example. Let's say, for example, a plant, it's not just caused by photosynthesis, but it depends on it. You get what I'm saying? So it's not just caused, in a sense, by the sun rays, but it depends on it. The moment that the sun rays are out of the equation for the plant, or maybe not exactly the moment, but it will cease to exist. In other words, for its continued existence, the plant requires the sun, not just for its initial existence. So there's a difference here between causation and dependence. That's why it's important to use them together, because one is not really sufficient. I think causation by itself it doesn't solve all the major problems. So it needs to be with dependence as well. And that's why Al-Ghazali, that's a beautiful example of the house.
How do you know it's not contagion?
House and then
how do you know it's contingent? Sorry, how do you know it's not just causation, it's dependence as well? There must be a reason, because I haven't seen any evidence to suggest that it has to be dependence as well as causation.
What has to be?
Well, the way you've said, you've given the example of a creator in a house, then you gave the example of the sun and the plant to distinguish between causation at the beginning and dependence, so that it maintains its necessary existence. But I've not seen any evidence to say why the creator of the universe is a dependent, is causing a dependence, or was just the creator.
So you're saying there's no evidence that he's basically saying, I think, there's no evidence that the creator or cause of the universe is still around maintaining that universe. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Is that you know, you can postulate there was a
Yeah,
first
the
cause,
evidence is
all of
from.
this. I can give you
So
all of
basically,
that,
there's no evidence against the fact.
Just sorry, please, just let me finish.
So,
Let me finish. I can, you know, I postulate, or you could postulate all of that. That there was this first cause, you know, infinite regress, unmoved mover, first cause, all of this, and then you know it could have just carried on like that. But then, what evidence do you have is that there's something that the first cause that started everything is still interacting with what was created and moved and caused.
So I'm not used the word interacting. So what I'm just saying is that so long as things continue to be dependent, they'll continue to be dependent on things, right? And that's just almost
how
a
do you know they
tautological
continue
statement.
to be dependent? That's what I'm trying to get at. How do you know they continue to be dependent?
Yeah. So you can assess that ontologically, and you can assess that cosmologically. So you can assess that literally using your five senses, and you can assess that using your mathematical mind as well. If you want to use your five senses, just look at yourself as a human body, right? I'm sure you realize
I do,
that.
yes, but I can't see anything that suggests there's the you know, the first cause or whatever it was you created is still.
No. What I'm saying is, let's take you as an example. Would you agree with me that you rely on something else in order, or you relied and you continue to rely on other things in order to exist?
Yes, I do. I rely on the sun. I rely on oxygen, water, food. Yes, I do.
Yeah, so you're dependent.
I'm dependent on those things I listed. Yes.
Yeah. So there you have it. So in a sense, everything is dependent on everything that you can see in observation is dependent upon something else, right? In order to exist.
There are things that I'm dependent on to continue to exist. Yes, but they, no one's saying that they were the things that they were there that started everything in the beginning.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that not just you. That's one example. But what I'm saying is that in fact, all observable examples are examples of dependent things. Everything that you can think of empirically, every single thing that you can think of had to have a state of affairs before it, or even if you don't use the word before, that I'm not even going to use antecedent or preceded or whatever, that there was a state of affairs where it required something else in order to be, basically. Everything that you can observe requires something in order to be.
Well, you're just going back. Yeah, you're just going back to that unmoved mover, but none of that.
No, I'm not, because
that unmoved mover
here
is still
there's a distinguishing.
interacting now.
There's a difference between causation and dependency, right? So causation is
Yeah,
something which
we've
brings rise to
established that.
phenomena.
We've established that the causation, but you're trying to say that the causer of everything, this created, is still interacting. And I'm saying is I don't see any evidence that
No, what I'm saying is not. I haven't used the word interacting. I've just said that so long as there exists things which are dependent, then these things which are dependent will naturally depend upon something else, right? And that can't go on infinitely. So it requires something which is independent, yeah, and which all the dependent things will depend upon. And what we're saying is that that independent entity is in fact the ultimate explanation for the existence, the continued existence of everything in creation, or everything in reality, or everything in the world, whether you can see it physically or you can conceive of it extramentally.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but you inserted continued existence. I could just say that whatever it is that we've all agreed on is the cause of the existence, but then you said it's the cause of the continued existence without justifying why the word continued.
Now, I've said that the justification is this. The justification is
it's impossible. Okay, so now I'm appealing to logical categories. Yeah, it's impossible for there to be a state of affairs where things rely upon other things which are reliant upon other things ad infinitum. And the only way to break free from such impossibility is to introduce an independent entity through which all other dependent entities can derive its existence or exist because of.
You still haven't said why it has
Mohammed,
to be,
I think you're crossing each other. I think what Ihsan is saying, he agrees with you that the universe is dependent upon something to come into existence. What he's saying is, why does that mean? Does it still depend on something to exist?
Exactly. So what I'm just trying to say
I
is,
understand what you're saying.
I
can I ask you a question at this point, Ihsan, if you don't mind? Do you believe that the first cause is more powerful than anything we know?
I don't know anything about the first cause at the moment, and I wouldn't say it has to be more powerful than anything we know.
Okay, I'll rephrase myself.
It could have been something that ceased. It could have been something that ceased to exist.
Let me rephrase my question, because you just jumped my question. I don't know why. It was a very simple question. Do you believe there's anything as powerful, anything that we know of powerful enough to create a universe?
We don't know anything about what caused the universe. So
do we know of anything? Do we know of anything that has the power to create a universe?
We don't know of anything that has the power to create the universe. No.
Right. And would you accept that the first cause of the universe created the universe?
Well, I'm going to give you the first cause thing. I'm just saying. All I say is I don't know whether the universe has existed in some form forever in terms of energy or matter.
Okay.
That
Are you giving me the first cause or not?
Proto-universes. But what I'm saying is, if I give you, let me give you the argument that yes, there was a first cause. Okay, just for the sake of argument, let's say there was. I don't know anything about that first cause.
Okay.
I don't know how powerful or otherwise.
So do you believe this first cause caused the universe?
No, I'm not saying I believe first cause. I'm just saying I'm giving you that just to
what are you giving me?
The argument.
I'm taking it. What are you giving me? I don't understand.
Well, what I'm saying is I'm agreeing with you at that point, just to advance the discussion.
Yeah, but the ramifications to accepting that. If you're allowing me that premise, I'm going to build upon it. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Please do. Okay. Yeah.
So do you accept then? So the first cause I'm referring to is the cause of the universe. Yes.
Okay. Yes. Let's say there is a first cause to the universe. Let's agree on that. Yeah.
Right. And do you know of any power in this universe that can cause a universe?
No, I'm not aware of anything that's powerful enough to create the
universe. So then you agree that the cause of the universe is more powerful than anything we know?
Who's created the universe? Yes. Okay. I'd say it's more powerful than anything that we know so far. Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Do you believe that the cause of this universe will be more intelligent than anything we know?
I wouldn't put intelligence in because there's no evidence that an intelligence would be needed, because there's incredibly powerful things that we know so far, like black holes, supernova explosions. These things don't, these are incredibly powerful things that have no intelligence in them.
So with regards to fine-tuning and with regards to the respiratory system and the digestive system and all of these things, you think it's all accidents? Random?
Well, I mean, so there is randomness in part in the universe. Okay, that's true.
You think there's order to the universe or chaos?
There is order in the universe, but that's because it follows natural laws.
And where do these natural laws come from?
Natural laws could be within the inherent properties of matter. So things like, the protons and the electrons are oppositely charged. Now, there's no.
Well, why is it so that way? That's what I'm saying to you. See, you can't give me the paradigm of a first cause of everything and all of a sudden start talking as if there is no first cause and everything's random.
No, all I said was I said, let's say there is a first cause, but we don't have any evidence that the first cause is still causing things to happen.
No, but this is another story, you see. I said this earlier. How can we know about this first cause? If it exists, whether it still exists, does it maintain the universe? How would we know?
We don't know. We don't know.
How
we
could
can do
we
lots
know?
of experiments.
No. How could we know? How could we find out? What is the only way we could find out?
Well, the only way is just to do more scientific experiments. We know what's happened for just a few seconds after the Big Bang. We just need to do more and more physics experiments to find out more about the Big Bang, what was behind it, and cosmology experiments.
See, here's the thing you see, and this is why I said to this, I can't remember who it was on earlier. Our understanding of the cause is not based upon our observation. Yeah, it's based through revelation, isn't it?
Oh, you would say that obviously as a Muslim, but others of other religions,
No.
would say something different.
The only way you could know about this cause is if it reveals itself. We can't find out ourselves. It needs to be revealed to us, isn't it?
Not necessarily, no, because science can progress to the point whereby something could be found out about that first cause, if there is one.
But science doesn't recognize the existence of the first cause.
It doesn't yet, but we don't know what will happen in the future.
No, but the point is we're talking about now, isn't it? And why we believe what we believe now. So this is the whole point of this stream. Do you think it's irrational to believe in the first cause of everything that exists?
I don't think it's irrational, no.
Right. So that's what we're establishing in this stream. Right? That's what we're establishing in this stream. And I think we've done very, very well. And our argumentation is the evidence to support that belief. Yeah? Now, you can throw your whims and your what ifs and this and that and possibilities. It's up to you. Do as you like. The point here is this. Once we establish that position, that's when it moves on to revelation for us.
For you, yes.
Yeah.
Others can have their own revelations.
All you've got at this position, at the stalemate we have, all you have is conjecture.
Could I just make a point, Hamza? Is that all right? So I think we're talking cross purposes. Maybe we're talking past each other. So we do. I think what you're asking, Hassan, and I think Hamza sort of got that. He sort of understood that was that the whatever the universe is dependent upon ultimately. What is there any evidence that this thing, whatever that is still there as something that is required for the continuation of whatever exists? And I think what Brother Mohammaad Hijab was trying to say is that the fact that there are the dependencies don't suddenly go away. I mean, if you imagine stacking things on top of each other, if you were to take out the foundations of a house, for example, the walls would fall. There wouldn't be a point when you could remove the foundations and the house would keep standing.
Yeah, but that hasn't been demonstrated for the universe. You know, you can
sure, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. So the question is how we would go about establishing that. That's what would be the thing. How would we go about establishing that the type of dependency that we're talking about? I.e., and temporal probably is not the right word to use, but we can say a temporal dependency or a perpetual dependency. Let's use those two phrases to try and describe the differences between these two things. Now, the position that's being put forward, and you can correct me, Brother Mohammaad Hijab, if I'm making this, because I'm not a philosopher by background or anything. And so the point that's being made is that the dependency that we're talking about is a perpetual dependency because, and the point being made was the point that I initially tried to make, was that these dependencies are about existence. They're not about causation per se. We're talking about causation, but actually we're talking about the fact that things exist. And the required, so for example, that, you know, if we were to go talking about the material world, we'll say like atoms, then there are, if you go within the atoms, you see quarks, and if you go even further, you see even more fundamental particles. Now, if you were to remove any of those things that the atoms depend upon, either fundamental particles, the atom itself wouldn't exist. And if you were to go further and further back, and if we even go to sort of quantum fields, if you were to remove a field, we may get rid of a complete set of fundamental particles that couldn't, appear in existence. And the universe, we would say, is a similar thing in that the thing that sustains the ongoing existence of any particular part of that or the whole is it requires the thing that it's dependent on to still be present.
How?
And so,
so
that's a great question. So,
that, but you need to provide evidence as to why that's necessary.
Sure. So I think that the fact that we can observe that this always happens, in terms of there isn't a thing that we can think of that you would remove the existence of that of the fund. Now, when we're talking about dependency in the sense that you were talking about sunlight, the sun, and photosynthesis, we're not talking about in that sense, but in the sense of existence itself, because that was a category initially that was being put forward. So if things that exist require at a fundamental level something else that is supporting their existence or enabling their existence, that's the you understand the wording the other way I'm putting it. So it's not really talking about causation, but the fact that the existence of something is dependent upon something else to exist. And if you remove that thing that it's dependent upon, that the thing that you're talking about in terms of existing initially wouldn't therefore exist.
All I'm saying is, I understand.
Is that correct, Mohammed? What I'm saying?
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you want to
So
flesh that out,
basically, like, what's your name again? Hassan.
Yes,
sir. Yeah. Can I say I
Yes, sorry.
understand your hypotheses. I understand your arguments and everything that's putting
All
forward.
right, let me try and break
you're
it down a
making,
bit more.
various assertions and statements.
No, I
I
understand.
don't see the evidence behind
Okay, let me
your
try and break
assertions
it down
and
a bit more. I think we're going to get agreement here. Let me just try and explain this. All right. So there's a tree outside here. Yeah. All right. Now, this tree, it's a living tree, and would you agree with me that it requires sunlight in order to exist?
Yes, I do. Yeah, for the tree, yes.
All right. Now, the sunlight comes from the sun.
Yes, yes.
And so the sunlight requires the sun in order for it to exist.
Yes, the sunlight obviously needs the sun to exist. Yes.
Yeah. So the tree is dependent on the sunlight. The sunlight is dependent on the sun, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. And are we talking about continued existence, or are we talking about causation?
Well, so far we know that the sun was created through a coalescence of hydrogen.
No, I'm not talking about the sun. I'm talking about the sun, the tree, and the sunlight.
Well, the sunlight is needed for the continued existence of the tree.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And so the sunlight is required for the continued existence of the tree, and the tree is required for the sun is required for the continued existence of the sunlight.
Yes, because the sunlight obviously needs the sun to continue to exist. Yeah.
All right. Now we can go further than that, right? So the sun, you are just going into the details, the cosmological details as to what it requires for its continued existence. You were talking about hydrogen, correct?
The theory is the sun was created by a coalescence of hydrogen. We know most of the sun is hydrogen. I've not seen any evidence that there is something
so without
that
hydrogen,
needs
the sun wouldn't
to continue to exist.
Yeah.
Whatever
So
caused
could
the
the
hydrogen
sun
in the first place does not need to continue to exist now.
No problem, but the sun requires hydrogen in order to exist. If there was no hydrogen, there would be no sun.
Yeah, exactly, because the sun is mostly hydrogen anyway. It's about 80% hydrogen.
All right, very good. So the sun requires hydrogen in order to exist.
Yes, it's 80% hydrogen, and it was 100% hydrogen at its beginning. So yes,
Are you a science teacher? You sound very informed on the topic. Yes, sir.
I like to read a lot of science. Yeah.
All right, very nice. Okay, so hydrogen now, we can keep going backwards. Okay, it requires the universe in order to exist.
Yes, because at the Big Bang, it was mainly an explosion, and well, as I said, it was an expansion, and most of that original part was hydrogen, and then later elements formed later.
And all these stages that we're talking about continued existence, right?
We're talking about there's some continued. So there was hydrogen, then it coalesced into forming various types of stars, which then exploded, and in those explosions, heavier elements were created. Yes.
It's very good. Thank you very much. There's things you're telling me that I didn't know. Yeah, very nice. So all these points, we determine from the tree to the leaves of the tree, all the way up to the universe, that at every stage, for the continued existence of the thing, we require another thing, right?
There was a chain, yes.
Yes. Now the question is, the universe itself, does it require something else in order to exist? Or do you think it does not require, it just requires itself? It doesn't require anything else in order to exist?
I've not seen any evidence that suggests that the universe needed something to continue to exist after it was initially created.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Now, the question is this: is that anything with limited variables, okay? Like the sun has limited variables, yeah? Anything with limited variables, is it reasonable for me to say that anything with limited variables requires something else in order to exist? Like the sun, for example, the tree?
Okay, so looking at, say, limited variables, there's no, I mean, the tree, yes, needs the sun to continue to exist. The sun has limited variables in terms of its physics, but, and the sun was formed from the coalescing hydrogen, but there's no evidence that since the sun was formed, so it needed something else to continue to exist to maintain it.
You mentioned hydrogen though, right?
Yeah, but hydrogen is what it's made of, yes.
Yeah, so if there was no hydrogen, there would be no sun.
If there was no hydrogen, there'd be no sun, but the hydrogen was there to create the sun. The hydrogen's not there to, is not there to maintain that sun. I
get what you're saying, but you know, you would agree with me that if hydrogen didn't continue to exist, the sun couldn't continue to exist.
If hydrogen didn't exist, I mean, if hydrogen in the sun, say, disappeared, then the reactions would stop. So, yes, it's because it's what it's made of. Yes.
Yeah, and likewise, if the universe didn't continue to exist, hydrogen within it, could you say that can continue to exist?
So, if the universe continued to exist, the hydrogen, say, would continue to exist.
Right. So now we're asking the question, right? Or the logic that we're applying at every stage here, right? My question is, because why are we applying this logic? Because we know the tree has limited variables. It's limited, right? So it requires the sun, which is also limited. So it requires hydrogen, right, in order to be. And now we're saying, is the universe, does it have limited variables or unlimited variables?
The universe, I mean, as far as we know, it follows physical laws that are part of it. Things like gravity, strong force, nuclear forces. But we don't have any evidence that there's something that it's dependent on anything else.
No, I'm saying, is the universe made up of a limited set of things, or is it not made up of a limited set of things? Is it unlimited? Has it got infinite amount of things in it? Is there an infinite amount of hydrogen, oxygen, whatever it is you want to say? Has it got an infinite amount of X in it, or does it have a finite amount of these?
It's not an infinite amount. It's a set amount, and the universe is expanding. But you know, it can't be. It'd be illogical for it to have an infinite amount of
good. So
matter.
if it's not infinite, it must be finite, right?
There's a finite amount of matter and energy in the universe, I would say, yes.
Yes. So just like there was a finite amount of matter and energy in the tree, and just as there was a finite amount of matter and energy in the sun, and there is now, we've established a finite amount of matter in the universe itself. And in all three cases, we've determined where there is a finite amount of matter and energy in something, it's always going to require something else in order to exist. So is it reasonable for us to say now that the universe, because it has a finite amount of matter and energy, just like the tree and the sun, also it follows the same pathway, if you like, and it requires something else in order to exist?
I wouldn't say that's absolutely necessary, because we don't know. The limits of science don't say that. All we know is what's in the universe. We don't, you know, I agree that the universe has got a finite amount of matter and energy from what we know, but you can't extrapolate that far backwards or outside of the universe to say that because of that there must be something maintaining that.
Okay, so you've got two options: either the universe is independent, or the universe is dependent. What we're saying is that anything made up of limited variables, matter and energy, to use your words, is dependent. If we agree that the universe is made up of matter and energy, and we could we not just say that the universe therefore is dependent?
No, I think that's too much of a jump to go. I think the best thing to say is we don't know yet.
Okay, but can I just ask you a question, Isan? I'm following it. Why do you believe that the independent cause of the universe disappeared?
I didn't say that the independent cause. I just say that we don't know.
You did. You said it could have gone or could have disappeared.
No, yeah.
I mean, do you understand the nature of what we're saying?
Gone.
What?
I'm saying it could have gone. It could still be here. It could have gone. We don't have any evidence to suggest either.
Right. So just in the same way that the universe could still be dependent upon that cause.
It's a possibility, but don't have any evidence either way.
Yeah. Okay. That's why I said we're at a stalemate, and then we bring revelation to the table. So all we're saying is it unreasonable for us to hold that position?
You can bring revelation, or you can just say
no. But is it unreasonable for us to hold that position?
I would say that if you don't know, it's fine to say you don't know, but I wouldn't.
Is it unreasonable?
Just choose anything to fill the gap.
No, we're not doing that. Is it unreasonable to believe that because we see, like Brother Hijab Masha did a beautiful job explaining from the tree to the sun to the hydrogen to the universe and such, we see this pattern. Is it unreasonable to believe this pattern continues? And that the universe, because we can't demonstrate the universe is independent, can we? Or can we?
I think the most reasonable position is just to say that we don't know.
No, that's what you say. And then if you don't know, then you shouldn't say we're wrong to hold that position, then should you?
Well, I'm saying
can I just make a quick point? So
you can head towards a particular area, but you'd be completely wrong to say with absolute certainty one way and have complete faith in that one way when there's no evidence to go one way or the other. So
no, but if we're saying that uncaused cause has always existed, that's what we're saying. You're trying to say it's you think it's unreasonable to believe. You're saying if we believe an uncaused cause has always existed, you're trying to say it's unreasonable for us still to believe it still exists?
No, I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's unreasonable to believe it still exists. I'm saying it's unreasonable to have total unchanging faith that that's the case. Even if that is what you're actually saying, if you're saying that you're inclined to believe that way, then that's understandable. But if you're going to go along the line of having total faith that this is the uncaused cause is still there and is still maintaining, then I'd ask for what evidence you have for that.
No. I'll say it again to you. Is it unreasonable for us to believe this?
Unreasonable for you to believe in an uncaused cause that's still maintaining?
No, for me to believe in an uncaused cause of everything that exists still existing.
No, I wouldn't say it's unreasonable for you to have some sort of belief that could still exist. No, but I would suggest holding off. Having total faith without more evidence.
No, but then, like I say to you, I'm not sorry. I'm going to let you in now. That's what I say to you. So when we're at this position, then how can we find out what the reality is? And obviously, we believe the uncaused cause has revealed its nature. And that's what fills in the gaps. Not because we don't know and we just put God there. We believe in revelation, which is again is another story and another stream. But the point here is this: we're just establishing the foundations of what we believe, and we're demonstrating that it's not illogically rational or unreasonable to hold this position. And it is irrational for an atheist.
I accept your opinion.
Yeah, but it is irrational. One second. It is irrational for an atheist who doesn't know to tell us our position is false, wrong, irrational, illogical, because they themselves don't know. Would you agree with that?
I agree. If we don't know, it would be wrong to say that you are completely
Not just
wrong.
wrong.
All I'm saying is
It's not just
we
wrong.
wouldn't.
It'd be rational.
We would say is you wouldn't have the evidence. Okay, let's put it another way. If you look at, say, Chinese mythology, they believe everything was created by Pangu. Would you say that was irrational?
I would ask why they believe everything was created by Pangu.
Can I speak on that, please? So I think, sorry, Hassan. So I think just to answer this particular. So I said before, I think just a few moments ago, that multiple theories of a concept don't make that concept unreal. The fact that you can have different theories about how something is, it doesn't take that thing away. So that we have a way of explaining which is probably not the point here, of why there are different concepts of the creator. That's not really the issue. Brother Hijab had a discussion with you, quite profound, in the sense that he established what I was trying to sort of say, in that the dependencies are continued dependencies, and he sort of showed that by going through this this sort of working from the sort of the plant all the way through to the sunlight and to the sun, and then to the hydrogen.
And I said that you could extrapolate that to the universe.
Yeah. So that's where precisely. So that's where that you stopped. Now, what I would say is, this is similar to when I'm speaking to some atheists who talk about causality, and then when it comes to the universe, they say that causality may not actually exist. They sort of take away this principle that was being applied almost in an ad hoc way, it seems to me. Whereas what I'm doing in terms of trying to establish my thought process is having a consistent principle and applying a coherent method without an ad hoc change, because I get to a stage where there are physical limitations in terms of scientific approach, because science is just focused on nature. It's a heuristic approach in the sense that it makes models but doesn't claim to know what reality is. It makes models of that reality that we can apply and we can use. So I would say that the position that we're taking is a consistent one, in that we can see that these are continued dependencies or the continued contingencies that go on, and then we end up in that same scenario of coming to a fundamental contingency, fundamental thing that would be necessarily in contingent and a necessary thing. Now, what are the qualities of this thing is probably the things that we need to probably talk about a little bit, and maybe that's not what this stream is for. And I would really have enjoyed talking to you, actually, and I'd like you to come on to our other streams when we talk about these things.
Thank you.
One more thing before you switch that, I just wanted to ask Hassan a question that maybe will help us cross the bridge when it comes to. I'm not sure if you were here when I was saying, do you agree that anything that has parts is generated?
Anything that has parts is generated. So, okay. I mean, I'm just trying to think. Okay, you can look at that in terms of, say obviously a planet is composed of multiple parts, and that's originated from gravity. So that's gravity would have caused bits to come together. You can look at an animal or a plant and say how that's created and moved up from, say, a seed or a single cell. So I can see that concept. I'm not sure whether I would use the word generated.
How about this one? How about if I say anything that has physical parts? Yeah, anything that has physical parts is dependent upon those physical parts in order to exist.
Anything that exists of something needs that something to exist. Yes.
Yeah, so anything that exists from physical parts requires those physical parts in order to exist.
Yes. I mean, could you clarify the physical parts bit, please?
Yeah, so physical parts, I mean that it's conceivable that they can be taken away from it or reassembled in it. So it's something, it can be rearranged within it or can be taken from it. So for example, like me as an individual, right? You can take my arms away from me and my legs and so on. So in order for me to be me as a physical composite, I'm a composite of my parts.
There is, yeah. So it's composite, and it depends on the the actual entity. So if we're talking a mountain, you could rearrange the rocks, and it's still a mountain. If we're talking living organisms, you can't rearrange, because then it will stop ceasing. It will stop to exist. Yeah.
Right. So we agree. That's fine. So the universe is made up of physical parts.
Yes, the universe is made of multiple parts. Yes.
Therefore, the universe depends on those physical parts in order to exist.
No, because you're looking at something different, because the universe's parts could be rearranged in a completely different manner and it would still be the universe. In the same way that if you took a mountain and rearranged the rocks, you still have that mountain. But if you took a living organism and rearranged the organs,
so I mean, it's the same thing in the sense that the universe is a composite of its constituent parts.
The universe is a composite of its constituent parts, yes.
Therefore, like you said it quite well, actually. You said that in order for something to be something, it has to have, what did you say? I can't remember the phraseology you used. It has to have the thing or something. You said something. What was it? You said
it. I mean, I gave the example of its parts, and it depends on what you're talking about. I said a mountain. You can rearrange the rocks, and it's still a mountain. But
the point I'm making is that, look, we said two things that we agreed upon, right, Hassan? If you remember, we said that if something is made up of parts, it's dependent upon those parts in order to exist in that. Yeah,
it's dependent upon its parts. Yes, in order to
which makes it conceivable for us. If something is dependent upon its parts in order to exist, that's it. It's dependent upon its parts. Now, the parts can be taken out and can be put in. Those parts can be rearranged within it, like we said, right?
To an extent, yes.
Perfect. Okay. So this disqualifies the universe from being a necessary existence for two main reasons. Reason number one is a necessary existence is something which cannot be conceived of in any other way. So in other words, reassembly or rearrangement is impossible. And another reason is a necessary existence cannot depend upon its individual parts. Because if we can conceive it being inexistent without an integral part of it, then it's dependent in its composition and not independent. So in other words, if I take a part of the universe out, let's say I take myself out of this universe, okay, or yourself, no absurdity will amount. Okay, so if that's the case, the universe wouldn't collapse upon itself, it would continue. Therefore, taking parts out of the universe and putting them in doesn't result in the non-existence of the universe, and the universe can be rearranged in different ways. Therefore, it's not necessary, which means it cannot be independent. And if the universe is not independent, it has to be dependent.
Don't quite follow that logic, so sorry. If you have the universe and if you take something out of the universe, or if you rearrange the universe, it's still, it's still a universe.
Okay, let me just remind you of what we agreed upon. Let's just remind you of what we agreed upon. We said that anything that is made up of parts is dependent on those parts in order to exist in that composite form. Yeah? If you don't have those parts, the composite would not be as it is. So therefore, the continued existence of that composite requires those parts to exist in order to exist. And we agreed upon that, right? Just like you said, the mountain, we gave examples of everything else. This is a general principle. Anything that is made out of parts, physical parts, that can be taken out, rearranged, disassembled, so on. Anything that is made of such parts, okay, if it depends on those parts in order to exist. If those parts are not part of that thing, then it will not exist. If you take all the parts out, then it becomes zero. It becomes a non-existent entity.
Well, obviously, if you remove everything from the universe, then the universe is nothing.
No, I'm saying that I'm not saying the universe now. I'm just saying it as a metaphysical rule of thumb. If you have, to use your example, a mountain that's made up of rocks, and you remove every single rock away from the mountain, then
Yeah.
it no longer is a mountain.
Exactly. It's nothing. If you remove everything from the mountain, then you've got nothing left. Yeah.
So it depends on. So what it depends on? It depends on the rocks. The mountain depends on the rocks.
Yeah, the mountain depends on the rocks. Otherwise, it wouldn't be there. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Now the universe is made up of physical parts, just like the mountain is made up of rocks.
Yes. Yeah.
So the universe, in order to be the universe, it depends upon the parts of it.
Well, yeah. I mean, to an extent. I mean, you could rearrange the parts and it still be the universe. But if you remove everything, then you're left with nothing.
Absolutely. So if you remove everything, you're left with nothing, which means it depends upon the constituent parts of it, right?
Yes, it depends on.
Yes.
It's composed.
Fantastic.
Of
So therefore, if the universe depends upon its parts, then the universe is dependent.
It's dependent upon its parts, yes, which is an internal thing. Whereas you're trying to imply that it's dependent on something external.
No, it's dependent upon its parts.
It's dependent upon its parts, which is an internal thing, yes.
Okay, it's dependent upon its parts, which is now the point is this: if it's dependent upon its parts in order to be, remember we said that anything which is made out of parts is generated and it's dependent.
No, you said generated. I didn't agree that. I said I didn't like the use of the term generated, but
yeah. Okay, but if something is made up of parts, now think of it this way: either it pieced itself together, or something external to it pieced it together.
Well, when you say something external or internal, it could be, it could be forces, it could be an unthinking agent. So in the same way that a rain cloud doesn't think to make rain, it just does it through natural processes.
Okay, no, but there's an assumption of naturalism there, right? So you're assuming naturalism when you're saying that there's no thinking there. I mean,
because we don't have any
it's a
evidence of
category
any
mistake.
thinking agent creating anything. All
Because,
we have
no, what I mean is that
natural forces.
This is a category mistake because you're confusing agency with mechanism, right? But what I'm saying is that now, if you're thinking about this, there's two possibilities. There's something that is made up of physical parts. Possibility A, that somehow the universe had its own agency and it pieced itself together conscientiously, knowing what it was doing. Or B, that something external to it pieced it together. Which one of those two are more coherent to you?
I would say neither, because I didn't say anything about it creating itself conscientiously, and I didn't say anything about anything externally, because that's a false dichotomy. You've put two choices together and tried to make me choose between one, where it's quite possible the universe could have formed itself through unconscious processes.
Okay, no, but that's still. I didn't say it's. I didn't even use the word created. I actually said piece itself together.
Yeah,
so
you said consciously.
Mean, piecing itself together could be. It's neutral. It could actually be unconscious as well. Just like a cloud pieces itself together. I don't think there's any problem there.
Okay, I mean, it could have happened in the same way that an underwater volcano unconsciously creates an island. The universe could have unconsciously rearranged its matter and energy into the manner that we see it now, without any conscious thought.
All right. So you've got two possibilities, right? You have this universe which is dependent upon its pieces to piece itself together blindly, okay? Or you have an idea, or you have option B, which is that there's something external to it piecing it together, right? Now, I think this is quite exhaustive. I don't think there is a third option. I think either it's doing it to itself, or it's happening to itself, or it's doing it to itself, A, or B, something is doing it. It's either subject or object here. It can't be both at the same time, right?
It's either, okay, I'll give that. It's either formed entirely internally, without an external agent, or there is an external agent acting on it.
And if it's being formed internally by itself, blindly, as you claim, yeah,
when it's happening internally, would you say then, in your estimation, is the universe independent? Because if it's dependent upon its constituent parts and it's forming itself together and making itself, in a sense, then the universe requires no other. It's independent.
I would say it's entirely feasible, in fact, probable, that after the Big Bang, the universe continued along to where it is now through entirely internal processes without an external agent.
Yeah,
It's
so
possible,
do you think it's independent?
I would say it's
Self-sufficient in that sense?
yes, of anything outside of the universe, yes.
So do you think it's self-sufficient?
Sorry, I wouldn't quite use the word self-sufficient, but say without an external agent is what I would say.
All right, without an external agent, but it's independent, and so in the sense it doesn't require anything else.
Yes. Okay. So we'll say that doesn't depend on anything else yet.
Okay. You see, this is fully in line with the dependency argument, because what you've just admitted is that there's something which is independent.
Well, we're not saying that the universe was independent when it was created, because we haven't agreed on that yet. All we've agreed
No,
on,
but what you've said is that the universe is
few
independent, right?
All we've agreed on in the last 20 seconds of talking or so is that from the moment of the Big Bang up until how the universe is now, it was independent of any external agent.
All right. So do you believe? So you believe in an independent entity?
I do believe in independent entities, as a possibility. Yes.
All right. So you believe the universe is an independent entity which requires nothing else in order to exist, and it itself is self-sufficient.
From the evidence we have, I see that the universe is an independent entity. I don't see any evidence of an external agent acting on it.
No worries, but you believe that the universe itself is independent.
From the limits of science that we have at the moment, yes, the universe is independent. Yes, without
all right. So if the universe is independent,
experiments. Sorry.
Right, fantastic. So the universe is independent. So which means that it's uncaused.
No, I didn't. I didn't agree with that. All I said was that all we know is from the Big Bang onwards. It's entirely possible something did create the universe at the Big Bang, but there's, as I've said multiple times, there's no evidence that whatever caused it, if it was caused, has interacted and maintained the universe. All the evidence I've seen is that from the Big Bang onwards, the universe has carried on its internal internal processes.
All right. So Hassan, here's where we find a contradiction. Okay.
Sure.
Because if you have something which is independent and caused, that's a contradiction in terms. Because if causation, if something is independent, it has to be uncaused. If something is independent, by definition, that means that there's nothing that brought rise to his existence, and that it brought rise to its own existence, and it continues to bring rise. It continues to be self-sufficient for its own existence.
No, don't agree with that. Okay, let me give you an example. So if you imagine,
is this going to go much longer, Mohammaad Hijab? Because we've got a few Muslims.
No, let's just let him do this. Give it 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay, can I just say, you say it's independent. Let's imagine that we've got those, those space rockets. So the space rockets is entirely dependent on, say, space agency. It fires it up, it goes into space. Once it's out into space, the space agency doesn't interact with it in any way. The space rockets go out into interstellar space. It does its own thing, measuring things. So yeah, that's caused, but once it's out there, beyond the realms of the space agency, it's independent and does its own thing.
No, I don't follow. What I'm saying is this: is that if something is independent, it's uncaused, and it has to be eternal as well. You know that.
No, I don't think. I don't agree, because I could.
Okay, well, how do you define independence?
independence as in carrying on without any outside influence.
No.
on it.
This is where this is where the contradictions are flaring up. Okay, because if something is independent, it means it's necessary. It means it cannot be any other way. Okay, that's the first thing. It cannot be any other way. And
Sorry,
if it
explain
cannot
that.
be
If
any
something
other
is-
way,
if
like 2
something
plus
is
2 equals
independent-
4. Look, 2 plus 2 equals 4 is a necessary fact. Okay, it's a necessary fact.
That's
It
a
can't be 2 plus
demonstrable
2 equals,
fact, yeah.
but it's also a necessary fact because it can't be any other way, right?
Well, it's a mathematical fact, yeah. 2 plus 2 equals 4.
Yeah, but it's also a necessary
I can
fact.
do that with 4 pens sitting just here. I can show you.
All right,
2
no problem.
pens plus
That's
2
fine.
pens
But
equals
2
4
plus 2
pens,
equals
yeah.
4 is a necessary fact. It cannot be any other way, and it's eternally like that. So
Yeah,
in any
that's
time or
maths, yeah.
place, 2 plus 2. Pardon?
That's mathematics.
Yeah. So it's a necessary fact, which is eternally like that. It's 2 plus 2 equals 4. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Okay, it's always going to be like that. Time does not influence this point. Right. So something which is necessary and independent has to be eternally so. If something is necessary, it has to be independent because it means that it requires nothing in order to exist. You just said it yourself, the universe doesn't require anything outside of itself in order to continue existing. But then if that's the case, why would it require something in order to exist at any point? You see, if you're saying that there was a cut-off period, if you like, where this universe was at one point dependent and then became independent, then how can you explain that? Because you're saying that right now the universe is independent because it's only dependent upon its own parts in order to exist. But you're saying, but this thing which only depends upon its own parts in order to exist, at one point required something else in order to exist. So how does that? How does this fit in with necessity? Because necessity is something which couldn't be any other way. And if it couldn't be any other way, it couldn't be any other way yesterday, today, or tomorrow, just like 2 plus 2 equals 4. And if that is the case, it has to be independent yesterday, today, and tomorrow. It has to be eternally independent. You cannot pick and choose a time where you decide for it to be dependent and pick and choose a time where you decide for it to be independent. And by the way, you're doing so arbitrarily. You have no measure of doing it.
Example of the space rocket. So the space rocket is dependent upon the space agency till it comes up. Then while it's independent of itself, while it's out into space, and eventually it will degrade and fall apart. So
yeah, the space rocket is always dependent. There's never a point where it's independent, because we've said already it's made up of limited number of matter, and it's the same. Go back to the tree example. You see, the point I'm saying to you is this. I'm saying to you is, Ihsan, what I'm saying to you is you cannot arbitrarily decide that at this point, juncture A, okay, where the universe requires an external cause, the external cause somehow disappears. Okay, I don't know what happens to the external cause. It's no longer connected
Why couldn't
to
something
the universe.
just kick-started the universe and then leave the universe on its own to carry on?
And on that point, we've gone full circle. Right.
Yeah, the problem with that is that you're saying that so at one point the universe decided, or sorry, that this thing decided that the universe was going to be independent. So it had to be. So there was what you're saying is that there's a point where the universe was independent. Sorry, the universe was dependent and then it became independent. But if something is independent, it has to be unnecessary. It cannot be any other way. That's the definition of necessity, right? So if it cannot be any other way, it cannot be any other way at any time.
Evidence, yeah.
So if it cannot be any other way, it cannot be any other way at any time. And if it cannot be any other way at any time, then it's either going to eternally be dependent or eternally independent. And if it's necessary, it has to be eternally independent. It cannot be connected to anything independent. So the universe, by this standard, you're basically, unfortunately, it's a contradiction, because you're saying at one point it was dependent, but then it became independent. And the issue is with necessity is that it always has to be the same thing, like 2 plus 2 equals 4. So if it's necessary and independent, and it's also eternal,
then it can't be necessary, independent, and eternal on Tuesday, and on Monday it was actually dependent. That makes no there's no logical sense there. So
No,
if you want to take if you want to have causation, you can't have causation without dependency, in a sense. An uncaused thing has to always be independent, whereas a caused thing has to always be dependent. Like, for example, yourself, right? You're a caused thing. You're caused from your parent.
A caused thing always have to be dependent?
Because if a caused, as I said to you before, a caused thing, like yourself, your parents gave birth to you, right? Oh, your mom gave birth to you.
Yeah.
It's late at night, yeah. Your mom gave birth to you, yeah.
Yeah.
Your parents gave birth. Your mom gave birth to you, innit? So
yeah, sure.
What I was going to say was that your mom gave birth to you. So obviously
Yeah.
you needed your mum to give birth to you. So you're dependent upon your mum.
I'm not dependent on my parents anymore.
Pardon?
I'm not dependent on my parents anymore.
No, but I'm saying at one point you were.
At one point I was, yeah, but I'm not dependent on my
Yeah.
parents.
So that's it. You're contingent. You're always going to be contingent, because a necessary fact is something, right, that cannot be any other way.
I was dependent on my parents, yes, but not anymore. So if anything, you've actually made
No, I
my
understand,
point
but what
that
I'm saying,
something can be dependent on something.
on the one
and
hand,
then
you
be
have, look, the definition of a contingent thing is something which is dependent and something which can be another way, right? But a necessary thing is something which is independent and it cannot be any other way. And what I'm saying is that if you at one point, if in your life there was ever a time where you were dependent, that nullifies your necessity. There's no way you can be described as being independent necessary, because remember, and eternal, because if we're saying you're necessary, you have to be always necessary. You have to be always independent, because there can never be a conceivable time or place where you can be any other way. But if at one point you are dependent, that's it. It nullifies your necessity for good. It's like a disqualifier.
Yeah, so my whole life, yes, is dependent upon me being dependent on my parents at the beginning, yes.
Yeah. So if you are dependent if there's ever an entity that's ever dependent, then it can never be necessary. And if it can never be necessary, it can never be independent. Which proves, once again, argumentum ad absurdum, that the universe cannot be independent. Because
you've changed
pardon?
definitions there, but we agreed that I said that from the Big Bang onwards, it's perfectly possible for the universe to be completely independent. But now you want to say the universe in its entirety from its entire existence. Then you could, and I said it's possible that whatever created the universe.
What I said was the universe is, if you want to define necessity as something that cannot be any other way.
That whatever created the universe is still there.
No, but do you agree with me that necessity is something that cannot be any other way? Do you agree that necessity is something that cannot be any other way?
Necessity is something cannot be any other way. Sorry, can you
so you say it's necessarily so, which means it has to be that way.
I mean, if something has to be one way, then it could exist in other ways, but not. But it would be something different. So I'm a collection of atoms. If you rearrange my atoms, me personally would cease to exist, but those atoms would still continue to exist.
No, I'm saying that 2 + 2 = 4. That's a necessary fact. So that can't be any other way. It has to be
mathematics fact. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, in philosophy they call this necessary fact. These are necessary facts. Yeah.
Okay.
So
I mean, 2 + 2
in philosophy they call this a necessary thing. A necessary thing is something which cannot be any other way.
Could you just list the different types of existence? So that I think that might help.
Just to say this one more time. An impossible thing is something like a squared circle, right? It's an impossible existence. It cannot be it cannot exist in the real world. All right. A possible thing is something which depends upon something else, and number 2 is dependent upon something else in order to exist. Whereas the necessary thing is something which cannot be any other way, and it depends upon nothing, and it's always at its state. So in other words, it can never be anything other than what it is. That's what that means. Okay, so when we're saying necessary, it's in contradistinction to the word possible or contingent. Okay.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, if the universe is necessary and independent, if that's because you can't be necessary and possible at the same time. That's impossible. That's like a squared circle. You can't. You see, you have three categories. They're separate categories. You can't have something which is an impossible possible existence. That's the squared circle scenario. Yeah. You can't have something which is a necessary possible existence. That's a squared circle scenario. You can't have something which is independent but caused. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Because if it was caused, it was brought into existence by something else. But if it's independent, it requires nothing else to bring it into existence or to keep it in existence. So definitionally, they're two opposite things.
If you're describing
you with
something
me
in the entirety of its existence rather than at a particular set of time, then if we're agreeing that the universe had a cause, then we'll say yes, it's a necessary thing, is it's dependent upon its cause for its creation.
So you're saying the universe is a necessary thing?
I'm saying is, if the universe had a creator, if it had a first cause, then I'm following your logic and saying, then I would agree that it's that it's dependent upon its first cause, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. So it has to be. It can't be dependent. It cannot be dependent and uncaused at the same time. It can't be independent and caused. So you can't have this and that. It's like a squared circle. If you're saying that it's independent,
it's ongoing.
Right? No, I understand. But at any point, here's the point. At any point, if you say that the universe was at any point dependent, that disqualifies it from necessity. Because necessity entails that something is always the way it is and never changes.
No, I didn't
Basically,
say
it's
about it never
incorrigible.
changing.
It's called immutable. It's incorrigible. It doesn't ever change. 2 + 2 = 4. It stays rock solid the way it is, and it will always be.
No,
right?
I mean, the universe can carry on changing, yeah.
Pardon?
I mean, the universe can carry on changing, yes.
Could I just
yeah?
Step in for
So
a
it can't be. If the universe can carry on changing, it can't be necessary. And if it depends upon something else or ever did, it can't be necessary, which means it can never be. It's a disqualifier from necessity and it's a disqualifier from independence. So therefore, from your understanding now, you can't say the universe was eternally independent.
Yeah, well,
and you can't say it's ever independent or ever necessary.
Yeah, but I was
therefore the universe is dependent.
I was talking about the time after the Big Bang, and now you're talking about the universe in the entirety of its lifetime. Which, if we
what I'm saying is, if you want to say that the universe was at any point dependent, then that disqualifies it from being independent. It disqualifies it.
Yeah, no, I understand. But now that, because before we were talking about the ongoing universe, but now you've changed it to the universe in the entirety of its life.
No. So what I'm saying, the reason why this is relevant, right? The reason why this is relevant is because what I'm saying to you is that if we can prove at any point that the universe was dependent at any point and continues being dependent at any point, if that is if we can prove any of that, then the universe is disqualified from being independent, necessary, or eternal. Or necessarily eternal, I should say. It's completely disqualified from that.
No,
and if it's completely disqualified from that,
I don't agree that it disqualifies the universe from being eternal, because whatever could have caused it could have been dependent upon its cause.
No, I didn't say eternal. I said necessarily eternal.
So it's dependent upon its cause for its entirety of its life cycle.
No, I agree. It's not. I didn't say eternal. I said necessarily eternal. So it's, in other words, its properties are not necessary. Okay, and it's not the case eternally. In this way, what we can say is this. What we can say is that the universe, if at any point of its existence, can be proven to be caused then it's in need of the thing which instantiated or put it into existence, causes preponderance. If that's the case, then the case is practically closed. There's no way thereafter you can say that the universe is independent. It's impossible, because how could it be independent where at one point of its life it required, if you call it a life, just using that language, it required some other thing external to it. There's no way it's independent. It's no way it's necessary. It's impossible. It becomes a full-on contradiction, a glaring contradiction.
As I've said about 100 times.
Just let Imran clarify, because
I think. Could I just very briefly? So I think actually you guys aren't disagreeing. You both agree that the universe is something that is not independent. And I think the question still remains for you. I think the question still remains for you, Hassan, is that this original thing, whatever that foundational thing was, why could it have not ceased to then exist after making the initial whatever causes? Now, the thing that Brother Mohammed Jab is explaining is that the different types of existence, and these are sort of philosophical terms, and they come with specific definitions. And a necessary thing, when we agree that there is a necessary foundational independent or incontingent thing that everything else is dependent upon, that whatever that necessary agent is or necessary thing is, that one of the qualities of having that, even the title is "This is necessary," is that it's an unchanging, immutable, incorrigible thing, i.e. that it is as it is and it cannot be in any other way at any point in any form of time you want to think about. And so what that would mean is that even if, sure, I understand, but this is actually a definitional thing within the discussion that's, predates Islam. These things have been around for essentially a couple of thousand years. But that point really is the point that this once a thing is necessary, i.e. that it has to be this way, then it can't suddenly then disappear once it causes an effect or once it brings about an incontingent thing. That would be an ad hoc assertion, and it wouldn't be coherent with the argument. If that's right, Mohammed, am I saying that right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's all arbitrary. It's basically that would be you making an assumption, right? And it's basically an unsubstantiated one. It's saying that there was a time where the universe became independent, as if it's cocooning into this independent state, right? This requires evidence. This is you that requires you. Well, you're saying there's no evidence. Where's the evidence for that?
I'm not saying it's definitely the case. I'm saying it's a possibility in the same way.
Yeah,
it's a possibility
I understand you're saying that, but I'm saying it's not a possibility.
On to exist. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I know for certain either way.
I think we established
it's not possible.
An hour ago.
Yeah. And I need to get to work tomorrow, so I'm gonna have to get to sleep.
Isan, you've been very, very polite, very courteous. Thanks for coming.
Brother, come back to the truth. Were you a Muslim before?
Yeah.
Yeah, thought so. We'll ask you next time.
You're gonna have to come back.
Come back to the haq. Talking with you three. Thank you so much.
Come back, man. We need you back in the Muslim community. You're a clever man.
Yeah, well, this is a beautiful.
There's going to be a lot of Muslim women that are going to need a bit of ihsan in their lives.
But just let me just say something to atheists who are watching this. This is a beautiful example. This is how you come on, make your point. You don't need to come on ad hominem, attacking, trying to defend the last person. Just come on, make your point, try and support your point, and that's that. And pleasantry. See, Isan will leave.
Best wishes, everyone.
We were courteous.
Yeah.
See, all the ladies are now gonna swarm in and send us messages now. So hopefully bring him to Islam. This guy, we need him. Very scientific, very good looking, very eloquent.
Bye.
Take care. Right, what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna bring the Muslims on quickly. There's about 6 of them. Yeah, just let us make a point. I know we've been on a while. Just give them a minute or something. All right. Ready?
No.
No massive discussions. No analysis of the debate, please. Just nice question, comment, something like that. Ready? Here goes the first one. Assalamu alaikum, Umar.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah.
I have a quick comment on Ihsan's argument. Basically, he was saying what he was saying is that if the cause is not dependent, is not continuously dependent, the effect is not continuously dependent on its cause, then the cause is necessary or has necessarily ceased to exist. but this is not necessary. There's no implication. You understand what my argument? I think this was his problem. This is why you were running in circles, because to him, if his very existence, his beginning to exist, depends on a cause, then once the cause does its job, it has to cease to exist. It doesn't have to keep existence. But that's not necessary. That does not logically follow. And I think this was the core problem of his argument. Now, a quick question to Hijab.
Go on.
A quick question to Hijab. When you finish the contingency argument, what are the consequences? Because you mentioned earlier about the attributes of God that can be logically deduced from, whether it's the causality argument or the contingency argument. What are those attributes, for example?
So necessity, eternality, the stuff that was independence and oneness. I think that these things are clear. And then obviously you can extrapolate also omnipotence. And then you require additional arguments for things like intelligence. So like if you bring in not to say a fine-tuning argument, but you can even bring like the uniformity of nature, an argument with reference to that. You can bring intelligence into the equation as well.
Do you think that omniscience is one of those attributes?
Yeah, I mean, you can make it. You can make that the case. Like I said, it's intelligence, and that is you can make the case, because especially it will have to be a probabilistic case, but for sure you can. I believe so. Yeah.
Because I think
knowing the future, the first cause would have to know the future. Would you make that case?
I think it's problematic. I think if you claim that you can deduce omniscience, it's going to be problematic, because it's going to cancel free will. And I think as Muslims, or the majority of Muslims, there are schools of thought that believe in there are hard determinists, but the majority of Muslims believe in free will. What we believe in is that we have free will and God is omniscient, but how do we reconcile the two? Well, God knows best. But I think if you claim that you can logically deduce omniscience, but then you'll have a logical contradiction with with free will, basically. So I don't believe that you can logically deduce omniscience.
Are you talking about the free will of God or the free will of human beings?
The free will of human beings.
How does God knowing your action affect your free will?
Well, if God knows it before, then am I really free to do it?
Well, you've done it.
Well, you can say that whether God knows it or not, it's irrelevant.
I think that these are. I think that's like really a non sequitur. I don't think that.
I don't get it. Yeah,
anything to do with that.
The idea, because the Allah knows your action, that He caused that action. I don't understand. I don't understand how you marry that up.
Yeah,
anyway,
the Quran doesn't say Allah caused your action. He says, "Wallahu khalaqakum wa ma ta'malun." He created your action. There's a difference here. Allah doesn't say he caused it, which is it's an interesting and important nuance. Like the Quran doesn't say Allah caused your actions.
It's also kind of off topic.
No, our actions predetermined.
There's another story. It's another conversation.
But now that's a different discussion. Yeah.
Yeah, completely. Thanks a lot, Omar. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Excellent.
All right. When I said keep it kind of short, can you guys keep it kind of short? Appreciate it. All right. Assalamu alaikum.
Hi there. Assalamu alaikum, guys. I'll go very fast, very quick. Can you guys elaborate a bit on the notion of infinity? Because I find it always a very confusing notion. With regard to the universe itself, we often say that the universe is infinite itself, but it's made of parts, and therefore I assume that it's actually a finite phenomena that just keeps on growing. If it keeps on growing, it means that we can add to it, and if we can add to it, it means that it's not infinite by nature. And therefore, the question that I derive from this is, if the universe is finite, does that actually confirm the existence of God, or does it go against it? Or is it completely, let's say, a moot point?
Yeah, I'd go with your moot point.
Because
the point is anything that's got limited variables. Anything that's got limited variables is going to be dependent, right?
and it's going to be dependent on something which is either dependent or independent, and you can't have an infinite regress with dependent things. Therefore, we say that it's dependent ultimately on an independent thing. So the main point to note is that if anything has limited variables, if anything is made up of limited matter or energy, whatever it may be, atoms or carbon, whatever it may be, then it can't be the explanation for its own existence. And if it's not the explanation for its own existence, it requires something outside of it to be the explanation.
I think
Either
he's
that
asking
explanation
about
is gonna
infinity in size. You know that. I think.
Yeah, I mean the infinity as in the quantitative notion, because from what I understand, the universe is made of parts again, so it's a quantitative element anyways. But when we speak about God, then it's the notion of that God is infinite. It's infinite, but I don't think it's meant in the quantitative sense, as in it's a number, even the largest number could be attributed to it. So it couldn't be split in parts.
Yeah, we don't say the universe is infinite.
Yeah, I know, but what I'm saying is, how do we reconcile? Okay, so let me phrase this in a different manner. For example, we say in Islam that God kind of descended a part of His mercy on earth, right? Something in that sense. And so, in that manner, there is the idea that God's mercy is something that can be split in pieces, like it's kind of like there is a small part and a
but
big
most
part.
people that do sharh of that hadith is they're saying it's majaz, it's not like actual parts, physical parts that you can split like that. It's more it's a metaphoric notion.
Okay, so there is no notion at all that the let's say the attribute of God would be could be cut in parts, or that could be finite in a sense or part of it.
There is a hadith to that effect, but the understanding of it is not that God's mercy is divisible and is limited. That's not the understanding. That is if you all the hadiths with numbers, you can see that the Arabs used to speak in a certain way, and that was
So it's metaphorical, basically. It's more of a
it's not
metaphorical
that
element.
God's mercy can actually be divided and like split and stuff like that.
All right. Okay. Thanks, Imran, for that.
You got to be quicker than this, guys, because it's getting late, man. Just quickly, go on, Benny. What's your question?
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Yes, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. It's a long session, bro. It's a record, so I'm not gonna bother too much. But the show is about atheism, and you can see clearly that the atheists are hiding behind the I don't knows, because they are, and the reason why they're hiding behind the I don't knows and the arguments against God and everything is because they have a false hope and a false a sense of security, and that's the real reason why they easily can say I don't know, and make arguments against God, like God is something to argue against, because they are at home, they have a cup of coffee, they're relaxing, they're feeling safe, so they are in a state of safety. That's the delusion that they have. So that's why they always argue, because they have a sense of safety. And then when they are in a plane or in a ship, then the sense of safety, the delusion, is gone from them. And then the real feature comes out. And that's the thing with atheists. Most of the atheists are just hiding behind this false sense of security. And that's why Allah says, do you really feel safe that the punishment doesn't come you directly? Do you really feel safe? And that's the real, one of the biggest problems for atheists, because they sin, and when they sin or going against God, nothing happens. So when nothing happens, then the delusion will grow, and the delusion will grow, and they will think to themselves, hey, nothing happens.
You're rambling, man. You're rambling. Jazakallah khair. It was a question you're supposed to ask. Anyway,
Yeah, the question is if...
No question, no time now. Assalamu alaikum, bro. Next time.
Okay.
Brothers, take the time to ask your question. You're not going to be able to ramble and then ask a question, okay, guys? All right, here we go. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you guys?
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, quick question. First point, Ahsan is called 1C, Ahsan 1C, so he's Ahsan first calls. I don't know why he had so much trouble understanding that. That's a funny just note on the side. The second thing I just want to ask about, like, I take to the point, or adhere to the point that rationality plus empiricism plus intuition equals plus cohesion equals true knowledge. So is the kalam or the contingency arguments actually enough? As we've seen with many atheists, they don't latch on to logic that much when it comes to the critical thought end of it. So they latch on emotions, biases, all of these stuff. So is there an argument actually that's more like cohesive and more enveloping of empiricism, intuition, everything else, instead of the kalam or the contingency argument?
Ibrahim, sorry, just a quick one, layman's response.
Okay.
Don't worry about what they believe or whether they accept it to be true. Yeah, that's not what your point. The point you're establishing is your position is reasonable, logical, and rational. That's what you're doing. And just as Ihsan admitted that the position to believe in a first cause of everything that exists is a rational belief. That's it. Don't worry about them. They're going to believe all sorts of stuff, vegetarian eagles and everything. Do you get me?
Yeah.
You're not
okay,
like,
I was just saying that.
See, the reasonable ones will listen to what you're saying. The ones who
with the false evidence, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to come up with all sorts of crazy skeptics things, and don't worry about them. All you need to do is establish your position, and that's it, and work from that base, inshallah.
Okay, can I ask a second question very quickly? Second question, yeah. So if actually, like, can we go with the other way around? Should we show them the evidence for Islam rather than just explain, like, with arguments and stuff like that? Should we actually put the horse in front of the carriage and just explain them what Islam is from the beginning, from the get-go, instead of getting into the argumentation debate type of thing? Is that better?
It depends who you're dealing with. If you're dealing with a skeptical atheist, as soon as you start talking about religion, they're going to start talking about sky wizards. They're not going to get the concept of miracles. They're not going to get it. So first you have to establish a creator first. Without the creator, they ain't going to accept nothing. They're going to start asking about winged horses and stuff. Pointless.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of evidence in Islam. I mean, in Islam itself. Yeah.
But if they're reasonable, you can demonstrate why you believe Islam is true, why you believe Muhammad ﷺ was who he claimed to be. You can show the guidance within Islam, how it benefits 21st century man like nothing else. That's a different flex.
Yeah.
But you don't use Islam to prove this to an atheist who's trying to refute the existence of God. Because I don't think you can do that.
Yeah.
Because they'll start talking about Indian gods and Zeus and Thor and all that nonsense. Do you guys agree, Imran?
Yeah. I agree with that. I totally agree with that.
Yeah. All right, Ibrahim. Jazakallah khair for joining us. We're nearly done, guys. Shahid, assalamu alaikum. Quick one.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me?
Assalam.
Okay. Brothers, quick question, yeah? I've been waiting for a while. Okay, so very quickly, can you tell me why the independent necessary existence can't be some type of eternal universe-making machine? Why specifically? Because I've been trying to, like, play devil's advocate and trying to think, like, what's the reason why it can't be an eternal universe very clearly and without, like, just simplify it. Does that make sense? Because sometimes it gets lost in translation. I've also read your book as well, and I've read it, like, I read the paragraph where you explain it a few times, and I'm thinking about it. I'm just trying to grapple with some of the ideas, but so yeah.
Yeah, so a machine is something which is made up of many parts.
Yeah.
And the problem is that anything that's made up of parts is generated.
Yeah, I just use the term machine just to kind of any eternal universe, a universe that basically, can you have an eternal universe that is independent and necessary? Well, obviously, I don't believe it, but what I mean is,
I understand what you're saying, but so
yeah,
I think this is what you call a matter of semantics. So you can call the independent necessary being a universe if you like, but it doesn't change it from being an independent necessary being. You get what I'm trying to say?
No,
now
exactly.
It's just adding different labels to it. You can call it for the sake of argument, you can call it a universe, but if it's independent and necessary and one, and everything depends upon it and it depends upon nothing, for all intents and purposes, yeah, we're talking about God, right? So if you want to call it a universe, you want to call it a machine, you can call it whatever you want, but we're talking about the same things, which in Surah Al-Ikhlas, is the base definition of what God is for us.
Yes. So then I was thinking at that point, then can you kind of juxtapose this or then bring them back to the reality that we live in, like in regards to laws, mathematics, consciousness, everything that we see around us, and then hone in on these things in order to prove that it is actually a God or God, the God.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, we've already defined, God's attributes and stuff. Yeah. But then at that point now, we're going to have to start introducing what you call teleology, like purpose. Yeah, teleos. Now, what's the purpose of life? Why would God do this? Now, that's where you start provoking them with questions like that.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
then you can start introducing them to the messengers, and then introducing them to the final messenger, and to the evidences and all that stuff. That's a completely different argument, which requires a different discussion. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Okay, Jazakallah khair, Barakallahu Fik. Okay, bros.
Okay, Shani, thanks for your question, man. And he's been here from right at the beginning, just before an atheist, actually, that guy. 5 hours he's been waiting. That's that. All right, guys. That's it. What a stream. Alhamdulillah. We 5 hours and 14 minutes. Good job we started at 7 o'clock.
My God.
Jazakallah khair, Mohammed. I really appreciate everything. We've learned a lot today.
I learned a lot as well, especially in terms. I like the way you keep things on track. That's one of your real, qualities.
I like to think so. I like to hold them like this, and you're going nowhere.
Yeah, you think, okay, these are parameters. Yeah, that's good. And to the doctor as well. Thank you so much for your input, and it's good to have someone who's a medic, someone who's got a scientific background in the group, because it makes us feel like whenever I'm saying something about physics or biology, I'm just looking at your face and seeing if he's nodding, and it's okay.
Alhamdulillah.
I'm trying to talk about philosophy. I'm looking at you. They have to say something.
I'm thinking, yeah. Hopefully, I'm saying it right.
All right, guys. Just want to thank everyone for watching. Friday we've got Sabul back on, and we're going to do the other angle then. So we're going to go with we made a mistake last time bringing the atheist on quickly, and what we're going to do this time, we're going to establish this science and this idea, because a lot of terms came out that I think need being delved into, like this idea of philosophical naturalism and methodological naturalism and instrumentalism and all these kind of terms. We need to understand it, because I did used to think atheists were kind of monolithic, but they're not. They're not in a vacuum. It's based upon principles, and their principles in different directions, and there's scholars that support them in them principles. And if you don't know that, the atheist will switch between them. To answer points where if you know your stuff, you go, wait a minute, you just said you were methodological naturalism. Now you went to philosophy. So I think these need to learn.
Absolutely. And I think your style is, I think, even put the labels aside, I think how that whole cutthroat style, go in and you've just said this guy and you just said this. It's identifying contradictions, and when someone's speaking straight and when someone's just trying to play games. That's what it boils down to.
Alhamdulillah.
That's why I was a bit brutal with my kicking out earlier. My wife was messaging me saying, "Stop kicking people out." I said, "Have you heard them?"
Do you know what it's like? It's like the Royal Rumble and Stone Cold's in the middle, throwing everyone out.
A guy comes on and tries to challenge you on something you said on a different stream on a different topic, and he wouldn't go away.
I don't know, man. Some people are just looking for fame, man. But whatever.
Well, alhamdulillah.
I got Stone Cold. You should have that as your. You should have that as your entrance, like broken glass. There's gonna be an editor there, a producer that's gonna produce a compilation with you of with some broken glass at the back.
Why I miss Speaker's Corner, you know that. There's so much waffle that goes on where you can just condense it and just say, "What's your point?" You say, "What's your point?" to somebody, they're stuck. They come with a massive spiel, massive flex. Okay, what's your point? And they're like, doesn't that mean? What do you mean? Doesn't it mean? You've come with the claim, man. What's it all about?
It's true,
what I mean?
These are shrewd points. It's the shrewd movements. What's your point? Yeah, I like that. I'm
That's
going to use
it.
that.
Because you can come with all this kind of spiel, but what's the ramification of that spiel? What does it mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And the reality is they don't even know themselves. They took it from somewhere. They come with it. You know, I keep hearing about this. I know it's a complete change of subject. You know, there's holes in the narrative that Yasser Qadi said, yeah, in that discussion with you. All I ever hear from Christians is there's holes in the narrative. There's holes in the narrative. I don't know. Do you even know what you're on about? Do you even know what it means in the narrative? I've never heard a Christian yet explain what it means. They just keep saying it as if they know what it means, but they don't.
Yeah, I mean, just it's just what it is. It's just like catchphrases make themselves feel good.
Yeah, just cliches. That's it. Right, I'm going to send on the lion. Thanks for joining. Inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Alaikum salam and
I think I timed that right.
Bro, man, 5.5 hours, mashallah.
Yeah, sorry about that, man. Honestly.
Alhamdulillah. It was good. I think it was good.